So imagine this, but like half of it, and then you have then it's the Halvening. That's how you need to think of what the Halvening is. It's just like half of things, right? And so, for example, like here, I'll try and demonstrate this. Oh, that's more than half. So about there. This is about half. So we're printing about half as much money. So there you go. So that's the Halvening. So all right, good stream. See everybody later. Goodbye. All right, we have. So right now I am as a blog been mined. Yes, it has indeed been mined. We'll go check it out and hear this horrible fucking song. Yes, actually only one. So 630,000. What's up? What's up, peoples? Welcome. We are halved, and so we're gonna check out a block here. We're gonna check out a block. We're gonna check out a block over there. Okay, so let's check out a block here. I guess I'll show you my screen and get rid of half of that girl. And so yeah, block 630,000 was. So I don't know if this block actually did. Yeah, I didn't actually look at it. So yep. Wait, is that the first block? 6.25 is Coinbase. So yes, the first block has been mined, but only one so far. See, no input, and then 6.25. Yeah. I've. Do I have the Rona? Right. I should go get some freaking goddamn tissues, but I don't think so. I kind of hope so because it's very mild. I started to get sick like literally like Friday after my show on Thursday, and I had a really bad fever. Gosh, was it Thursday I got sick? I don't know, I had a really bad fever one of the nights. It might have been Friday night, and then I was like fine, and I've just been stuffy ever since. But yeah, here, let me clear my throat real quick. Sir, we are half. Yeah, I still sound like it, don't I? I just hear myself through my headphones. So, rip AF. So, yeah, let's put this link out there. I'm going to put the link to Zoom. Oops, I just opened an accident. To my Zoom chat in my show channel, and then I'll put in Coinspice too. So who wants to hang out? And who wants to watch us hang out? Oh my gosh. Boop, 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 wop. Marco, I don't give a shit if Zoom is unsecure. This is broadcast live anyways. Oh no, people are going to watch us. The government's going to watch us. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. But yes, we did have. We had the first block. So, and now we're getting very meta. Wow, nice footer. Coinspice's Bitcoin Cash Halvening live stream. Nice footer. And so we haven't had a block in like 2 hours, so that's fun. Sure days are very cool. Hey, Eleanor. Eleanor's coming in. Hello, Eleanor. Hello. And now I just packed away and you're saying there's a Zoom again? I saw Zoom meet. I thought it was a hangout, not a presentation, so I set up my camera and mic. Yeah. You can join if you want. This is a party because we have half as many Bitcoins or something. Hello, Eleanor. I can see your name. Okay, sir. All right. We're about to have a freaking party. About to have a freaking party. Amazing. Hey, Mike.
Almond, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you, Eleanor. Woo! How's it going?
What? Yeah, what's up with no block in 1 hour? What's up about that?
Who wants to mine Bitcoin Cash when you only get 6.25 Bitcoin Cash per block, right? Like, what's the point?
Was that the last block? Was that the first and last block of post halving or what?
Yeah, it's been the only one so far.
Great.
So, yeah, 630,000. So it's been 2 hours ago, 8:19. So hour and 15 about, or hour 30, sorry. So yeah. I wasn't live for the first one, but I'm kind of glad because I mean it's not like anything exciting happens. It's not like a fork's gonna happen. Yeah, I know she's a little quiet. I'm gonna work on that. Damn, my computer's being all fucky. Come on. How are you going? Where are you at? Why can I not click anything? Okay. Oops. Okay. Well, we are currently. I think we lost her.
I'm back.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
All right. So, how's it going?
Yeah, good. Just was following the live stream, the other one.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was really cool.
That was way too early for me. I saw like Gian was in there, Stefan Rust. Pretty cool though.
Stefan, Roger, Jian, Jihong, everybody.
Wow.
Cindy was translating for Jiang, so that was really cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, WS Rock, other meetup organizers. So no, really nice.
Nice. Yeah. Everybody get your coronavirus jokes out. I had a cold. Hey, Kieran. Oh my gosh, this is being a party.
Hello.
How we doing?
I am good.
Good. Welcome. So you thought there was like a Zoom hangout earlier, but it was just a presentation?
Yeah, there was a different. What is it? The Future of Bitcoin people were doing a Zoom.
Yeah.
I thought it was a hangout, so I got my camera and mic set up. And it turns out that it was a presentation.
Huh.
So I started packing my mic away, almost finished, and then you were like, "Hey, here's a Zoom link if anyone wants to join."
Yeah, we welcome everybody because I have the power to mute, so I can kick people if I need to. So.
So now I'm unpacking my microphone again.
There you go.
And,
welcome to the show.
My camera, but I guess that's not really of much use.
Oh my gosh, I've had this damn cold since what is it today? Wednesday? Like almost 6 days now. I hope it's the corona because this is nothing. I hope it's the corona. Then I'd be immune. Be great.
Wait, when I got super sick like a month ago, and I was like, oh, on some level, I was like, I wish it's Corona, otherwise I'm gonna feel left out. But I felt that was a bad joke. But I hope
sense.
you feel okay, right? You
Yeah.
look okay.
Yeah.
You're standing, you're breathing.
I'm sitting, but yes. Yeah, it was bad for like one night, but then I just took some NyQuil and passed out, so I'm over it. But yeah, Bitcoin don't stop for nobody. Bitcoin is an essential service. Government can't shut down Bitcoin because it's essential. That's how it works.
As long as blogs get mined.
Yes. After you have a cold for like 2 weeks, then you will feel fine for a month. I know. It's just my nose. I also blame allergies. I have really bad allergies, so like it's the cold and the allergies. Not a good combo. Just take some zinc, bro. Breathing for the win. Where'd my chat go? Medium. So, how's everybody feeling after the halvening? Any different? Yeah, me neither.
Wait, I need to pop out YouTube chat. Can't see what's going on.
Yeah. Man, the chat's been so strange in my program. I'm trying to get it overlaid. Copy.
Yeah, Kane is commenting in YouTube how nice it was to hear Jihan, and indeed it was a really nice intervention he did, sort of reminding everybody to sort of stay on track and to still, fight for peer-to-peer electronic cash. So
Yes, indeed.
he's out there.
He's still out there.
He's out there.
He's alive.
He still believes.
He's still mining.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And Pool got the first one. But
Yep, they did indeed. So it's 6.2509346. That's not exactly 6.25. Is that that's probably the transaction fees, I guess?
I didn't look at the block exactly. I just saw.
That's probably the transaction fees.
Yeah, transaction fees.
I guess I'll tweet the link out. Yeah, the happening is like even less exciting than like a fork upgrade day or whatever, cause at least, I mean, one of them is like oh, I just sent a Schnorr transaction, and it's like, oh, is there gonna be a fork? Who's gonna upgrade?
Yeah, we're gonna see that soon enough.
Yeah, my prediction, I hope it don't come true. We're not gonna fork in May, and then we're gonna fork over some random bullshit we don't see coming in November. That's my prediction.
Based on
ABC and everybody else disagreeing about something, some unforeseen technical thing. That's my guess. Because a lot of people don't want to fork every 6 months. Hanging out live. 40. Halvening. 50, 25, 12, 6.25, 3.125, 1.6. That's too much. Happy Halvening.
okay, guys. Happy Halvening. I'm out. I'll be back in the chat. Bye.
Sounds good. Bye bye. See, chat's part of the stream. It's right around the side. It's so nice. We need to keep forking every 6 months. We don't need to do anything.
Testing mic. Start working.
It is indeed.
Perfect. All right, let's see if we can get the camera. Yeah.
Oh wow.
There we go.
Is that the
Perfect.
Is that the like the Zoom automatic blur background? You have a nice camera.
No, I've got a nice camera setup.
Nice.
I can swap over to my webcam and give you a sneak peek.
Hey, what camera is it? Hey Connor, how's it going? Connor Stick. How's it going, dude?
Good. How are you?
Good. I guess I'm not really familiar who you are. You want to introduce yourself?
I just got into Bitcoin, like the market and stuff. Like last night, I heard about the happening. One of my friends is really big into it. he's made a ton of money off of it, and he was like telling me to pay attention to it and stuff. So I was watching it all last night. I was up for the whole thing from 10 o'clock up until it happened.
So this is your first time in Bitcoin. It was last night.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, welcome. welcome.
I haven't put anything into it yet.
Gotcha. Welcome. How did you stumble across this, if I ask?
I've been trying to talk with somebody about learning more about it, I guess, or just finding a community, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're very welcome to everybody in Bitcoin Cash. I'm not sure. I mean, I can definitely educate you if you want, because that's what I do on the show, I suppose. So, I guess let's. Do you know the difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash?
Bitcoin Core and Bitcoin, yeah.
Oh, this guy. I like this guy. Bitcoin Core.
The dude that I was with, he has a Discord server where he like teaches and stuff, but I'm trying to learn from him. I met him on Omegle a couple of years ago.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, basically they were the same until August 2017, and then they split into two different coins, based on like a 4 or 5 year debate on how big block sizes should be. And here we are almost 3 years later and still have different coins, and Bitcoin Cash is worth way less. So
yeah. There was a spike right before it happened, though. Right before it happened. I think it was like 3 o'clock, 3:20 my time.
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. Usually, like, you can't predict anything, and like, is the
Oh wait, there's
Halvening?
two of me now.
And I thought you were gonna show me your other cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually you like can't predict if something's gonna go up or gonna go down. I don't know, but yeah, it's a classic Bart pattern for sure. Here, let me see if I can get this over here. Classic Bart pattern. Nice looking Bart.
All right. So here's my setup.
Oh, was that a A7S or something?
A7 III.
A7 III.
And now I'm just looking to get into it. I've got about 1,600 to spend.
I gotcha. Well, usually people say, diversify, right? But most crypto assets are very correlated. So,
Yeah.
if people say diversify, it usually means don't put everything in crypto. But I mean, if you already have budget, that's fine. Yeah. So somebody just said in chat, let's get you a Bitcoin Cash wallet. So download the Bitcoin.com wallet on your phone.
I have it, yeah.
All right. Here, put your QR code up to your camera. Let's see if I can scan it.
This guy's ready.
I was looking at long term for Valus. They're supposed to come online in what, 2021 or 2023, something like that. Is there like estimated date
For what?
Valus, the AI?
I have no idea what that is. So usually if people say they want to build something with blockchain, they're full of bullshit and are just trying to trick you. I can't really. Let's see. Maybe turn your brightness down on your phone a little bit. There it is. Here, let's see if we can get that. Come on, you can do it. Let me try to make you a little bigger. It looks clear to me.
Do I need to move it closer?
Oh, man. Yeah, try a little closer. Let's see if we can get it a little down. Damn, I really think this could be able to read it. Take it further back a little bit.
So how long have you been
this is not working.
Crypto trading?
I've been in Bitcoin. This is not scanning. Oh man, that's so strange.
I'll just type I'll copy and paste the what's it called?
The address.
Yeah.
Too bad. I've been in Bitcoin since 2013. So, I guess you would call it trading. But yeah, it's been a while. Give me a second. He's got the Rona. We have I feel a tip coming on. We have a block. Oh my gosh, we have another block. It's a miracle. And by ant pool again, 612 kilobyte block.
So after Bitcoin gets halved, do you think it's going to follow the same trend?
I don't give investment advice. But I honestly don't know. Like I used to try and trade, and now I just like take profit when I need to buy something, like pay bills or something. But I keep the majority of my net worth in crypto. Yes. Which isn't a whole lot, but enough. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just sell it when I need to buy stuff. So, I mean, I do watch the markets probably a little bit too much. But that's kind of, I don't know. You do make money, you do lose money. So it's just kind of a risk I've accepted over the years.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Yeah, feel free to put your address in the chat or something. So
I did. It's in the Twitch chat.
Twitch chat. All right, let me head over there. I am actually watching the YouTube chat, but I just kind of keep my Twitch open. I used to use DLive, but now I'm going away from that. I'm not going away from that because Justin's son bought it, and he's probably gonna make it shitty. So
yeah.
Actually, he already took away my like quality options for my viewers, so my viewers can't even watch anything below what I stream. So that's bullshit.
Dang.
Yeah, go ahead, throw it in the. Actually, this Twitch tab is open. Cool. Throw from a badger. Let's see. Let's send you a couple bucks. See it up here. Send you like $3. And sent. And should have it.
You send me money?
That's what we do around here. All right, what's up, Don Wonton? Send me money. Why else would I ask for your address?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. I was not expecting that. Well, thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I couldn't really do that with BTC because the transaction fees are often like, well, basically you have to check out if the network is congested.
Yeah.
On BTC, and so it's just very inconvenient. Sometimes you have to pay a couple dollars to send a transaction. So yeah. So we don't mess with BTC because we're here for peer-to-peer cash you can use anytime.
So what's the difference between the two? So why do the communities hate each other?
Because there was a big old block size debate. So I don't know if so a block comes every 10 minutes and it includes all the transactions from the last 10 minutes, supposed to. Oh, that's sorry. Give me 1 second.
And the block's supposed to go down to 6.3 after the halve, right?
6.25. So Bitcoin Core developers wanted to keep it at 1 megabyte blocks, and that's about 2 to 3 transactions per second only. And the big blockers is what we were called before we got Bitcoin Cash. We're still called. Wanted bigger blocks because once you hit the block size cap, you basically have to fight with other people to get into the next block, which basically creates like a blind auction, and you have to like bid more than the next guy to get into the next block. And so it just like the transaction fees go up. And so That's why we have Bitcoin Cash. What's up, Don Wonton?
What's up, Colin? How's it going? Long time no see.
It has been a long time. Welcome back to Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's been a while. So I saw we got some blocks, so not too much went bad.
Yeah, we got 2 blocks right now, so
Nice.
630,000 and 630,001. So
Nice.
Ant Pool got both of them. So thanks, Jihan, for your effort.
Hmm.
All right.
Was kind of expecting the BSV crowd to try and pull something again.
Like with hash?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Good thing we bumped a little bit, I guess. I mean, it was like 20% the last couple days, so
Yeah.
spreading this link out.
Well, I guess, I haven't really been paying attention to the BSV crowd, but I guess their Halvening is going to be about the same time. Are they having a party too?
It's in a couple days. I don't know. They have their own channel, which all their little
Yeah.
culties hang out on, so I'm not too concerned. So
And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a attempt at forcing a split with the IFP voting.
yeah, we have. So this window, here, I'll pull it up. Coin dance. So there's this window, and then there's another window of like 2,000 blocks, and nobody's voting for it. Like nobody, like at all. So we have 36 days till the next upgrade, and there's 1,000 more blocks in this voting period, and then there's one more voting period, and yeah, literally nobody votes for it. Like,
I mean, I meant hash rate coming over from BTC or BSV, given that they haven't halved yet.
oh yeah, I mean they could. I mean that's why it's silly to use voting on a minority chain with hash power. But I digress. Because I could talk shit about it all day. Man, what is up with this chat right now? Yeah, like it's not gonna be activated. There would literally have to be like a hostile actor miner to come in and vote for it. There's 47 out of the last 1,000 blocks have voted for Bitcoin Cash node, which is for about 5%, and 0 have voted for the infrastructure funding plan. So, and 5% outright rejects it by running Bitcoin Cash node, and then I'm guessing everybody else is just running ABC. So, IFP needs removed. How come BTC is worth so much? It only has brand value. Well, that's why. It's got brand value. That's why. It's the incumbent and has the ecosystem around it. So, and it's called Bitcoin. All right. Kane's in here now. Now we got a party.
Hey, Canes.
Hey, Kane. I'm going to go over here.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the
Hello.
welcome to the Halvening. Do your Bitcoins feel smaller? So it's
Oscar to the block rewards.
what's that?
Hey, Don. Nice
Good old
to see you
Thanos
again.
got to the
Oh yeah, he snapped the block rewards.
yep.
Here comes Linzard. Man,
Inserts.
oh, multiple. Oh,
Just all 6 node implementations in the Infinity mining pool.
wait, what? Oh, in the Infinity mining pool. Yeah. Yeah, a little. That'd
Hey,
be
Linzard.
a meme. He's quiet. Maduro's looking for him. Shh.
To save the country, I mean.
IFP needs removed ASAP. Yeah. I don't know if like they can still vote for it after the next upgrade. To be honest, I don't know if there's like more windows or something for that.
The best case scenario here, I think, is if we end up with hash power actually being divided a little bit. Some parts go to ABC and some parts go to the new implementation. Then we will be more decentralized than ever before if that happens.
Yeah.
I hope the Armory stays around. I mean, they have a good team. They just cannot like they can't dictate the rules because the community says no to it.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's like what happened with the no 2x crap and it's more the UASF stuff, I suppose. But then it's like on a smaller scale within our own community again.
Yeah, and you have all these other developers that are like they're starting a new node, but you're like, well, if you guys could do that, if you guys have the talents to start a new node, to fight funding for it, to start developing, why didn't you guys do that before, anyways?
Yeah,
right?
I guess.
So, if they're competent and ABC stays around, and we have two good competent teams, because I don't really believe that much in Bitcoin Unlimited. If we got two competent teams and some competition between them, that's good, right? That's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, my hope is that they just like continue to work together, right? And that's remains to be seen how it's gonna work, because honestly, Bitcoin's never really had two node implementations like this. Like nobody's. I mean, miners just don't run it. Really?
Yeah, that's true. Like the nodes that are just there that don't actually mine are not that important at this stage. They don't really do that much.
Because like I know the spot that might be the next disagreement is going to be the difficulty adjustment algorithm. So, yeah. So let's hope they can come to consensus on that. We don't have hash wars over algorithms. Working together can only help until it really starts hurting. Wise words, John.
I mean, there's the simplified exponential moving average adjustment, which is gaining, or at least gaining a lot of support amongst devs. So
is that the one Jonathan Tumim was working on?
Yeah.
I think they should work together.
I know there was thrown around concept of ramping difficulty using VDFs, but that's a pretty difficult code change. So I don't think that'll end up going ahead. It's probably just going to be the simplified EMA adjustment.
It's kind of hilarious. So Kleinman's lawyers just tried to I'll just go to it.
What did they do this time?
Let me open this up. Display. Zoom. Why did it get rid of my chat? So weird. But they're trying to serve Jimmy via Twitter because they can't find him in real life.
So that's hilarious. Hey, there's another Flemish dude. That would be cool.
Another what?
Well, he's Belgian, right? He speaks my language. He speaks
I don't
Flemish.
know.
Hoi, Mark.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Just waiting on the audio.
Happens. Yeah, Zoom. It's kind of strange how Zoom, like, you don't ever enter with your audio and video on. I don't know.
Yeah, Zoom's having some security issues. Tesla just banned them as a service. Like, they're not allowed to use them at work. They're not allowed to use Zoom at work now.
Hi all.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Good. Hi Colin. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you as well.
Nice game.
Hey, man.
Hey, Mark.
You as well. You as well.
Geniet je van de quarantine?
It's English here, my friend.
English, yes, yes. I couldn't resist.
For me, I always live in quarantine, so that's not much new.
Yeah, I feel that. It's like, oh, wait, there's a quarantine going on? No wonder why there's no traffic when I go to the grocery store. That's about it.
Went to the grocery store for the first time like in 2 weeks yesterday. I've been kind of home. And it was just the general like feeling was just impending doom. I cannot describe here. I mean, I'm sure everyone else is feeling the same things, but it was just like I was just ready for someone to snap and then just like go on like a killing spree. Like everyone's just got like that energy. It's pretty wild.
It's really weird because I'm assuming for some people it's like the worst time in their lives, but for other people it's like the best time in their lives at the same time.
And I have been so productive. Just
Same.
stay at home,
Yeah,
laptop.
me too.
Keep
I've made
coding.
so much music the last couple of weeks. Just no internet. I was where I had no internet connection, just making music for 2 weeks straight.
I finally got into stocks.
So what do you guys think will happen on the 15th of May? What's your prediction?
15th of May. I think it's going to be no problem in May, but I think in November we might have some problems. Yeah, I think there's not enough disagreement this one because the funding plan ain't going to activate unless some crazy hash rate comes in the next voting window. But I think something like the difficulty adjustment algorithm or something like that might cause some problems in November because I think a lot of people disagree with the 6-month fork schedule as well. So,
But the BCHM node is only like 5%, or so Bitcoin ABC is still almost 50%, right?
yeah. So actual blocks mined, Bitcoin Cash node is at like 5% right now. I think they peaked at 10%. But yeah, I mean that again, Bitcoin Cash node is brand new, so I would assume you'll see more people slowly switch over.
It's an interesting evolution because Bitcoin Unlimited, they have a bunch of nodes, but they all like spin up at the same time and disappear at the same time, so they don't really count. And not too many blocks have been mined on Bitcoin Unlimited, so it'll be interesting to see if the new node implementation will actually be used by miners more than Bitcoin Unlimited at least.
Yeah. 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 Again, I think May won't be that exciting, but it'll be everything after that because there's clear camps coming right now that's ABC and not ABC. So
if the market expects a fork, the price will go up again because people will buy before they expect a fork because they don't want to have coins on both sides, right? So that's always kind of crazy.
yeah, or people like fuck, we fork too much. So yeah.
Well, I mean
Go ahead.
Yeah, the fork with SV was over. I think like MGeek really leaned into the whole CTOR side of things. I mean, that's like in looking at it now. I don't think there was any downside to that. So it really was just a. They kind of just leaned into the whole fact that. Things were being pushed in after the roadmap deadline, and they forked because they wanted to, not because of a disagreement on the actual content of the fork.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but what will happen if a majority hash rate votes for the EFP and half of the miners are still running ABC?
And then it will activate, and then we will have that, and then there will be a split, and there might be one new chain or two new chains, and then after that we'll have to see what happens.
But that's still like certainly a possibility. I mean, it's very easy to accomplish that for Bitcoin core miners, for example. They can easily vote for that.
Yeah, but the problem is if they start doing that, like we have seen during the BSV, they never did any attack. It was just threats, and just based on those threats alone, miners that are BCH friendly gave Roger Ver control over like 4 or 5 exahash of mining power. So these miners, they are protecting their long-term interests in having something that works as a currency, and they will keep doing that. And if a whole bunch of people want to mess with us from BTC, there's not too many miners that actually hate BCH. It's a small group of miners that doesn't like BCH. The rest really doesn't care. They mine, they make their money. They don't care about it. And all miners they need something to work as a currency long term, or this whole experiment will fizzle out and nothing will come of it. So if they start switching over a whole bunch of hash rate around the same time that BTC is having a halvening, they have to be careful that they don't go into chain that themselves, because it's 2016 blocks for them to have their difficulty adjust. The halving should kill half of their hash rate already. If then they also have to move over hash rate to BCH to mess with us, that can lead to massive problems on the BTC chain. So they can't just do that.
Well, isn't the halving a couple days before the upgrade on Bitcoin Cash? So couldn't they just take that hash power that was being turned off and then use it on BCH? I think it's like 3 days prior.
Yeah, but you're still burning through electricity that you're not really getting that much of in a return for, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, at that point, it's just going to be. It's just going to end up being miners mining at a loss on both sides until the thing gets resolved.
Yeah, that would just be them doing out of spite.
And when BSV happened, Bitcoin miners mined with a loss. It was costing them millions in electricity just to protect BCH. So if they did that then, why would they not do that again? If they have the money, if they have a long-term interest to make sure that BCH survives, why would they not protect it again?
Yeah, I think they would protect it, and I think
just on imaginary username's point about the doesn't work that way. If ABC were to end up, or if the IFP were to end up being activated on the ABC side, BCHN block nodes would still accept the ABC IFP blocks as valid. So, I mean, there wouldn't be a fork unless the BCHN...
Bitcoin Unlimited might try to cause havoc again and be supported by the BSV guys. That might happen. Other than that, I don't see anything happening.
Maybe. But, I mean, the IFP is only really going to be a problem if you end up having a scenario where ABC... has the majority of the hash rate voting for IFP, and then after the IFP gets activated, they jump over onto BCHN, because after the IFP is activated, then ABC would jump onto a minority chain. It's not really going to happen if the majority hash rate's on ABC.
For me, that's very complicated. I don't understand these different scenarios that you explained.
Here, let me do a shot at it. So, if the IFP does get voted for and activated, ABC would mine on the IFP chain, and if this chain was the longest chain, BCHN would also follow it, but all of their blocks would not have the IFP activated. So eventually, basically, BCHN would mine on top of ABC blocks, but ABC would not mine on top of BCHN blocks. So,
well, the only scenario where a actual chain split ends up getting forced is if somehow all of the hash rate goes onto ABC, votes for the IFP, and then moves onto BCHN and mines in that.
Well, it's not just all, right? All you need is for
the majority
to be
of
activated.
it.
Yeah. Okay.
And if enough miners decide that they want to kill the power that Amory has, they can do that, and Amory will lose a lot of power, and they will be stuck with a minority chain. So,
I think the only realistic scenario where this does end up happening is if you end up having a bunch of, they'd be mining at a loss, but if you end up having a bunch of hash rate coming over from some other chain, specifically to activate the IFP, and then leaving, that is the only scenario where that would actually happen if you take into consideration all of the incentives in play.
Yeah, and I can definitely see some power try that, and then we'll see what happens.
And it might be worth just kind of clarifying that the reason that a split wouldn't happen otherwise is that BCHN, even if it starts following like a block that doesn't have the IFP requirements, if two blocks are then released by ABC clients with the IFP, BCHN will follow those. So that's definitely something worth pointing out.
What about the rolling checkpoints that we have? Those are that's in all the code right now, right?
I guess that's a good point.
That is a really good point.
I guess if there were 10 BCHN blocks without IFP, and then IFP, people mined 20 blocks, then BCHN, purely because of the checkpoint, I guess, wouldn't force the chain split, basically.
Yeah, and as soon as that becomes a scenario, then it's basically exchanges that are going to decide again. It always is.
Right.
Who gets the ticker?
Well, I don't think it's like people aren't intentionally shadow mining at a loss to try and do that. Like miners aren't going to try and do that.
No, they won't.
I don't think that.
Right.
The scenario where you end up having 10.
Extremely unlikely.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if the word is extreme, but it is unlikely.
We during BSV, we just had a thread. They did nothing nefarious. They just split and that was it. And we were just defending against an empty thread. And this time, there might not actually be anybody that is willing to burn through a whole bunch of millions of dollars in electricity for something that's not going to happen.
One thing that's also probably worth pointing out is we don't know for sure it was an empty threat because they could have been mining an alternative chain until they found out that we had implemented the checkpoints, and then it's like, well, shit, our secret chain, which is currently like 5 blocks ahead, is totally useless now because if we were to release it, no one would follow it.
Yeah, then you have to say they're competent, and they're just not that competent. They're just not. They weren't.
Yeah, well, and you can even say it's not a competence thing because they just had no idea that the checkpoints were even a thing until well after it happened, right?
Exactly. So.
Yeah.
So the next Halvening block height is 840,000. It's scheduled for May 24th, 2024. Just so everybody knows.
All right, I'm gonna pencil that in because I think pen would probably be a bad idea.
Yeah, probably.
It's actually interesting to. Sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
No. Well, what does this all mean for the dev tax? Will it be implemented or not? Like, what are the probabilities? Because I don't understand the technical discussion. It's over my head.
So
go ahead.
So the dev tax, as people are calling it, and some people don't like calling it that, but whatever. The thing that some people are calling a dev tax will only be activated, like in this coming upgrade, if a certain percentage of miners signal like that they want it to happen. At least that's my impression. And also my impression, I haven't looked recently, but it's that like it's getting almost no support. So unless something big happens so that a ton of blocks on Bitcoin Cash start signaling, yes, we want the infrastructure funding plan, then it won't happen, at least not this upgrade.
So from my perspective, what happened is that this was an old ID that came specifically from the Chinese miners, that the Chinese community was excited about. This plan had been shut down a couple of times, but then eventually they went to Amory again asking for this. Amory agreed upon it because they want more funding, because they don't feel like they can do whatever they need to do with the amount of money they're getting right now. So on behalf of the Chinese miners, Amory put it in the code. And now the miners just get to decide. If they want it, they can activate it. If they don't want it, they don't activate it. It's really that simple. The miners decide. That's how Bitcoin is supposed to work. They decide what they want. They are the ones that have the power to change things, and the rest doesn't really have that much power.
Well, I mean, unless they hire their own developers, the options they have are very limited. So yes, they decide, but they decide between options they're supplied with.
And they have an option now to activate this. Amory gave them that option. They can activate it, or they can say it was a bad idea. The community is against it. We're not going to do it. I don't think they're going to risk it because everybody is waiting for a big rally now, especially with coronavirus. The whole Western world is printing money like crazy. I cannot see any other scenario than we're going to eventually have a big crypto rally. One of the cryptocurrencies is just going to shoot up in value. Hopefully it will be Bitcoin Cash. And why would Chinese miners risk all of that? Because, if Bitcoin Cash goes high enough in value again, or funding problems are over anyways. So why would they even risk messing with that, right? Why would they risk another fork just before a big bull rally? I just don't. They're not going to risk that. I don't think they're going to risk that.
Yeah, I would hope not. At least given that, it's. I hate to say it because it's so controversial. Because the Bitcoin Cash fork was controversial. But yeah, I would say, generally speaking, with the fact that I realized I couldn't explain in 5 seconds why it's objectively different than that, I agree. I doubt it's going to happen.
It's different because it's changing a rule in the white paper that says miners get the full block reward, and that is what it would be changing. That's why it's so radically different. It is way more different than even the Bitcoin Cash fork from BTC. That's a minor thing. It's just block. I mean, it's important, but it's.
Yeah, but it should have been minor.
I think the thing with the previous forks with SV and BTC is there were splits over ideological differences, not technical ones for the most part. I mean, you could argue that there's a 1 megabyte block limit, but you have the whole digital gold narrative. So I don't think that there's a ideological difference, or at least a major ideological difference in the BCH camps at the moment, so I don't think we'll see a fork on that anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could say that the ideological difference comes down to how sacrosanct the incentives are, because I don't know, when I look at the IFP, I don't see something technical. I see something that's actually more ideological, because I see someone deciding, basically saying that an arbitrary set of people can decide who should be funding development. And what do you know, coincidence, they're saying it should be the people that they have the power to take the money from by implementing code. So it almost might be the sort of thing where, depending on how you think of any of these, you could bring it down to either ideological or technical differences.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is everyone in the Bitcoin Cash community right now is mostly focused on the goal of peer-to-peer electronic cash. That wasn't really the case with BTC or, the SV fork. So,
yes, agreed. Yeah.
Yes-ish. I guess because we had managed to go 3+ years with a censored community and shitty scaling debate that wasn't really a scaling debate, it ended up being the case that BTC wasn't about being peer-to-peer cash. But again, just for nitpicky bullshit reasons, for the record, BTC was all about peer-to-peer cash, and then it got hijacked, which I'm sure everyone's aware of, or at least most people are aware of, but I figure I'll put it out there.
Well, I mean, I was more talking about the post-split camps, not necessarily the
oh, okay, gotcha.
The earlier days.
Might be, yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. People talk about game theory and all this stuff, and obviously there's so many more variables involved than any of us can really imagine to be able to predict what's going to happen. But I would like to think that we'll be able to, very generally narrow down the best options as far as funding and stuff are concerned, because
now we have
as much as move fast and break things is great in some ways, Also, it's not.
At least this time we get to talk about it as adults without all the stupid censorship being a part of it, you know? That's kind of refreshing.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I don't think there's any reasonable scenario where the IFP does end up getting pushed ahead at this point, just simply because there's a fairly overwhelming community consensus against it. I mean, you could have a scenario where, a bad actor comes across from another chain just to ruin BCH over a grudge or something, but at that point, you're going to probably see intervention at like the human or the meat space level.
Yeah.
So
all the
I don't think it's likely.
All the competent people are on the BCH chain now anyway, so I don't see a lot of competent people left that can actually attack us because they're just not there or they don't give a shit about us. Either way,
well, and you don't even necessarily need to be competent to do it. You just need to have a lot of money. But also what you do in doing that is like make BCH a martyr. If you're like, oh, someone's just hacking BCH, it makes it much harder to dismiss. Why is someone spending $10 million if BCH is just a simple scam coin that no one cares about?
It's hard to say that they don't care on us and are willing to burn through millions of dollars in electricity just to get to us, right?
Right.
It's if you look at the underdog position.
If you look at the stats on Block's Mind, the only blocks that actually ended up voting for the IFP were the pull-in ones, which they did accidentally. So.
Yep.
Right. Has anyone read through the Flipstarter funding proposition from Bitcoin Cash Node?
Yes, I like it very much.
Yeah, holy crap, dude! I just want to shill the living heck out of that document because I think it shows the maturity and the professionalism that we so desperately need. It's like it just looks really good. I mean, they could totally flop on it, but also the people behind it are people that, at least some of them, seem like, they're people I'd put something behind at least.
It would be funny if it ends up that Amaury did this on purpose just to force other people to step up more. That would be hilarious.
I hope he's playing fucking 27-dimensional chess, dude. I really hope so.
He's smart enough for it, that's for sure. He sure is.
Welcome, Andrew Stone.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hey, Andrew, how's it going?
Good.
Happy
Thanks
having
for inviting me.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. How you feeling on this Halvening day?
Well, I think it's pretty exciting that this is, I think, the first sort of Halvening that puts the BCH interest rate lower than, most countries, right?
Yeah.
It's like lower than US dollar and euro, at least is the headline I saw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, they are all printing like crazy right now. Holy shit.
Well, that's another point too, but maybe historically too.
The United States is just printing $2,000 billion, which increases the amount of US dollars in their own circulation by like 40% or something. It's totally insane.
Isn't that what you do when things start going wrong? You just give the Romans money, right? Free bread.
Well, yeah, but make sure you give it to the right people first so that they can spend it before the money's worth less.
That's right. That's the plan.
Stimulate.
Luckily, we have a parachute called BCH that will save us from this disaster.
As long as we stop forking, because every fork is kind of a little bit like inflation, whether you like it or not. It's,
I don't know, dude. As far as like the whole forking is inflation thing is like, I mean, do I inflate Bitcoin by forking it in my basement with one S3 and starting a new chain? And it's like, what you've done is just create a separate network that, like, because it requires initiative from people to interact with specifically, like, as far as I'm concerned, like, forks don't mean anything until people use them. And then even then, if you find a fork that is used, the fact that it's a separate asset, like, if they're not fungible, how can we say that it's inflation? Like, I guess that's really the root of my point. If they're not fungible, how can we say it's inflation?
Right.
Well,
it's essentially
I don't necessarily think.
go ahead. Sorry.
I don't necessarily think that that forks have the same effect as inflation, right? Because really, what matters for the most part is not the amount of a particular asset you have, but the proportion of the total supply, given that, if it's distributed and all available. So, like inflation with the US dollar tends to be, or with fiat currencies, operates differently because the inflation goes towards specific actors, which effectively distributes wealth from all holders of the currency to the actors receiving the inflation. Whereas in a fork, you end up with even proportions of both coins. So as far as actual redistribution of the supply goes, it doesn't happen unless you get forks with pre-mines and whatever stuck in. That's a different case.
That's an excellent point. Right, a fork is like, you're basically saying a fork is like a stock split. As long as you continue to hold both forks, you're safe.
Yes. I really love the fundraise proposal. They request about 1,000 Bitcoin cash, but it's worth about $250,000 to develop all these things they mention on their list. Did anyone get an idea of, is that a reasonable amount they are requesting for all the things they plan to do with that for the BCH node?
Well, what they got that number. I'm sorry, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, given the detail that I've put into the roadmap, I mean, I think they're pretty reasonable. They have gotten a couple of things where, it is slightly more, or I think about 30% more than what they actually need to account for volatility. But given that they have very well documented out everything that they need done, and even down to the fact where I think there's something ridiculous, like the equivalent of about 20 cents lost, and they ended up actually documenting that. So I think there's a really good amount of transparency, and I think they've done a really good job on properly figuring out what exactly they'd need to hit certain milestones.
And even if they end up being like off with their estimation, I'm more confident in what they've put out than anyone else, at least at this point, because they went down to like pay per hour that they expect to be giving the person doing the work and the expected time to get the work done. And so like just with those two things, I'm like, oh, all right, like you've at least given me enough to give you a shot at it. And one point I made, like commenting in RBTC about it, was that even if they totally, like, absolutely flop as far as having estimated accurately what it would cost to do what they want to do, if they document it well enough that they can come back and say, we now know with X amount more certainty how much it will actually cost to get it done, and here's all the data. Here's what you get. Here's what we asked for. We're sorry it wasn't enough. Here's all the data. Here's what we'll take now. Like, I'm much more likely to give them more money after failing than a project that may or may not have succeeded because I never really got any insight into what their plans were in the first place.
Yeah, that's awesome. I would like to donate, but they would like that I use the Flipstarter platform, for which you need to install an electronic cash wallet. It seems quite complicated. Did anyone try this?
I've been through the process. It is unfortunately a little complicated. Now, it is just what works for now. Like, they have other things planned, and so there's something to be said for that. Like, it works now, which is great. Like, if they had gone the smart contract route or tried to like get an entire new payment protocol accepted by the industry, like to make this much easier before they started Flipstarter campaigns, like it may never happen. So the scheme they have working now is so that, yeah, you need Electron Cash, you download the plugin for Electron Cash, and then it's a matter of like copying text back and forth between the Flipstarter website and your plugin. It is complicated. It's not great.
Electron Cash is by far the most useful piece of Bitcoin-related software to have on your computer if you have a desktop or a laptop. Like, if you're not using Electron Cash, you're like, so maybe I'm plugging in too much, but it's totally awesome.
You can't steal Electron Cash too much.
It is totally awesome software. This is the software we all wanted in the beginning of Bitcoin. Like, this is at the core of the development is happening. If anything, we need to pour more money and resources into getting working versions for smartphones that work a lot better with a better graphical user interface. And we need to work on versions of Electron Cash that work on dumb phones and like anything that has like the Java, what's that called? There's like a Java framework.
J2ME.
Yeah, it actually has a working version for that right now, but we need to pour resources and money into that because the poor countries, the countries in Africa and stuff, they are absolutely going to need that. If we can give them that tool in their inventory, we're doing good in the world.
So a couple of points on the Flipstarter stuff. Colin, I've shot a message off to some people. Just want to see if they want to join, and give us a bit more of the lowdown on it. Other than that, a couple of interesting things that. How much do I want to say? Okay, so I've got a group together that's working on a couple of developers, a couple of business people, and all. Don't want to show myself too much, but we're working on one, possibly improving the user experience on Flipstarter, and two, I'm not sure if you've heard of KaiOS, which is a fairly popular mobile platform. So we're looking at creating a BCH wallet for KaiOS phones, just to get it down into like the most basic kind of phone that you can buy. I see Kalen's in here.
Yep, Kalen just joined.
What's
Yo, Kalen.
Takes
hey, Kalen.
He's got to figure out how to do the join the audio button. So Flipstarter, it's a little complicated, it seems. I was actually going to do a video, but then the Eat BCH test campaign was done like that within like 2 days. So, but yeah, basically let's see, how can I make it simple as possible? You download Electron Cash, download a plugin, and then you basically like copy paste your payments into somewhere, and then your funds are locked up, and then you can cancel at any time. So it doesn't seem too complicated. It just is like you got to press the right buttons and download the right things. So, yeah, we should have a couple people coming in to explain it a little bit better, maybe. So.
Yeah. And there's also the one pretty big downside of the current scheme is that because they use the whole anyone can pay thing, where you have a bunch of inputs and you only have to sign your inputs plus the outputs. That makes it so that there's a limited number of transactions you can combine that way, or there's a limited number of inputs you can combine that way. So if you need to raise $1 million, it ends up being, a percentage of that per input. Like, you can't just donate a cent, because if everyone donated a cent, you take up every slot in the anyone can pay or anyone can spend input list and not reach $1 million. So it also has to be, I don't remember what the number is, but if it's 100, let's say it's 100 inputs that is the maximum, then, each donation would have to be $100,000. And so that's also not great, and would, at least my impression, be solved by a smart contract implementation of the idea.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of options that are being explored as far as the smart contract side of things goes, or at least in Cash Script or
Bedin.
There's a couple. Yeah, it's Bedin. That's it. So there's a possibility that might get solved at some point in the near future.
Welcome, imaginary username and emergent reasons.
Hey man,
how's it going? Hey, I wanted to add just a little something about that. Even with the current restrictions on Flipstarter with the anyone can pay transaction, you there is another way to do it, which is doing things with tiers like Kickstarter does. So you say, you know, there's only so many slots for small donations, there's so many slots for medium ones, and there's so many slots for large ones. You can do something like that also, as well as the smart contracts, which would be probably the next step.
Word. And so I guess in that case, you could potentially, like, well, what that would do is if you allowed for the tiers of small ones, then the bigger ones would have to get bigger, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Okay.
But you know, it's part of it is the social interaction, right? I mean, we're humans, we're not robots, so we're not you know, most people are not rational economic actors, or at least not perfectly. So there's a big social element to things, and the fairness element and participation. So I think it's a mix of reasons that make people want to participate, and we have to find the right mix. This is just the first step.
Sure. How hard would it be to create a flip starter for the minimum amount of the other flip starter, and then only say the flip starter was funded if it's funded and the other flip starter was funded, or no, and the other flip. Yeah, wait, yeah.
Is that kind of like getting a credit card to pay off another credit card?
Probably.
That's like the funding singularity.
I was thinking the same thing. Can you create a chain set of transactions where the smaller tier transactions are inputs to the larger tier?
Yeah.
And then they all commit at the same time. It would be kind of interesting, but on this meeting,
I've actually published an contract that does that. So it's a binary tree of commitments that don't require interaction between the different nodes in the tree. So yeah, it's definitely possible. And I've actually seen 2 designs of that. Somebody else showed me a different design. So yeah, there's a lot of potential there with P2SH, with smart contracts.
Right.
Word. Yeah, that's exciting stuff.
Once these contracts go over like really, really large values, don't you like run into problems where miners might try doing something nefarious? No?
There's not much they can do. They have to have signatures. If they don't have the signatures, they can't really do anything with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Or at least
I mean,
if they did, like, and all in 50, it would be a 50, like, it would be by a more objective metric, a 51% attack, as opposed to just them doing something screwy.
Yeah, they'd be able to block it. That's about it.
Yeah, just by not including it in a block.
Yeah.
Well, in the most extreme case, they can contemplate something like what Binance wanted at one point, right? If something they don't like, they can roll back a few thousand blocks. Yeah. But that is extremely unlikely.
But sure, nice. We've seen a couple of websites pop up that were trying to kind of like be like Patreon and Kickstarter, but all of them kind of failed. So it's really nice to see. Hopefully, something that is going to stick around for a while and that actually works.
I guess Patreon was a scam, and then Bitbacker kind of fell apart. I think just because the guy didn't have time to work on it, which is too bad. I mean, I was on Bitbacker and like had like 2 patrons and. I was like using it to quote unquote fund my YouTube channel, and it's a real shame. And they've been acquired by Float.app, which I don't know if people have kept up with, but basically, you know, they're trying to basically be a social network with money stuff. They're basically just like, what if we were a social network but gave you the option to do anything you wanted with money? So stuff like, you know, regular contributions, Patreon like support, but also Kickstarter like stuff, and just sending money between users. I haven't looked into it much, and I don't really care about it that much because I don't want another social media platform. But maybe they'll pull through and end up with something that's as good as at what Patreon does, you know, as Patreon is.
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to clarify that Flipstarter, just looking at its name, you can kind of tell that Flipstarter is a very different thing from say Patreon. For competitors to Patreon, we actually already have 2 very excellent plugins for Electron Cash that I want to show here. One of them is, of course, Linda would know this, Mecenas. That you get someone's address, you can put up some money that would be sent to them incrementally over time. So that is one of them. Or if you don't want to put up all the money up front and you just want to leave Electron Cash open, that is purely peer-to-peer. There is a schedule payment plugin. You can Google schedule payment plugin for Electron Cash and it will show up. So those 2 are actually doing what Patreon does. It's kind of too bad that they don't get the publicity that they deserve. On the other hand, Flipstarter is trying to do is well, the mechanisms are different, but it's doing what Kickstarter is trying to do. People put together money to fund a very specific project with a very specific goal. That's what Flipstarter does. Instead of Patreon, instead of the Patreon style, you like this guy, you give X amount of money to him every month. That's not what Flipstarter really is doing. So yeah, they serve different needs.
Yeah, and Mecenas is great. Like, it's the sort of thing I hope can be worked into, maybe an actual platform. Because like I even did the live stream with Karol Truszkowski about like setting it up, and like it's especially for having to be an Electron Cash plugin, just like Flipstarter, like it's pretty painless. It's surprisingly easy to set up.
Eventually, this stuff will just be built into apps without users even knowing they're using Bitcoin Cash in the background. That's where we're going. And especially with SLP tokens and skins, like you can basically do whatever. Like you can start your own currency by just making a skin for Electron Cash, and you're basically using Bitcoin Cash, but it's just named differently. It works great for branding,
So welcome, Jose.
Hey, thank you for having me. What's up, guys?
What's up, Jose?
Jose.
Happy Halvening, guys.
Happy Halvening.
I had a question for imaginary username. It's great to see you here. But you developed Flipstarter for the purpose to fund a Bitcoin Cash development better, huh?
I initiated Flipstarter, but people who write the majority of the code are Jonathan, Dagor, and a bunch of people. But yeah.
Okay, but I'm wondering, will this really help increase funding for Bitcoin Cash? Because for me, for example, as a donor, I don't care about a certain contracts. Like I give money and I don't expect it back, and I also don't need it to be dependent on others that also donate, whether my money goes through or not. So for me, I don't see the value, but you seem to do. Why?
So for that purpose, so for example, Bitcoin Cash Node and also Electron Cash already have separate donation addresses on the website. That is featured prominently right at the bottom. So thank you, Mark. So that's the first thing. Flipstarter is not taking away from any other contribution options. It only supplements, and it supplements in a very specific assurance contract way, because it solves a problem where a coordination problem, where some people might think that in order to get this goal, I might rush ahead myself, and then if other people don't contribute, then that goal is not going to get reached. If that goal is not going to get reached, then my money just goes down the drain. My money just goes down the drain, and it doesn't do something that I want to, but that money is gone anyway. So it's used to solve this coordination problem of a bunch of people wanting a similar goal that is bigger than any of them. But if in your case, you feel like contributing independent of anyone else, and then very simple donation addresses are there, and they've been a thing since Bitcoin was the thing. So yeah, thank you.
I feel like donating for specific features might have a lot more pull versus just arbitrary donation, because people like to see their money going towards something that they're personally interested in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked the question also on Reddit, and there was F-Trader replied that he would prefer I use the other platform, Flipstarter, as he likes to see that get started. But for me, that would be a couple of hours basically studying how that works, and I don't get value at it, but I would be willing to do it if it really pushes, helps to build a platform and see that take off. But yeah, it's so unuser friendly that I don't see much hope for it.
It could be. It can be improved. Different people have different thoughts on it. Different people have different thoughts on it, and you know, and yeah, I understand, and I'm sure people were. I'm sure other people on the Flipstarter team understands too. So yeah, if people don't like it, they are definitely not forced to use it, and it will be improved in the future. Ultimate goal, of course, is to achieve assurance contract on the website, where you click a button and you're just given a P2SH address and you pay to it. And if the goal is not met, then that address pays back to you, magically refunds back to you. So that is the ultimate magic solution. And we already have a design for it, but that is going to take a lot more work. That is definitely not something that is doable in a week or something like that. So yeah, this is what we got in terms of assurance contracts for now, and I think it's already an improvement, but I know that people still don't think it's user friendly enough. I understand.
Yeah, in any case, thank you for. So you also helped writing this fundraiser then, and yeah, thanks so much, Chef, for all your great work.
Co-wrote. Free trader, and I we forgone a lot of sleep doing this in real time with each other, and yeah, I'm glad people liked it, and we try to be as down to earth and as realistic as possible, because we feel that there's it's been there since the beginning. A lot of people just really feel like you gotta hype things a lot to survive, and you gotta give very big goals, and then project something very far in the future, and then give very big items that upon second thought, what is this and why is this? We want to address immediate concerns that people can use, and so yeah, that's what we came up with, and we try to be as honest as possible. Hope people like it.
Hey Stefan, how's it going? Welcome.
No, we're stealing participants from other shows, apparently.
Hey, they're about wrapped up. I think I don't know. I think they wrap up an hour. So, not trying to fight it. Might as well have more live streams, the better. And so, John said before, guys, how are we as BCH gangsters gonna break out of the crypto bubble and reach mainstream normie no coiners moving forward? Anybody? How do we break out of the crypto bubble? Yes.
Yes.
Just yes.
Affirmative.
Let's do that.
I mean, solve the volatility problem is probably the number one thing. So there's a lot of approaches, right? Stable coins is one. A lot of people want something like DAI, but that's really far off for BCH. It doesn't really fit necessarily the model of the way BCH works, at least not right now. There's also our thing, the company that we just created, and doing the P2P derivatives, which we have framed as a stability solution. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, but I think solving the volatility problem is a huge part of solving adoption and making it attractive. Because I heard in the other live stream, Jose and some guys from Venezuela were talking about it, and even though it's the volatility of the Bolivar is much worse than BCH, even then they still say, well, yeah, but the dollar is more stable than BCH. So I think that's one big part of it.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess so. I'm going to refer to someone else's answer here. I think Jihan did a really good job. So if you want to go and rewatch that answer, it's probably worth it.
Gotcha. Welcome, Mike Komaranski.
You could also argue that the solution to the volatility problem is adoption. So it's like we're trying to get more adoption by fixing the volatility problem, but that may not be the way it ends up going. Obviously, I can't know for sure, but just for the record, like that may be not a non-issue because it's an issue right now, but it may end up being the sort of thing that gets solved when we solve other problems.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
all
that
chicken
crypto-
and egg. It's like chicken and egg all the way down, right? With
Yeah.
Bitcoin. It's just, you gotta just get what you can get at the moment.
I think we're one killer app away from adoption, and that unfortunately applies to every crypto as long as you can scale, right? Obviously, scaling is the number one thing, and that is why I think it's important to add features at the blockchain level to sort of enable these apps that we haven't considered yet and won't. Obviously, anyone with that app in their mind is not going to come on live stream and talk about it, right, until it's ready.
So
our job is to provide the infrastructure for those apps.
So I mean, this is kind of not really protocol or any low level developers concern, but the main feature of a currency, not just a cryptocurrency, is that other people are using it. If you have some form of money, your main there are several concerns, and volatility is a huge one. If volatility is bad, then you're not going to want to hold on it for very long. But in order to use it, your main concern is that other people are using it, other people accept it, other people want to pay you for it. If people want to pay you for it, then you are incentivized to accept it, and vice versa. And so it's been since the beginning that people know that the network effect is what is needed, and this is why BTC has been hobbling along, even though scaling-wise is not doing so great. Even if you have high fees, you go around, as I often tell people, the one very big strength of BTC that you can see every day on Telegram is that even the scammers, they just want BTC. They don't want anything else. That's a testament to how popular it is, and that popularity begets itself. We may have killer apps that can help us with that, but we should not discount the groundwork of people pushing little by little. Little traders out there promoting, adopters. Pushing it to new people, and then people who are just in it and buy things from online shops, and contributing to merchants more willing to retain it. All those people, I think they matter, and they matter a lot more than most people in crypto give them credit for.
Yeah, I do hope that that's the case, and I can't know for sure, but I'm inclined to agree that that will end up making a bigger difference. And I would love to see, it's almost like we focus more on brick and mortar stuff when arguably it's even better suited for online payments. I mean, it's electronic currency obviously, but one thing that I've taken to doing, which is a little time consuming but I don't do it that often. Of course, it depends on how frugal you are and how often you buy things. But if I'm ever about to make like a purchase that I've thought about for a while, it's like, okay, I do definitely want to buy this thing. Like step one is send an email to like the most obvious place to buy it saying, hey, do you accept Bitcoin Cash? Or do you accept Bitcoin Cash yet? Or, hey, why in the world don't you accept Bitcoin Cash yet? However you want to say it. And then if they're not about it, then I find every single reseller. I email them. And like, so far I've done that twice, but I've like gotten relatively far with at least one of them who was like, I'm now in an email conversation with about how to go about setting up, BitPay on their website, and they may end up not doing it. And I haven't heard from them in like 2 weeks. But for the record, just doing that, you can get pretty far. You can make like that little bit of a difference that if everybody were doing this, would maybe increase adoption to a noticeable difference when it comes to the big metrics we want, like stability and people actually holding onto the currency and all that.
One of the cool things that has happened because of coronavirus is that blockchain.poker is finally starting to see a lot of players play on there every day. There's more people using BCH on there now than BTC.
By far.
It's, it's growth. That's what it is. It's small, but it's growth.
Yeah, blockchain.poker is freaking blowing up. They had to like upgrade their servers like every other day. Like it's insane.
I'm not really that much in favor of gambling, but it's just really nice to see because it's just such an enormous use case for gambling because like it's a real cash game, right? You can send your money there and you can be playing within like 5 seconds, and you just need one block to be able to withdraw your money. So it's awesome for poker players, right? It's just awesome.
I just think that adoption comes right by making paying with Bitcoin Cash more convenient than using other payment methods. And I have said that the adoption will come right after we start paying or letting people earn cryptocurrency or getting waged in cryptocurrency, because even if some things are cheaper and you can buy it with cryptocurrency or Bitcoin Cash cheaper, people will always get the more convenient payment.
I have a very bad connection with you, Linzert.
For the and the volatility of the currency.
What would be kind of cool is if you have like a rich Bitcoin guy that kind of starts a factory. It doesn't matter what they produce there, and he makes sure that all the stores and everything around his factory only take Bitcoin Cash, and he only pays his people in Bitcoin Cash. So then they get paid, they use his stores, and then you have, it's kind of like, it is kind of faking it to just stimulate that loop starting to go where people get their wages in Bitcoin Cash and then directly use it to buy stuff with.
Yeah, I think that's more.
Well, I think.
Good.
I think the the current problem with getting people accepted is the volatility, but that volatility will tend to sort itself out as you end up having more economic mass behind it. Because more economic mass just makes it more difficult to move the price around, and I think one way to kind of accelerate that process is creating maybe small sort of ecosystems of just kind of closed loop as much as possible. I kind of like what's happening in Townsville just on that. So Australia represent.
I think what Linzer said was a very good point. And because the turning point will be when stores start paying their wages and their salaries to their workers in Bitcoin Cash. And that... Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, and that will be the turning point. But for that to happen, there has to be stores that know what Bitcoin Cash is, that know what Bitcoin is, and accept it. And there needs to be that part of us our work to do the adoption, to do the onboarding, to do the teaching and education for them. The stores know what Bitcoin is, and then after they feel confident with Bitcoin, they start paying their wages, and their workers absolutely have to agree with it. And I think it's like the gift card business, the gift card world. There are many gift cards of different companies, and many people receive them from gifts from their family members or their friends from sites that they don't even use. So in the same way, people can receive some payments on gift in Bitcoin. They may not really be excited about it, but they will keep it and they will save it, and maybe they will exchange it and they will use it. So having that bridge of people receiving the Bitcoin Cash in this way will be a big plus to a full adoption. And for example, many people will not put their own money, they not change their own savings to buy Bitcoin Cash. They will not sign up to a site to exchange it to buy Bitcoin. But if they receive it from their job or from a gift or from a friend, they will absolutely keep it. Just like people receive some gift card of some store that they use, but they still go to the store to be able to buy from it because they have the gift card already. So having that bridge, having that adoption phase by merchants will be, I think, the first step for them to feel confident to start paying wages in Bitcoin Cash.
One of the challenges I'm seeing in my own community here is that I know a couple of places they had Bitcoin ATM machines, and then the owners were like, you know what? I'm primarily seeing drug dealers and pimps use that Bitcoin ATM machine, and I don't want those people in my store, so they got rid of the machine. That is an issue that we need to start working towards, because this is what is happening in the world. We have this really good working bridge between illegal and legal money. It's called cash money. It's coins and bills. It works perfectly. Everybody in the world uses it if they need this bridge between legal and illegal money. And that is shifting towards using cryptocurrency for that because it works so much better than if you need that bridge. And so it is just true that a lot of criminals are using Bitcoin, and society figures that out, and then it is something that scares them away from it. So that's something we have to work on.
Right. My dad was just telling me that he watched yesterday a TV show, a police TV show yesterday, and one of the episodes, the theme of the episode was of somebody getting kidnapped, and then the kidnappers asking Bitcoin for the ransom. So he was telling me today that, hey man, I watched that TV show yesterday. I mentioned that Bitcoin thing that you use a lot.
Yeah,
and they will use it as a ransom.
Yeah, Bitcoin in media is always like, oh, we got to go on the dark net and make sure we buy some Bitcoin. That's like, oh.
The good thing is that Bitcoin is the one that has this negative image to it, and nobody knows about Bitcoin Cash, so there might be an advantage for us there. We might have to go by Bcash again just to get the word Bitcoin out of it.
We have to see Bitcoin Cash on TV then.
Yeah.
And when that happens, then we will have a leg up.
Yeah, we just need to have a popular TV show on Netflix that just uses Bitcoin Cash as an element within whatever they're doing without focusing attention on it, just to normalize the use of it.
Yeah, what we need is just for a really popular show to be like, oh, pay me in Bitcoin, and they'll be like, you mean the green one? He'll be like, yeah, the green one, and that'll be it. That's all we need.
No, the BTC one that doesn't work. You have to use the cash one.
We just need the Queen of England to get coronavirus because she went to an ATM machine and she got a cash bill out of there. That'll do it. That's horrible. I should not have said that.
What's up, Mike?
I always like the idea of interrupting like an export flow. So, you have money coming into a country, right? Goods exporting out. So you go there and say, hey, I will interrupt that flow of money going in and replace it with Bitcoin Cash, right? And then do what Kane is saying and go to local stores near that factory that's exporting, and so then it allows you to flow like crypto into a country that may be having a lot of fiat issues.
And the loop, if we want to go towards a world where there's more electric stuff and less oil and gas, if we can get any electricity company to directly sell their electricity to a miner for Bitcoin Cash, if first in like a dollar value, but eventually directly priced in Bitcoin Cash, you'll get a loop going that stabilizes it as a currency, and eventually you'll have a linkage between how much resources you need for a certain amount of electricity and what the value of Bitcoin Cash is on the market. If we can get that loop going anywhere,
I think we are very far away from having prices in Bitcoin. Very far away. I think there's so many misconceptions and many people don't know what Bitcoin really is. I have merchants here in Venezuela telling me that, hey, I don't use that Bitcoin because I've never seen a Bitcoin bank, you know, or I haven't opened a bank account in the Bitcoin bank yet. Or they believe that because the government of Venezuela created the petro, they believe that all cryptocurrencies are government bank, and they say that Bitcoin thing, what government created it? The U.S. because I don't support the government of Venezuela. I don't like the petro thing, or I don't like the U.S. So there's so many misconceptions. There has to be a lot of education still, and the moment when people just see as an alternative, just like when credit cards started and people went to the stores and say, hey, MasterCard and Visa accepted here, and that same thing needs to happen with Bitcoin. When people start saying, hey, Bitcoin accepted here, they're going to see that this is not something niche, this is not something only for criminals, but that is something huge. It's an alternative for payments, and that will be the turning point.
Yes, I can't stay on, but I just like to say nice to see you, John, from Emergent Reasons, and also I love the Bitcoin Cash community because you guys are really focused on also using the coin, and as Imaginary Username said, like that's really going to make the difference of investors that own the coin also insisting on using it, and little by little gaining adoption everywhere we can. And I think focusing on online shops, we do way too little. Brick and mortar is really not our future, I believe. We really have to start focusing as a group on getting online shops and start to shop together with these online shops. But I think on the Halvening Day of today, we have something to really celebrate, and that we survived a really bad path. Because the point of Bitcoin Cash is that inflation goes down over time, and that whatever value we create, that we keep for ourselves, and that nobody can leech from the system and take away the value that we create, as happens in fiat all the time. And in many cryptocurrencies happens also. So I think we really have been as a community showing our idealistic motivations by standing strong against people wanting to change the basic economic system of Bitcoin Cash. And so, I was great to see, and it really made me invest a lot more in Bitcoin Cash. And I hope to see all of you guys in the future again.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Thanks for joining, and
Cheers.
Thank you for your contributions to the ecosystem.
What you need to do is get everyone to wear one of these.
Ooh, is that a BCH Gang shirt or just Bitcoin Cash?
Yeah, it's a BCH Gang shirt.
One of the new green ones.
Yeah, I do need a BCH Gang shirt for sure.
Oh, I remember that shirt.
There we go.
Nice.
I forget who was sending them around, but I ended up with just bumper stickers, and so these are all I have. Those so my computer is covered in them, my car is covered in them. I should just stick it on my forehead.
The Bitcoin.com ones.
A human billboard.
These are just Bitcoin Cash ones.
Heck yeah.
I like talking.
I always thought it'd be nice to have.
I like talking to Kieran because his audio and video quality, it's like talking directly to a documentary or something.
I can jump on my other tablet and give you a tour of my setup.
That's really, really quality. We all have something to aspire
I need a good DSLR. I have a decent mic and a decent setup, but I'm still in webcam territory. Of course, right now I'm on my phone.
Yeah. And Colin,
one thing.
Colin's got coronavirus, by the way.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah.
Hey guys, John Moriarty, are you in some sort of mountain lodging?
Yeah, dude.
See a chimney.
Do you want to see the right way to do quarantine.
Yeah, show us.
This is I can't see my own screen, but this is the way to do quarantine.
Nice.
Badass.
It's a nice day too.
Beautiful.
And I'd probably spend it all day inside if my dog didn't bug me to get outside. So
I'm doing the wrong way of doing quarantine. I have a board game, but now I don't have any friends to play it with anymore.
No shit.
Just set up
Get
cameras.
tabletop simulator, right?
Yeah, there you go.
I know. I'm trying to get people interested in that, but they're like, no, just leave me alone.
Yeah.
The online Catan is quite well.
Yeah,
My
Catan
quarantine
online
is-
seems like it would be. It's got to be bumping right now.
Everything online.
Yeah.
My quarantine consists of having access to a Twitter account, a Reddit account, a Telegram account, and an internet connection.
Sounds about
What
right.
else you need, right?
Yeah, what else do you need?
Well, I mean, I guess I have a my development tools as well, but
If the internet would
That's
go
secondary.
down, if the internet would go down right now for just a couple of days, what would happen in the Western world?
Then we would have riots.
But how could we organize those?
Yeah, good point.
Anyway, hello everybody. I joined the stream. Hey, Mike.
Hey,
Wait,
Mike.
who's talking?
Hey,
Another
Mike.
Hey.
What's up?
Nice to see you all.
He's got the rare blue Bitcoin Cash shirt on.
Yeah, this shirt came from Hong Kong at a mining meeting. Some people in here might have one.
I don't.
Actually, like
I'm wearing
it's like a turquoisey Ubuntu font. This is actually where the Coinspice logo was sort of inspired by. Really simple.
Ubuntu.
Anyway,
That's great. I'm wearing the
see you
EBC shirt.
I see you have the Comar
there's also
the Moriarty bird look.
yeah. There's also this swag.
Oh, very
This
rare.
is-
That's pretty cool. I like
Forever.
This was from also, I believe, BCH in Hong Kong. There's a conference from BitCon.
it. Is there an open
I think
bazaar
that
page
Bitcoin
that
is,
sells like everything?
I think that Bitcoin is a Chinese group, yeah, in
Yeah.
a Chinese mining group in.
BitCon. Yeah.
I think we need an Ask Me About shirt.
Ask me about Bitcoin Cash. That's a good idea.
Yeah, literally. Just paste it right on your chest and then, have some obviously on your wallet, right?
That's a good idea, yeah.
Introduce people, right?
Scan me,
Don't
bro.
wear it if you don't want to get accosted by random strangers.
I did wear a Bitcoin Cash shirt once.
Wearable QR codes should be.
I wore a Bitcoin Cash shirt once, and somebody.
I mean, I could go to the closet and
Bcash.
do a Bitcoin Cash swag fashion show, but that might be boring.
Well, I just want to tell this quick story about this shirt because it's an awesome shirt, and I got it for giving to the Bitcoin Cash Fund. And then I was trying to explain to somebody like, oh, it's like Bitcoin, and they focus on adoption. And then we had a whole conversation that I didn't really get why they weren't getting it. And then I realized they thought I meant like adoption, like children, like going to homes. I was like, oh no, children, they're not involved. Well, they could be involved. They could be involved if they want to.
Okay, speaking of wearable QR codes, this worked a lot better when I had a larger screen on my wrist. But
Very nice.
how close can I get it to focus? Apparently not very close, but there.
Kane has a rock.
No, actually,
It's a great glowing blob you have there.
Yeah. Well, it usually tells the time, but
it has nothing to do with Bitcoin Cash, but I'm just gonna pretend it does. Just figure out who this is or something.
Is that John Lennon?
No, I think it's supposed to be Frodo from Lord of the Rings, but it
If
could be
we're
Roger
talking about
Ver.
watches, and Bitcoin Cash, then
Yeah, let's all just show our gadgets and swag
No,
and stuff.
no. I've got to remind you guys that ismichaelmoranskydead.com is powered by this and the Bitcoin Cash blockchain. So if you want to find out whether or not I'm dead, and you know how to query the blockchain, you can look at see if I have heartbeats. If my watch has heartbeats, it sends it to a server, and the server says, "Okay, I've received 100 heartbeats. Let's send a Bitcoin Cash transaction."
How many?
So when we fork, then suddenly you're alive 2 times at the same time, or how does that work?
What you just described, Mike, is very unscientific because what you just described is just as long as that's connected to something with a heartbeat, right?
Oh, that's very clever of you. Yes, I've been. Many people have pointed it out. Like, well, you could put it on somebody else.
DNA, cross-reference every second.
Need a needle.
Well, for the moment, you're just going to have to require a little bit of trust that I'm wearing the watch.
Got it.
But yeah, I've sent.
And then you need to take your DNA and hash it, and then commit
I've
it.
sent 175,000 transactions to let everyone know that I'm still alive. And,
all right, I think I've.
Can we tell if you're having sex by just looking at the frequency of the heartbeat, or what?
You could guess.
You could guess. You mean you don't send a specific transaction in those situations?
No, but it does require Bluetooth. So if I'm like away from my phone or like I'm running around, I could have a very I may appear dead to you.
All right, I've solved the issue of the blob. My camera is now on manual focus, and I have turned the exposure way down.
Oh, nice.
So there we go. There's my
QR code.
There's my PCH QR code.
Now you've got frequency issues.
Hang on. I'm gonna take a screenshot and then I'll try to send it. Wait, hold it up. I can't see it.
All right.
Why have you kidnapped in your name and are holding it in a dark room?
Give me one moment.
I'm fine.
This is the original.
Oh, nice. Very rare.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jonald, how's it going?
Hey, Jonald.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
I was going to show a bunch of Bitcoin Cash t-shirts. That's boring. I'll just show you the best Bitcoin shirt there is.
Greg Ibarra.
Greg did not.
All right.
One good
I
old
have
one
to
Greg. Is he still active? He's kind of silent nowadays, isn't he?
Well, there was the whole not part of Blockstream anymore, but that was like a year ago.
Then he went missing, and then he was found, and then, well, who knows?
He spends 4 to 8 hours a day researching Craig Wright.
Oh, Jonald, what's up?
Yeah.
So
That's
the
2 hours per hour.
Wikipedia community can be grateful to us that we saved them from this guy.
Greg Ibarra.
There it is, Karen.
We're having turbo blocks right now. We had one 16 minutes ago,
I have
then 8, then 5, then 4, then 4, then 3, then 2 minutes ago. So, Halvening don't stop the miners, I guess. And they're
So how
there's the whole thing about
hash rate drop off?
Up the champagne.
all right, Colin. Yeah. I think I've solved the flickering issue for the most part.
Oh,
and zoom the camera in.
Look at that.
There we go.
There's a QR code for you.
There we go.
All right, let me keep it up there for 1 second. Let me send some.
So what happened with
Hey, put
this?
back
What happened with this Charlie Lee bet? Did he ever pay up?
Oh, I got it.
Well, I don't know if there was.
Probably
Was there anything to actually pay up, or was it just a bet? Or even it may have even just been Roger
It's
being
a flicker.
I thought it was something like he
I
had to
sent
wear
10
like
cents.
a he had to wear.
Oh, that is. It was a shirt thing. You're absolutely right.
Hold on, let's see. Let's see if we
Charlie-
can scan your. I want to see if my app can scan from. The...
I did. I sent 10 cents.
I did.
Mind those blocks. Brr.
Yeah. No, the whole thing. What you do is you strap an Android smartwatch to your wrist, and then
I did not think you were going to say wrist.
Where else
Hey,
would you
stop moving it.
Where
There we
else
go,
would
yeah,
you put a smartwatch?
Man,
Where
I
else
was
would you
not
put
sure
a
what was
smartwatch?
coming, but I tell you what.
All right, I gotta go set my camera back to normal now.
Now you know why he actually turned the lights off.
Yeah.
So how?
Oh, okay. My first $1 million will be made selling sex toys that vibrate when they receive Bitcoin Cash transactions.
That's been one of my ideas for years, bro. Catch up.
Yeah, well,
Any prototypes?
I'm just gonna go ahead and then invent a time machine and go back in time and come up with it before you. So
Yeah, no, that blends the wearable QR codes and I mean, give people what they want, right? What comprises the majority of the internet? You know, in terms of digital transactions, a lot of them going on service sites.
for sure. So many like.
Not that I condone such
webcam-
activity, but
Okay,
I actively
many,
condone the fuck out of it. Pardon my French.
how much Bitcoin Cash for the first orgasm?
You'd have to figure it
that's
out.
it's up to the provider.
Yeah. Jesus.
No, but seriously, I mean, you have to do things better. Can't just like be novel. So there's already a use case for sending very quick transactions for cheap. Except they're not that cheap because you have to like load your account with your credit card and make sure.
Usually you have to convert to the site's coins or whatever they are.
And then what do? They have to cash out their XYZ bucks into something else. If you had a portal or something with, your earnings and then links to off ramps, purse, elsewhere, and this doesn't just, of course, go for illicit sites, any sort of Patreon type thing. It's all about the on and off ramp, right? So it's one thing to be like, they should use Bitcoin. It's like, well, but then what do they do when they get the Bitcoin? And I'm not suggesting just link to an exchange where they can sell it. I'm talking about services where they can keep it in loop. Because again, I personally believe merchant adoption is way downstream. People say chicken or egg, but I believe merchant adoption, in my experience, working in this space directly with people for the last 4 or 5 years, that merchants, imagine I say this all the time, people have heard it before, but imagine every merchant in your state or city just like accepts Bitcoin. Okay, does that mean all your neighbors are just like going to go out and buy it? No, they have credit cards. They have all their other things. Merchants don't adopt things people aren't asking for. So now imagine if everyone in your town went to the local bar or wherever else and said, hey, you guys accept Bitcoin Cash yet? They'd be like, I don't know what the hell that is, but I want to accept it now. So, you get people interested in for whatever reason to acquire it, preferably earn it, and they're going to be every merchant in town lining up to accept it. Obviously, there's a few other steps in between, like you're going to need incentivized salespeople. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I live in Atlanta, which is the capital of the payments industry in the United States. And there are people who make 6 figures and get bonuses, and all they do is walk around to merchants and say, hey, please use this POS. Oh, what's your current POS? We'll double the savings you get, and we'll give you this perk. And, those people are incentivized to hustle. And, the idea that we can just expect people to watch a few videos on YouTube and change their fundamental understanding of how they transact in the world is, I don't know, it's lacking. So, incentivizing people to earn and pay people is really, for me, the way you get to merchant adoption, because, again, if people have it and are willing to let it flow, then people are going to gladly accept it. You can't expect a merchant to be the one convincing consumers to spend.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm like totally on board, but I definitely see your side of things. And the reason I'm making that qualification is because I'm about to make like something that's sort of a counter, but I actually don't think it like totally counters your argument. It's just something to consider. the fact that it's cheaper means that they can offer a discount, and it won't be much. But if merchants realize that they can save 3%, which could have a much bigger than 3% effect on their actual profits.
Sorry, there's a knock at my door.
Knock, knock. Who is it? Coronavirus. But yeah, I could at least see some potential for like merchant side things, because like if they save 3% and their margins are 0.1%, then they've just 30x'd their profit. So like 30x profit could like hypothetically get things to start being pushed from the merchant side.
Sure. So to that, and first of all, I don't discount any people pushing merchant adoption. It's great. So to that point though, it's like, so first of all, my experience, I used to work at Mycelium before I worked at Bitcoin.com on this full time for years. We were working on an app called Swish. Don't even get me started about that name. That's the name of a Swedish payment company, fiat payment service. It's like the Venmo of Sweden that everyone uses. Anyway, we were literally going around door to door, like talking to, and this was in San Francisco too, like tech bro capital, where everyone's trying to be hip and have the coolest gadgets and payment offerings. This wasn't, some no-name place, and no one wanted it because, first of all, what it is you would walk into a restaurant, you'd have a QR code on the table, you'd scan the QR code on your phone, a menu would appear, you could select what you wanted, pay in Bitcoin, the merchant would get a notification, the kitchen would get a burr and start making your hamburger, and they'd bring it out to you all without a waiter. There's all these benefits, like efficiencies. But the fact is, operations, and I've also worked in the food and beverage industry, long ago when I was a normie, and managed bartenders and stuff like that. And the overhead to train your staff on new payment stuff is intense. And every time you hire someone new, not only do you have to teach them about how your restaurant works, you have to also introduce them to this esoteric internet money that uses this separate POS that only 1 out of 100 people are going to use. So there's a huge overhead, and the 3% you save on credit cards or whatever is offset, in my experience, by just people want convenience. People will pay 10% extra. Well, look at Amazon Prime. It's $100. You don't need that. Why can't you wait 5 days for your package? People will pay for convenience, especially in the first world. That's the name of the game. So I'm not really countering you. I'm just saying, in my experience, we discount the burden that merchants incur when trying to push a new thing. Like food and bev, restaurants want to sell goods. They're not trying to indoctrinate people, or not use that word indoctrinate. They're not trying to change people's habits and spending. They just want to receive money and trade. You to expect them to be like, we're saving 3% and passing on those savings to the customers. You ever been in a bar at Friday night at midnight and there's 100 people and you're pushing your way to get to the bar, and it's like people want convenience, and they were accepting Bitcoin if there was a simple way and there was no need to explain what's going on at time of the transaction. And the only way you do that is by having. Sorry?
Well, I just wanted to say Mark brought up some good points that the brick and mortar shops should be a focus in a later stage, and just the online payments should be our focus. And I think that one of the things we should also focus towards is just having a decent stable coin on BCH. So at least for a lot of people, the volatility will kind of go away, which will make it easier for merchants to start accepting it. Plus, also, we have some people working on this postage protocol where you could potentially use a stable coin without anybody actually knowing they're using Bitcoin Cash, because you would somebody else would be able to pay the fees on that, or you would be able to pay the fees in the stable coin. So then the whole Bitcoin Cash layer becomes invisible, and then you can just whoever finds the best marketing for one area can just go there and start convincing everybody to start using it without anybody even knowing they're using Bitcoin Cash, right?
Well,
and you just have to be within the legal framework of a country. You have to make sure that like you're not like if this is a stable coin and you have actually US dollar supplies in this stable coin and you're not defrauding anybody there, then you could have it within a legal framework.
Well, soon you can stabilize even without a stable coin. So yeah, the white paper is out and we're working hard on that.
I gotta go and.
I think that Mike is right, and an example
Wait, hold on,
of
Kieran,
what Mike.
hold on. Let Kieran sign off, please.
Yeah, I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. I gotta go and get myself a coffee and stuff like that to keep myself awake.
Sounds nice. Bring me one.
Hi, Kieran.
All right, go, Lindsay.
I think that Mike is right, and an example of what Mike has said is Purse.io. Why more people? Why ain't more people using Purse.io if it's offering discounts on Amazon products because of the hassle that is change fiat into cryptocurrency to go to buy a product that you can buy without any hassle.
Well,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
even if there was whatever a one button conversion, you know, and this is going to sound like a BTC talking point, it's not, but like 10 years ago it was a lot more difficult to make digital payments. It's not now. So why would I like spend time and a little bit of money in fees, like changing my paycheck into BCH to shop on Amazon, maybe to save 5 or 10%. But again, as I posited before, people value convenience over a few percent.
I don't understand. Like,
so,
did you hear?
I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. I want to understand how, because previously on the other live stream, Hayden was sharing everything that they've been doing in Townsville, and I want to understand does he have the right strategy to like onboard and change an economy locally. I was asking about what's the current fiat situation in Townsville to understand like how are they selling this? Like how is it possible that all these merchants and companies are switching to BCH? Can you hear me?
A little bit, yeah. Turn up a little bit. That's good.
So it's just to understand like what's the difference? Should we copy like the Townsville model basically? Or is every local community, every country basically having their own hurdles with fiat, and that's what we should focus on? And so each country has a different approach to onboarding merchants or users?
Well, to finish my point and also to answer that question, I was going to say, yeah, why would I go transfer? Like, I just got paid. I want a coffee. Why would I go trade my fiat for BCH to buy coffee? Well, what if you earned that BCH? So this is for me, again, merchant down being upstream or merchants being downstream user adoption. And maybe it's a little premature to imagine, a lot of people getting paid in BCH, but personally, having lived this life for 4 or 5 years, receiving compensation almost exclusively in cryptocurrency, I don't deal with those problems of on and off ramping because I earn it and spend it, just like most people earn dollars and spend dollars. So I feel like that is the model, and that is the sort of model that can scale globally, because what's the same in every job in every country? Someone pays someone else and they take that money and buy stuff. That's the same everywhere. So earning potential, if you hire contractors to do a design for your website, make sure you pay them in Bitcoin Cash. If you even if you do sort of contract work in your house and have your bathroom remodeled, talk to that guy and be like, hey bro, what if I paid you right now with this thing, and you could then you shop on Amazon? Oh well, you can shop on Amazon right now and save 15%. And I think for me, I don't have any tactics to do this, but the strategy is literally removing the middleman. Why are we still trying to figure out how to get people to trade their dollars for BCH. I'd rather just figure out how to not have to do that thing and just sort of get more earners. For me, that's the killer app is earning.
So let me speak on Townsville. So how Townsville works is they basically have, I mean, it's great what they're doing there, but they basically have somebody who is funding the whole thing, and they hire people to go out and do the merchant adoption, and these people also get paid in Bitcoin Cash. And so what they do is they go out and spread merchant adoption, get paid in Bitcoin Cash. So basically you need like a rich benefactor to simulate, to replicate this, and like hire a team to do this. So it's not super sustainable, but it works. But you just kind of need that benefactor to do that. So
I have hired people in poor countries a little bit here and there, experimenting, Pakistan, India, Algeria, Morocco. And a lot of times what happens is the people there, they convert their Bitcoin Cash through whatever cryptocurrency until they get Dogecoin. And that's then in some countries the one that they can get their local currency for the easiest. So they do that to get their local currency for, and then they buy their food or whatever they want to buy with it.
I think we need to cover as many bases as possible. Have a focus on merchant adoption and user adoption. Because, Mike, I agree with you. Having merchants pay their workers in Bitcoin Cash will be huge. But I think that's a little far off, because merchants, businesses pay in whatever currency they receive. So a company that earns dollars, they will pay their workers in dollars. So I think a company needs to be able to at least know what Bitcoin is, needs to know the alternative of Bitcoin, and then choose them to pay them with Bitcoin Cash, or whether the money they receive from dollars or any other currency, they can exchange it to Bitcoin and decide to pay with Bitcoin, or earn directly also from users with Bitcoin. So I think both sides are necessary, and having that part, I think the focus on the business side is correct. I think having the businesses paying their workers in Bitcoin Cash will be huge. I agree with that.
Well, this is also, again, the need for this is where we get into talking about specifics like software. What kind of software would help a business do this? I know there are companies that pay people with cryptocurrency. Most of those actually earn cryptocurrency, so it's easier for them to pay their workers with it. There are also some other ideologically aligned businesses who earn, fiat and maybe some crypto, but they end up paying their workers with only crypto. So how do they do it? They have to buy, probably on an exchange or something. So I have always wanted, again, I used to work on the wallet at Bitcoin.com, and I saw the horror that our company had to do with payroll every month, sending out BCH transactions and BTC before that to 10 to 20 to 50 to 100 people, and that took days of emails. Is this your correct address? Yes, it is. Okay, verifying. Is this your address? Yes, sending. So some sort of accounting suite similar to like QuickBooks plus some sort of API that connects to an exchange. We don't have these sort of infrastructure tools, not infrastructure, enterprise wallets now tend to be person-to-person focused. We don't have a lot of sort of one-to-many with like an accounting backlog system that has a port to easily buy large quantities, perhaps at a discount. If your payroll is $3 million and you're buying $3 million of crypto every month to pay to your employees, one would imagine there are economies of scale that could be achieved. So I just feel like, while I don't think merchant adoption is a bad thing to focus on, I definitely don't think it's a chicken or egg and it's like one or the other. I feel like there's definitely a lot of steps that could be taken on the sort of trickle down side that just haven't even been explored. I'd like to see more sort of enterprise company finance controller wallets available. That would be for
I think
premature, but we need that in place.
I think it also depends on the country. Obviously, for example, let's say BPay. BPay is a great service that many companies use it. You have Ninship, you have all the other companies that use it, but it's impossible to use really for a business here in Venezuela. They don't have that fiat on ramp here in Venezuela or many other countries. So I think it really depends also in what country, in what place is the focus is, and it really depends then what can you do, and maybe the business itself is not the most important focus or the most important key point, but the merchant, the person that manages the money in the company, that can make the decision, okay, I have all this money, what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to pay salaries in fiat, or I'm going to choose to pay in Bitcoin Cash, as you said, because of philosophy reasons or whatever. I think tackling that person too is also important. Because that's the person that can choose to implement the business solution or the alternative that you're talking about.
Yep.
And
also off-ramps.
What happened to Broccoli Cash?
That one.
Broccoli, yeah. So Broccoli was a sort of that was the San Francisco hackathon. Me and a couple of guys. Let's see, that was Corentin Mercier, Corbin. Like that was an awesome team and a couple of guys. That was a way to do kind of what I was describing. What happened to it? I mean, everybody has day jobs, and it sort of fizzled and never really fell apart. I stopped managing it. I don't know, the typical lack of funding, perhaps, and lack of time and lack of demand. But the proof of concept is there. I mean, it was very simple. It was just you sent BCH to an address. The back end had fields for sort of your employees' addresses, and like the manager or whatever could be like, pay $100 to this address. And I'd have, this guy earns $10, this guy earns $5, this guy earns $7, and then they would all receive a payment to them. The proof of concept is there. What really is lacking is sort of the sort of QuickBooks features where these companies, because a lot of people would say, oh, I'd love to do Bitcoin payroll, but like I don't want to do the bookkeeping there. That's a nightmare. So that's what's really lacking, and what would really make it an investable sort of for-profit sort of enterprise is like having because you can't just do like payroll. There are billion-dollar companies that are payroll services. What you need is all that back-end accounting sort of stuff that is exportable to the IRS and everything else. And that would require people with skill sets beyond my reach. So proof of concept is there, and it's the sort of thing that could definitely be worked on in the future. If anyone's interested, please feel free to get in touch with me.
There you go. Broccoli
a lot of people liked it. I think we got second place behind Yenem.
Yeah. Yenem has disappeared since.
Yeah, they have since disappeared.
I have to go as well, but it was nice interacting with you guys as well. I'm becoming less and less active in the Bitcoin Cash community, but I'm doing more work on the background at the moment.
Yeah, nice having you. Thanks, Kane.
Yeah, see you guys. It was fun.
Kane.
Until next time. Bye.
Bye.
So I think we need to focus on what's unique about Bitcoin Cash as a medium for exchange, and that's where the app is going to come from. It makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Back to the old micropayment stuff. Back, before the scaling wars, idea of micropayments was, key in Bitcoin, and people thought that was going to drive a lot of adoption. It seems like, obviously, Bitcoin, no micropayments anymore, but the whole idea of pursuing micropayment types apps has really not translated into the future for some reason. But that's just one aspect that makes Bitcoin Cash a better transfer medium. There are others, and people were talking about the how gambling is going wildfire right now, online gambling, right? And another thing that I've read about is that people have gambler's remorse, right, on ATM machines, and so they sort of dispute the pay, like the withdrawals that they made. So this is another place where Bitcoin Cash, shines in that market, right? There's no gambler's remorse type disputes going on. So I think that's where the focus needs to be, personally. Otherwise, you end up with this chicken and egg situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is kind of interesting how you could argue that micropayments are like one of the only things that Bitcoin, the technology, and Bitcoin Cash can do that like the rest of the system can't really do, at least not profitably.
It's a big one.
And it is kind of curious, like why hasn't it happened? And like my default sort of gut reaction is like, well, who stands to make money from making a platform on which micropayments would be useful? And the answer to that question might right now be nobody.
Yeah, so this is the chart from blockchain.poker about how many hands have been played there. And so it's month by month. Yeah, it's really high. So that's their projected for April is at their March one just absolutely exploded. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. And then so the top one's the total, the green one's BCH, and the
yes,
middle one's BTC, and the bottom one's BSV.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then so yeah, tournaments and then XP. So yeah, pretty nuts. That
yeah, shout out to it's Jake who's been throwing those together, right?
Yeah, I mean it's like so to like throw your own tournament. You just sponsor the prize money, and then you can put your logo on like the table, and it's like there was one tournament that was like a quarter of a BCH, and there was like 130 people that sign up. So it's a lot of people. So it's a pretty good way to advertise, I'd say.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So.
Love what those guys are doing at blockchain.poker. Friends with some of them, and we talk a lot. Not to be the negative Nancy, but again, it's about off ramping. So I'd love to see them develop sort of like, oh, you just want a fat hand, like now what? Shop on Purse.
Yeah.
Go here. Go donate here. I mean, probably not donate. They're poker players. Go do this, or like. You know, there's a lot more than just like you have this, right? Unfortunately, we have to educate people about what it is and what it can be done with it. Because a lot of people just go, "Oh, a poker game, great! I want money," and they just go win. And they're like, "What's this thing? What do I do with it? Oh, I can sell it on Coinbase." And if that is the case, if that's the loop, win poker, winning, sell it on Coinbase. I mean, is that adoption? So again, I hate to take a hardline stance, but since we're having a discussion, might as well.
So Purse.io needs to sponsor a tournament, is what you're saying.
Well, or partner with Blockchain Poker to offer services.
Yeah.
So since I trade Bitcoin Cash locally, I can actually confirm that I've shilled quite a few services to people who don't know what to do with their gambling winnings.
Boom.
So that is something. It's one data point. Do whatever you want with it. People are selling their Bitcoin before and Bitcoin Cash later to me and saying, well, I got it from this gambling website. Okay, I think I was selling to you for some cash. What else can I do with it? You know, and then I would just shill it to them, and then none of them actually know about Purse.io. So that is great.
Thank you.
Yeah, what about like Menu Fee and Gift and these other, places too that have been around for a bit longer?
Right. One way of thinking about it is like, how many hops can we
keys for coins
until the BCH becomes USD again? You want to optimize so that there's the most amount of hops possible, right? So it's like, I won poker money. I buy it on Purse. That guy pays his whatever in BCH, who then pays whatever in BCH, Because right now, I mean, again, being with people on the road, so to speak, of the Shilk Road, as I call it, you give someone $5 BCH at a meetup, and they're like, "What do I do with this?" And if you can go, well, you can go buy a drink right there with it, and they do, and then that guy, the bar owner, who's obviously on board because he hosted an event at his place, pays one of his staff with it, and or shops somewhere that accepts BCH. These are the sort of interactions we have to optimize for, not just like, let's airdrop a bunch of BCH to people because they're just going to go sell it on an exchange.
You could argue that there's inevitably going to be some, like, just some percentage, like, even if you have a mindless airdrop strategy, it might not be like a worthwhile percentage, but there still will be some like percentage of people that look into it further. And so like with blockchain.poker and saying like, okay, if they don't have like anything else built into it to show what to do with it, is it really adoption? Like one potential counter to that is that like it's going to be some percentage adoption because some percentage of people are going to either hang on to it or look into it.
No.
But
I said
yeah,
if they go and immediately sell it, it will not be adoption. So they might keep it and they might do what you're talking about. Absolutely. Just want to clarify. People earning Bitcoin Cash in a certain sense is adoption. I'm talking about those of them for whom there are no hops. It's just like, I get it and I sell the fiat. That's,
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the percentage of people that the stuff is not benefiting us is arguably not adoption, at least by some definition.
It's not the sort of adoption you want to optimize for is all I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Like, especially all of us, anyone who runs a business or pays someone for anything should, really try to figure out ways to pay it forward and demand that those that pay you are paying it forward. That's sort of where I'm at.
Totally unrelated, but Bernie Sanders just dropped out of the race.
Really?
Yep. Biden versus Trump, real exciting. Wonder who's gonna win.
That's surprising. I guess not that surprising.
I thought he would win, but I didn't think we would just give it to him like that. It's like...
Yeah, they're too old.
Who dropped out of the race?
Bernie.
Oh no, I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh Jesus.
But I guess like, who cares? Because in time of crisis like this, no one changed president. You keep what you have. Like no one's gonna change right now. I don't think so.
No.
I guess it'll be interesting to see. I mean, you could have like the negative reaction, but I don't know if it's strong enough.
Yeah, but
yeah, Trump has not been shining in this, this time with his ill-considered tweets, right?
But if anything, that just makes people like it more.
Yeah, let us.
Like, he doesn't care.
Let's not go here.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the Bernie Sanders. I would not want to go there. Anyways, we're still mining blocks fast, so that's fun. It's like
there's the whole thing about how it turns out the current DAA has like a resonant frequency, right? Because of the blocks it looks at when they disappear. If it's at a time when certain new blocks show up, like that will sort of feed back into itself and lead to what we thought was miners gaming the system for a while. Did you all see that?
No. Who wrote it?
Oh man, I don't know. It was just a post to RPTC. But it was basically showing that like if you show the window of like blocks being mined and like how quickly the parts where it ramps up really quickly coincides with certain blocks leaving the window of being considered for like what the current difficulty should be. And so if over like a small period of time a bunch of blocks that were found quickly leave the window of blocks you're looking at, all of a sudden very quickly the difficulty goes down, and then when you find them quickly the difficulty goes back up, and like it requires no gaming actually, like consciously on the miner's part. I'll see if I can find it.
Hey, Kalen.
But if you do game it, you can gain more profit
on the beach.
I'm on the beach. Yeah.
I assume that's the case. I actually don't know for sure. My major takeaway was just that apparently, like the algorithm itself has like a resonant frequency.
Yes. So I originally wrote about its resonant frequency.
Oh, okay, nice.
And discovered how, in the simulations that Kayupichan originally made, I was able to squeeze like 5 or 10% additional profit by, through two different techniques. The one that people are using is mine a bunch of blocks really quickly to drive it, the difficulty up, and then you force the benevolent miners to mine the peak, and as it starts going down, you mine them again, right? and the resonant frequency is, about 100. I think it was about 100, 150 blocks, which coincides with that window of history you're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you need can I talk? How does this work? Can I talk?
Yeah.
Do you need like
significant?
Oh, you can. Okay. Do you need like significantly more hash power than other people to really take advantage of that? Or I mean, is that like, why doesn't just everybody do that, right? Is it the people that have the most hash? They can get into that little window when it's a
Yeah, I mean,
is that what it is?
I forget the numbers that I modeled because I modeled this like before the DAA was chosen, but it was like I think like you could have like 30 to 50% more hash, right? So yeah, you do need a lot, but in this situation where we have miners who are mostly mining Bitcoin, so they have a huge amount.
Right. Yeah, like mega hash.
Additional
They just bring in the
hash.
big guns. Yeah.
We have that. Yeah, they just bring it in briefly, right, and then they take it away to squeeze, to pump the DAA for additional profit. And the problem is that it's really hurting our benevolent miners, right, who are forced to mine at a loss. And you can see that if you look at the data, there'll be long gaps of no block, and then eventually a miner will mine it, presumably at a loss to keep BCH going forwards lately. So it's an issue.
Yeah, it's suboptimal. Yeah, it is. I mean, I've actually worked with a mining pool recently to get a pool started. I was like updating the pool software. There's this old CK pool that was for Bitcoin. I brought it over to Bitcoin Cash, and they threw all this money at this. This was very recent, like 2 weeks ago. And they were going to get the pool started, basically. That's like in the U.S. That was the whole idea, and that was the big problem. Like just the DAA makes it really hard for smaller miners to be profitable. Like if you have huge guns you can bring in, it's when the window is there for you, then you can take all the profit, and then the small miners basically have to sit around and just mine at less profit or at a loss or whatever. It really is a problem. I think it's a huge problem. I think I don't know. Like I feel really adamant about it. So. So yeah, I agree with you completely. Yeah.
And that's on the roadmap for the November upgrade, like at least on the BCH node funding plan, right?
Yeah, if I have anything to say about it, yeah. I hate to commit to things without free trader. It is, yeah.
But it was like that was something that was listed in the funding proposal, wasn't it?
Yes.
Addressing the difficulty adjustment.
Yeah.
So
research, implement, and get consensus among miners and supporters.
Right, but that sounds kind of non-committal. But yeah, I mean, ideally, we'd like to have it out. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I think that when I was reading that, I was like, yeah, that's like the sort of not super exciting thing that should probably be taken care of if we want to be considered like a viable worldwide scalable currency. Don't have like something that everyone's just like, well, we know it's bad, but we haven't fixed it yet.
Right. So the issue is that as sort of the problem is currently stated, it can be considered like a control theory problem, and the fact that you're trying to hit this target, which is match the difficulty with the current hash power, but you don't know the current hash power, right? So there's a lot of theory behind how to solve control theory problems, and the upshot is you can't, right? They're always kind of susceptible to certain problems. And so then you have to ask, but maybe we can solve it using a control theory solution that solves, the problems we have in practice, right? Just like how robots can actually, navigate a space because they're solving sort of the problems that we have in practice. But then we can also sort of conceptualize more radical changes to how the DAA works so that it no longer becomes a control theory problem. But that would be something that I think would be hard for the community to swallow and require a lot more research than just research it and come out with something, we're done, right? It might be a bit of a hard, it'd be very difficult. So the question is, what we switch to is going to be potentially have these unknown exploits that we'll eventually discover because it's part of the class of control theory problems that everyone knows are exploitable, right? So that's
okay.
sort of the core worry about just saying it's going to happen by November is the research may not be there by November.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Or we may need to be contemplating sort of a major change in how the DAA even works. And what I'm talking about there specifically, although I'm sure there are others, is you can say, it's a little bit, Ethereum I think does this to some degree, is the longer the time between the current block and the one you're making right now, you reduce the difficulty, right? That would be one possibility to break control theory. So, you know, if no block has appeared in 2 hours, then, you know, the miners are allowed to mine at a lower difficulty, right? And there are obviously problems with that. The main one is people lying about the clock, right?
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yes, and but now, of course, people can lie about the clock in the current Bitcoin, in Bitcoin Cash, because, you know, difficulty does depend on, you know, the time that's passed, right? So it's not accurate to say that Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash don't, you know, and all these other difficulty algorithms don't rely on clocks, right? They rely on a less precise clock. So now, though, you're talking about,
and they're less
a matter
sensitive,
of,
I guess you could say.
yeah, they're less sensitive to
To
deviations in clock,
yeah,
right? But that is now we're talking about sort of a difference not in kind but in degree, right? And so if one attack, if the difference is just in degree, you can imagine, you know, that an attack is universally applicable, and it is. We do have this thing called time warp attacks that exist in theory, but no one's really used them, right? So that's kind of, I think, where people are in considering difficulty algorithm changes. I know Tumen is doing a lot of research on this.
Yeah,
But
he
guys,
has like these
I have to go now.
Alrighty.
It was awesome. Stay safe. Bye.
Peace.
Take it easy.
Bye. Just to jump in with some numbers on the difficulty adjustment algorithm. So if you plot out the hash rate, you can see basically, even if you're a small miner, over an extended period of time, you effectively end up pushing out about, it's almost a 40% hash rate advantage if you play into the difficulty adjustment swings. You know, it's of course a lot more advantageous if you're a large pool, because you can see the results immediately. But, you know, even if you're a small miner, averaging that out over a large period of time, you will still see some sort of a benefit there. And yeah, on the difficulty adjustment thing, go read my short little rant in, I forget which Telegram group it is, about VDF ramping for difficulty in addition to the simplified EMA.
And I guess with something like Bobtail would also take us out of that like control theory realm and take us into like just having more accurate information about the current hash power, right?
Yeah, so Bobtail is very interesting because it makes the expected time of blocks really reliable, right? Because effectively the low difficulty blocks are counted to reduce the difficulty of the work that you need to do to find the current block, right?
Right.
So it becomes much more obvious that miners are leaving the system because no one's finding sub-difficulty blocks. Yeah, it's quite interesting, and that's why, you know, in BU we are funding the development of Bobtail. And also,
I didn't realize that, because I know it's the sort of thing that like could sort of either work along with or be very similar to weak blocks, right? Like just getting more information, basically.
Yeah. So actually, the funding is specifically to. So we have this next generation weak blocks called Storm, right? So this is like a good competitor for Avalanche in terms of coming out with a reliability estimate for unconfirmed transactions, right? And so since both technologies use partial block solutions, the effort is to combine Bobtail with Storm and come out with a prototype. And we just funded some researchers in UMass to work on this. George Bicias, who you see sometimes in the community, and we paid, of course, in crypto. So
yeah, that's awesome. That's great to hear. I
keep it moving around. Yeah.
Storm
UMass.
seemed very cool. The little bit that I wrapped my brain around it, and it's great to hear that it's then even being looked into be combined with Bobtail, because that would just be sick.
It would be awesome, but it is a hard fork, so requires like Bobtail is. Storm could be maybe not, right? You kind of gain a few more advantages with hard fork.
Okay.
Features, but yeah, I mean that would be coming down, so it might be interesting to look at that later this year for inclusion in Bitcoin Cash.
So one thing I thought was very interesting was Peter Risen's hardware. What did he call it?
I'm just reading about it now. I'm not aware of it, but I'm reading that there's like a paper on it too.
Oh, there's a paper on it. Yeah,
he's Bobtail.
Bobtail, yes.
Oh. What should I research? Storm, Bobtail, what?
I mean, they're both pretty cool. If yeah.
Okay.
There's from I think it's from Scaling Bitcoin. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say there's a talk on Bobtail too if you want to watch that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, a quick summary of Bobtail is use partial solutions of blocks that will then sort of sum up to a total proof of work to therefore average out the block discovery time, right? Because you have a more reliable block discovery if it's 10 blocks at a lower difficulty than 1 block at a higher, right? So that's sort of Bobtail, but there's a lot of details in there about how rewards are paid out to the low value blocks, the non-solution blocks and so forth, to make sure that it all works.
Okay.
So that's Bobtail in a nutshell. And then Storm is basically, if all the miners send their, how miners need to send partial solutions out to prove shares, right?
Yeah.
So if those partial solutions get forwarded to the rest of the network, preferably through something like Graphene, so they're forwarded very efficiently, then a light client can make an assessment as to how many miners are mining a particular transaction, right? So you could issue a transaction and say, oh, only 50% of the miners are mining this transaction, so I better wait, right? And then 99% of the miners are mining this transaction, so maybe I'll accept it as zero conf. It's not a guarantee that the transaction will be committed in the next block, because a 1% miner or just a home miner might get insanely lucky and produce the next block, right? But if that transaction and no other competing transactions, like no double spends, are being mined, it's a good sort of indication that zero conf is going to be accepted in the network.
Yeah,
so
I can see that most of the time being being practical. Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Yep.
Hello, Shama. Nice study you got there.
All
right. Well,
how is post-hoc verification handled?
Sorry, what?
How is post-hoc verification handled?
So one of the problems with Bobtail is that the block header needs to contain references to all of these weak blocks so that you can verify that all of these partial solutions existed and they do sum up to enough proof of work. So it's handled simply by including them in effectively the header of the block, right? So you end up with more data. It's a drawback.
Yeah, I can see that for SPV being even more data. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing comes for free, right? So that's why we want to implement this and then let the community look at it, right, and think about trade-offs.
I just realized I've been muted. Welcome, Shama. Nice study you got.
Thanks. Yeah.
Hey guys, I need to. Oh, sorry, Shama. I need to cut out now. Thanks for having me on, Colin.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for being here.
Cheers.
Yep. Bye.
Take it easy.
The hardware thing.
Yeah, this is my swanky luxury apartment in San Francisco.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
This is the apartment you keep hearing about. It's not actually like an old construction shithole that got built in the 60s.
Penthouse.
Moving on up. Yeah, that Halvening was good to you, man.
Yeah.
That Halvening pump was good to you.
What happened? I've been asleep. Do I need to check coin market cap now?
No, I'm just kidding.
No, but given your background, it must have treated you well.
Yeah, I was just saying there's been a little pump, and obviously in the meantime you've bought a manor estate.
Yeah, it was from that actually. I did it in the middle of the night last night.
So what's up, dude? I invited Shama because we were talking about applications and stuff, and lately he's got something that's pretty sweet. Anyway, we don't have to talk about that just yet, but
Yeah, I'm trying to build something. We'll see. It's kind of like Airbnb. Lots of people don't understand it. Tell me it's, I should do something else with my time, but we'll see.
Is that the
What's been the
messaging app?
Yes, yeah.
You feel free to chill.
Oh yeah. So I don't know. So a couple years ago, I stumbled on Hal Finney's old website that was hosted on the Nakamoto Institute. They host a copy of it, and he has old slides talking about what he was trying to do with cryptocurrency originally. He originally called it RPOW, but his scheme that would be reusable proof of work. His scheme didn't really make any sense because you needed the central authority to issue them and pass them around and stuff. So it's like an early, sort of thought experiment. But Bitcoin ends up allowing you, essentially to say that some proof of work was done to issue a Bitcoin. So and they're reusable. So you could say that Bitcoin is the practical implementation of Hal Finney's idea. And so then the question is can we implement the use case that he was talking about for these things? And the idea was to rate limit people that want to produce spam. Because right now, the cost of spam is on the person that receives it, right? And the person producing the spam experiences almost no cost. And his idea was that you'd
profit, actually.
Yeah, exactly. They should experience a profit. Advertising is good, but it should also cost them some money. It shouldn't be so cheap as it is. And so his idea was essentially to make them produce the proof of work and attach it to an email somehow. And then that prevents them from overloading these free relay systems. And I believe that he's right. That's why all sort of the email providers got very centralized. Why does everybody have a Gmail account or a Hotmail or Yahoo account? There's some natural tendency for people to join those platforms. Usually there's some kind of network effect, but you don't actually get any particular benefit by being on Gmail over Hotmail because the actual network effect of email is all the platforms combined. So why are there particular hosts that are used more often? Is because they provide a better anti-spam experience. But then the cost of that is that they have they have you in this sort of nobody else can advertise, but then they scan your email and advertise to you. It's sort of you use their platform to avoid most spam, and then they only spam you a small amount in exchange for your privacy. And I have a big problem with that. So I think it's an interesting experiment to try to go and implement Hal Finney's idea in and actually make it a real thing and see what falls out of that.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of potential just for any system that or any platform that uses that system could over the long term offer just by default a better user experience because less crap.
Yep.
It'd be interesting to see
and the crap pays you. What crap you do get.
Right. And so are you doing something that actually implements where the person has to do the proof of work, or you're using Bitcoin Cash to like you're just saying in order to email me you have to send me a penny.
Yep.
In Bitcoin Cash.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. So the basic.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, the basic system is very similar to XMPP, but without the XML, it makes it a huge pain in the ass. And then instead of having an authentication system where you still need to like have a user account, like do all these other things, you create a Bitcoin Cash private key, and you put it in the app, and you add some Bitcoin Cash to it, and then you can talk to people. There's no like phone number that needs to be staked, like Telegram and Signal. In order to have an account, they want you to stake your account, but the stake is like, instead of money, it's your phone number, it's your privacy. And if you spam, then that phone number can't be used on the platform anymore. But like Telegram, they claim to be a private platform. Everybody uses it for various things, but you put a phone number in, then it'll ask you for your contacts every time. If you accidentally ever say yes, it downloads all your contacts. Like and then if somebody else signs up for it, I get notifications every time somebody signs up for it. That's like super scary because like Facebook, contains all your contacts, but Facebook's data is actually pretty bad because you're like, you add a bunch of random people and then you don't necessarily DM them all the time. But like Telegram, they know exactly who you're actually talking to most of the time. And not only that, but your phone number is like often staked with like Twitter because they're like, oh, verify your account, like get a second factor off. Like I don't really care if my Twitter account gets compromised. Like that's my business, right? But let's say you want to have like a public facing Twitter account and then you're like, your troll Twitter account or whatever. I just troll on my main account, as you all know. But but let's say you're a person that's a coward and you want to have this like two sets of identities. Like Twitter knows that. Not only that, they know what your Reddit account is because it's all de-anonymized by companies like LiveRamp. They put tracking pixels on it as soon as they use device fingerprints because your web browser actually leaks enough information to uniquely identify every device that you have. And that tracking pixel, as soon as you log into an account, the device fingerprint kicks off. So like if you have a Yahoo account, like I know for a fact that they told me when I was interviewing there, I was like, I'm not going to work here. They told me that they buy a tracking pixel from Yahoo, LiveRamp does. And then they buy a tracking pixel from Reddit. So if your device has a fingerprint, you log into those two accounts, now they know your Reddit account and your Yahoo account are the same person effectively. And that might not be a problem, but in the future, like engineers that work for those companies, somebody has access to that data. And that data eventually gets leaked. Let's say you want to be a public speaker or a politician in the future, and you wrote like some essay that like people hate. They have access to find all of that stuff under all these accounts. And that really like being able to potentially blackmail people or find out who said some anti-government sentiment based on like, in order to actually have anonymous accounts right now where you can talk freely, it requires you to do an incredible amount of OPSEC. Like I don't even bother. The only person I know in the space that actually like does all of that stuff correctly is probably Free Trader. Nobody knows who the guy is. Like, nobody's heard his voice. Like there's nothing they could possibly use to like fingerprint that account versus like anything else he uses.
He's almost so careful that I wonder if he's ever worked for a security service or an intelligence. He's like really good at that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
he does it well.
So the idea then is to stake the accounts to prevent spam with cryptocurrency. Maybe you can be tracked with chain analysis based on like where you fund it from or something, but that's sort of up to you. Like like most people don't necessarily care, but it's significantly easier to have two different accounts for email if they're just staked with like, oh, I want to stake $10 to open an account, or it's not necessarily the greatest user experience to have to do an initial stake. Like I'd like to figure out a way to get around that, but I think it's an interesting thing to try and like iterate on the process until people really want to use Bitcoin Cash to message each other. And the architecture is very similar to email. It's open. Like whoever wants to put up a relay, whoever wants to create their own client can do so. And then every message contains a little bit of money on the Bitcoin Cash blockchain.
Well, and if you gave people the option to like stake with like an empty wallet, and then just say like, you know, if you'd like to send, watch this ad, and you'll get 1 cent of Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
You know, that could definitely like at least put you on the give your users a spectrum of usability in case they're not already onboarded.
That's exactly what I want to do. And so I hope that ends up working, and I hope it ends up being an incentive for people to come on the platform initially, because it solves the onboarding problem as well, I think. Right now, like, let's say you want to buy some, let's say this is a ridiculous example, but I know people that are like cam girls, right? And let's say they want to like have their video stream, they want to watch it. They can't get people to use crypto, which would cut out the middleman. They lose 50% of their revenue to these like platforms.
Yeah, I'll bet they get robbed.
No, they get completely robbed. But if they want to process payments, they have to go through those platforms right now. If they try to use crypto, nobody has it. And anyone that gets crypto has to have this wait time, because credit card payments are reversible. ACH payments are reversible. All these things are reversible. So you got a Coinbase, you buy your crypto, you can't spend it for 3 days. By then you're like, I don't care about this anymore. And that's the experience that they have with it. And there's a ton of other cases like that as well, where we could implement use very quickly if there was people using a chat app and they were getting paid to do so. And then like
this
a lot of other
is kind of what we were talking about. This is great that you brought this up, because we had previously been speaking about the need for more and more hops in between going back to fiat. The more ways you can earn, and the more ways you can not immediately sell to fiat, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, in the chat app right now, I'm not even implementing, like, I don't want to show them USD balance. Why show them a price that fluctuates all over the place? Like, I just want them to think about Bitcoin Cash and like what they can do with it in that ecosystem. Yeah, they can get it out through like, you know, certain kinds of like a normal transactions and an exchange, but it's like, it's actually harder to get it out than to get some once you have an app like this.
So what you're saying, cam girls? That's actually not a bad application.
Dude, I mean, people have tried. People have been trying. In terms of, we were talking about hackathons before, and broccoli, which was a thing we did at a hackathon. One of the things we wanted to do there was actually, and this is Jake Smith's sort of interest as well, is just like more people on the internet doing stuff, getting paid. Yeah. That's kind of the wheelhouse. You know, it's one thing to go try to convince your local bartender who doesn't know anything about money why their money's bad. Not that bartenders don't know about money. You pick anything. Stockbroker, most of them don't know.
Yeah.
But people who are on the internet in meat space, they're like, what? I don't use digital money. And then if I do, I don't want to use this esoteric thing I've never heard of. But people on the internet already, you've already limited the pool of willing to spend digital money down, you know, it's already there. Because
absolutely. And then this is the use case that like Bitcoin Cash really excels at. Like, it's the one niche that credit cards can't provide.
What, like these microtransactions, like just really fast microtransactions?
Not specifically microtransactions. Like, that's not necessarily the important part. But the fact that you can issue a payment without having to make a pull. So let's say I want to get Reddit tokens and like give somebody gold. I have to give Reddit, like, let's say I do all this OPSEC and I have an anonymous Reddit or Twitter account, and then or Twitch account, and I want to pay somebody on there. I have to give them my credit card and then get them to like pull it. Now all my, like, I can't make that payment. Like, all of my OPSEC has been destroyed. Like, I have now my account is fingerprinted again. And it's also a huge like limiter. Like, I don't want to provide that info, for one, and two, like, I don't want to go get my wallet and like type in my credit card number and give them a CCV code and like enter my name and address and all this stuff. I just don't want to do that. So for like a lot of services where I would be willing to pay Like I would be willing to pay a subscription to Google, but they don't want to provide that because it's a high friction environment.
Yeah, think of all the people they would have to hire. Google would have to spend like $150 million to accept payments in Gmail. Like they have to hire like 100 people to process payments and answer emails, and like even if they wanted to and there was like a buy now button, it's like people don't realize that the Amazon Prime thing, like the one-click buy is like proprietary technology.
Yeah,
and like someone got a promotion when they created that, and 100 people were hired, and like they don't understand the metal that moves by simple like payment changes.
Yeah, that like lack of friction on the payment makes for a ton of interesting use cases, especially if people have a wallet that can do that immediately. We're just like buy a subscription, or I want to log in, I'll send you $1 to log in for 24 hours or whatever on my account. I would do that. I would totally pay that way. There's also other interesting use cases that are sort of separate from my app that I'm also like, I haven't gotten around to implementing, like have partial systems. Like my app uses the technology there's a payment required code that was put into HTTP a long time ago. So in order to sign up for an account, the wallet actually like tries to make a put request. It gets a 302 or something, not a 402 or something. It's like payment required. The website returns a BIP70 invoice to you that tells you to go pay 10 cents to the BIP70 server. BIP70 server issues you a JWT token, and then you can use that API afterwards. Like that's how you end up staking your account right now. And you can do that with any API. Like imagine Dropbox. You want to have a Dropbox account. Dropbox in order to run Dropbox, they have to do all that payment stuff. You got to sign up for an account. They have to have integration with the banking system. They have to get your credit card number, like all of this stuff. I can implement a Dropbox competitor very easily. I can encrypt everything. Dropbox doesn't encrypt it. They index everything you put up there to provide you search. But where does that data go?
That's why I'm bullish on Filecoin.
Filecoin doesn't. I don't think it makes any sense. But just to pay a little bit of Bitcoin Cash, with a client, I mean, I appreciate your joke. I'm just like, it's like nonsense. Like I don't know where these people are just. It's scams to make money. Filecoin, like what are you doing? Like how much money did they make off of that? I'm sort of jealous, but like I don't like to scam people. But like you can sign up for a Dropbox account with a system like this, and the person running it, providing you storage, doesn't need any payment processing or anything. They can just load up some open source software and provide you disk space and make money off of it. And they don't need to know who you are. They don't need to know anything about the data. Like you get a box that's, in order to put data there, you pay them and you sign the like encrypted packet with your key that shows where it came from. That's all you need to do.
Wasn't there this crypto like MadeSafe coin or something? They were trying to do something like that where you can sell out your disk space. I don't know. It never took off. But I mean, I get your point. There's a lot of services you could just build. Like
all these extra coins are extra steps that people have to go through to use the damn thing. Like if you just use the like generic cash token that's good everywhere, you don't have this problem. Like nobody's gonna get this made coin or the like what was it, like a prostitute coin? Like you have this intermediate step
like
to go see. Like what is this? Like what? Why would anyone?
What was the one that some of the sites adopted, Verge or something, where they were like driving Lambos around? It's like okay, that lasted a minute.
Welcome, George.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Oh, what's up, George?
All right.
Hello.
I see your show just ended. How'd it go?
Yeah, it went great.
Your stream
went great. A lot of people participated. A lot of positive energy. A lot of ideas exchanged. I think it was really, really positive.
Nice. Yeah, it was funny. You guys like announced yours like literally like the same time I announced mine. I was like, well, we have a little bit of overlap in the middle, but that's all right.
Yeah,
the more the merrier.
Yeah, definitely.
Every network covers big events. It's like
that's
you
true.
The NBA doesn't take turns for when CBS goes offline. I mean, more the merrier.
Yeah,
Great
definitely.
job, George. Great job, dude.
Oh, thanks. Well, it was David and his assistant who did most of the work. I just
Great
moderated
job, David.
the chat a little. Yeah.
Yeah.
How have you guys? How's this live stream been?
Good. It's been going. People have been coming in and out, so it's been nice to see a bunch of different people coming in. So.
Speaking of which, I gotta go, guys. But thanks a lot. It was fun talking to you guys.
See you, Cal. Thanks for coming.
I'm gonna head out too. Sorry to
catch you later.
I'm ready to come in, but it's been good talking, guys.
I see it.
I scared everybody off, so sorry.
It's scary, man.
Definitely all your fault.
No, Dave. Yeah, we've been getting at it. Shama and us. Shama came in too, and we were talking about the sort of importance, and I was talking about it before, of just sort of the velocity, right? Just being able to have less friction in online payments, and how to sort of mind hack people into realizing that value, and accept a new paradigm. Basically, what we're talking about is accepting a new paradigm, which is never easy for humans.
Yeah,
which is why incentives are important. Go on.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You pay people to use it, they'll do it.
Exactly, and pay people to learn about it, and pay people to onboard others. I want to build a gamified app that turns the whole thing into like a game that people get paid to do.
I was just going to say that word, Shama, in relation to your thing, gamification, because I don't know if you guys are gamers, but when my doorbell rang a second ago, it was Purse. Well, it was Amazon delivering the thing I bought on Purse, which was a gaming monitor. Anyway, everything's free to play now. There's no more, well, there are still some games you buy, but the smart ones are like, it's free to play. And like, nothing in the game you can buy makes you better. They're just like cosmetics. And they make billions of dollars on selling red shirts instead of blue shirts. So that, I mean, everything that works, and this, Twitter is gamified, but you don't know it's gamified. You don't think you're playing a game, but likes, retweets, numbers going up, those are all leaderboards. All this stuff is not only fun, but the reason why they use it and why tech companies are obsessed with gamification is because it hacks your brain and it releases chemicals that make you like it. So things that are gamified, where levels are achieved, things are unlocked, new features, access, there's all sorts of ways to game. There's like a quadrant, but when you were talking about...
I've been playing this cookie clicker thing the last couple of days. I think it's really interesting. I don't know if anybody's heard of it. Probably better than you
levels. Do you gain levels on it?
Oh yeah. You buy like.
Oh, then it's addicting.
It's addicting. Yeah, it is addicting, and it's stupid. You like click on a cookie. That's all you do. But like, if you over time, you like get more cookies when you click on it, and I have a number that goes up. Like, I wish I could exchange these cookies out for real currency. That would be great. They're advertising.
Go on, George. Can you tell me more about gamification, because that's totally what this space is lacking. And to their credit, Ethereum, whatever, love them or hate them, those guys understand things like gamification to a certain extent. I haven't seen many other people trying to do anything gamified.
I think once you open the wallet, in the onboarding process, like, you have to immediately say, why don't you watch this introductory video? And if you do, you'll get paid this much BCH. And then they watch it. Maybe they take a quiz, and there should be referrals. It could be a whole decision tree of things. And some people, you can say, are you more interested in onboarding merchants? It pays roughly this, and then so they can, after they've covered the basics, that they can take a branch. Are you more interested in starting a Bitcoin Cash business? That's another branch. I mean, that's farther along in the process. But we could turn the whole process from learning the basics to onboarding merchants to spending it to referring people to starting a business, because I think we can't just think about the businesses we have today or what business is gonna be good for you or me or to start or whatever. We have to think about how to package all the different parts of the ecosystem as business opportunities. Like, hey, you want to start a business? Here's 10 templates. Here's how you do it. Here's a course. And, people who are doing it are earning X, Y, or Z, or it has this potential. We have to enable, like, it's like, let 10,000 business plans bloom. I think that's a riff on a Chinese thing.
The other thing about that too is a lot of people are focusing on in-person payments rather than sort of online payments. And there's a chicken and egg thing there. They have to increase the user base at the same amount that they increase the merchants. Otherwise, the merchants get frustrated. They're not making enough money on it. It's like this other complicated thing they have to do. And then the other side, the users get frustrated because they can't actually spend it anywhere. All they're doing is like holding this like very volatile currency. Whereas if you provide these gamified experiences, you can grow the user base independently of the merchants. And then there's just a reason to become a merchant. Because there's this whole ecosystem, and so you can grow the user base much faster. And you don't need to try to onboard merchants. They'll onboard that. They'll figure out how to get on there.
That's exactly right. That's what you said that a lot more eloquently and succinctly than I did about an hour ago. It took me about 30 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's also why I think it could be interesting. Another kind of half-baked plan I have bouncing around in my head is we put together Open Bazaar with like an SLP token that we bootstrap some kind of value for. And we use some kind of simple Sybil resistance to enable anyone to get an airdrop of this token, and then connect them to Open Bazaar, and we start building a global marketplace where you're not going to get censored by Amazon or kicked off by eBay or something.
Are you talking about some kind of loyalty program?
I described it to somebody else and they called it like a universal basic income, but it would be like a one-time distribution of some tokens, because one of the problems with Bitcoin Cash and all cryptos really, as awesome as the whole thing is I'm a new user. I don't know anything. I'm from, say, India or Ghana or something. I'm cash poor. I just barely scraped together enough money to get this smartphone. How am I supposed to get into, it's a barrier. Having to buy your way in is a barrier to entry, and working unless or until we have this kind of gamified adoption app, or there happens to be luckily a local business that's going to pay you in Bitcoin Cash. It's just not practical right now in the developing world to work your way in. So I think it would be interesting if we used an SLP token, bootstrap some value on it, and say, I open the wallet and maybe I take a picture of my face or some way to bootstrap identity. And then I think using kind of web of trust style verifications, we can not really defeat Sybil attacks, but we can disincentivize them, because we can pay out based on levels of verification and on tasks that are achieved, and build a profile and which ultimately becomes an identity off of that. And then so then they have something, right? Then they have a little bit of crypto. Now we can say, well, sell your product on a marketplace, buy a product on the marketplace. Now you're in. Use your initial distribution wisely to scale up from there. It's like an initial capital distribution, you might call it. I don't know. It's a bit of a crazy idea.
Well, so here's a question. Like, normally, if we were just like a company coming up with some thing, we'd obviously be what you're talking about. With everyone, the board members would be like, yes, of course. And we're like a decentralized protocol. But what does it look like when, is this a for-profit enterprise, this monetization and gamification rather of wallets, or like how is that navigated exactly? Staying, because what you're talking about is like you have to hire people and it costs money and time, and if it's not directly profitable, who's going to invest in it? Like this is something I've obviously in all my years run into, is how to do these sort of projects that don't benefit its shareholders.
Well, I think they can. I think there are a few different monetization methods that we've come up with the BCH Latam Pan Money team, and we have a business plan. We've been shopping around a little bit. I think one vector is the same thing Go Crypto is doing. So charge when people pay at a merchant. But the fact is, people are going to route around that, you know, and also until you have you've solved the inflows challenge, you're just not going to have a lot of activity at merchants. It's not going to be able to sustain much of a company. So I think that it may be necessary to control onboarding on and off ramps. It's probably, like, we know that's the most profitable business in crypto today is an exchange. So there may have to be, and this is where Zapit, I think, has an interesting approach, because basically the app is the on and off ramp. So the app can monetize that. And another way to monetize, I think, is the stability swaps, you know. So somebody receives some Bitcoin Cash and they're like, okay, I like it, but my risk tolerance is too low. So swap it for USDH. So take a percentage when that happens. Okay, I want to come out of USDH and spend some BCH. Take a percentage when that happens. I think at the end of the day, though, this business model is just basically about building a P2P exchange in a mobile app.
I agree with that. One of the things that I see people making a big mistake on too is these like educational videos that end up paying $1, like, or $2, because that's what you can afford based on it. Like, that's all you can give out. However, oftentimes what you see working with people, for the same cost, you can get way more people engaged. Because I don't want $1. I'm not going to go through your whatever. I don't care. It's not enough money for me. But to focus more on people that do have economic resources first. So I'm not sure. I would kind of like to get rid of staking on the accounts, like we were talking about before. But I also think it's sort of an interesting play to have that staking, because just two things. It makes the initial platform sort of an exclusive platform that people may want to use just because of that exclusivity. You have to find a token in order to get on. But the other thing is that giving out a large amount randomly, you do this video and retweet this. If you retweet and follow me, I will pick one of you randomly to give you $1,000, right? How often does this happen on Twitter? And the cost per follow on it is so low, and you get relatively real users rather than bot users from doing it that way. And so let's say I actually kind of want to try this on Stamp just as a test initially. Here's the Coinbase referral link for Stamp, and you put in $10. You go buy some crypto and put it in here. So I get referral cash from Coinbase and these other exchanges. You put it in the wallet to get your initial account, or you get some from a friend that wants to talk to you on a private, pseudonymous platform where you can't be tracked easily. And then the result of that is you can give away $1,000 a day in perpetuity to a random person that is actively using the platform. And how many people will sign up for that? I don't know, but it's a significant amount of money for a lot of people, even within the United States. They will go through the effort. They can afford $10 to get on the platform, especially if there's not very many users. Let's say that initially there's 10 users. So you have a 1 in 10 chance of getting $1,000 initially, if we launch that way. How many people are going to sign up very quickly for that?
Yep. I mean, we've seen with all sorts of SLP tokens, Spice, others. We've seen it with 800 Beast, whatever it's called, Brett's thing. There are people that will do a lot of stuff for $1. A promise. The possibility of winning $1 to $100. People are really into that because it's money, 2, because it's a game and games are fun. Yeah. And 3, because it's social. People love social and go, I won, and you lost, I won. You have to make it fun. I don't know. There's a lot of fun missing from these sort of adoption strategies, right? We're expecting a lot of people to just rationally be well, the Federal Reserve is a scam, and therefore I will. And it's like you can't use that strategy, bro. It has to be fun, easy, and expedient to your needs. That's how you get people to do things. That's psychology. It's proven for millennia. Anyway.
Yeah, have you guys seen? There's a coin that on the mobile app it claims that if you open the app and leave it open, that you're mining that coin, and there are people who will actually do that and believe they are mining, and they'll get little bits of the coin, and that is a highly successful tactic in terms of marketing. Your comment about staking, Shama, made me think of that. And today that coin is rank 125 on CoinMarketCap. I mean,
I've seen YouTube ads. It's like, some like Uber driver who's like, I get paid to drive around. It's crypto, and like that's it. And like they must make money because YouTube ads aren't cheap. Like it's literally, he's like, when I move around, I'm mining the coin. And I don't know, that's all I know, but I can just guess Bitcoin Cash is probably a little better than that. And yet more people, more randoms probably have heard of that like Drive token than, so these strategies work for a reason. Like
I gotta dip out for a second to eat breakfast, but I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I've been trying to brainstorm a way to do like a giveaway, but like they have to send you like a dust amount first. But it seemed like that'd be too easy to Sybil, right? Like just send a bunch of different dust and enter the giveaway. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of a better way, because usually just like the way giveaways work well is when they do like they have an account on, like, say they put it in the YouTube chat, and then they have to like type something specific, and then they're entered in the giveaway. And so that works because you can have multiple accounts, but that's very difficult. But sending multiple dust is not. And so I don't know. I'm still stuck there. I want to do giveaways using Bitcoin Cash, and that you enter the giveaway using Bitcoin Cash as well. But I can't think of a good way to Sybil it. Not Sybil proof.
Hey chat, who's got a good giveaway? Strat game chat. What you got?
What you get?
You got to do the what is it? The no loss lottery.
The what? Sorry, say that again.
There's a no loss lottery where it's a DeFi thing over on Ethereum, but you get like a bunch of people who can buy lottery tickets, and it locks up everyone's. So you buy lottery tickets at DAI, locks up everyone's DAI in a DAI savings contract, which pays out at the DSR. And then at the end of it, picks one person to give out the interest paid, and everyone else gets their coins back.
Is that pooled together or another one?
I've got no idea what the name is.
Oh,
I
okay.
remember. I'm half asleep right now. It's like 1:15 a.m.
Yeah, but your camera is so cinematic still, even at 1:15 a.m. How did you achieve such a cinematic look on Zoom?
Oh, I can show you my setup.
Oh, but you're using like a DSLR or something?
So, yeah, I've got an 7.3.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And I've got my microphone as well.
Cool.
Putting to shame.
You broke up there, Mike.
Colin George. I just said he was putting us to shame with his tech, except for Colin and George. Oh, hey, Mike.
Hello again.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I noticed
telling us about his tech. Sorry.
The room started emptying out,
Here's
and all that I
scared
saw.
them off.
Yeah. And the people who support the IFP are the ones that remain, so I had to hop in.
Oh God.
You knew it was coming, Colin.
Oh yeah.
George wouldn't have that type of question in his chat, but it's fair game calling it like it is.
Well, wait, no, there was no censorship of any kind of questions like that.
That's because people are afraid of you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, snap.
We're just so friendly. Who's afraid of George?
I tell you, I can understand it. I have intimidated people in the past. I try to be extra friendly, but
Yeah, I'm happy that there's no censorship for the most part inside Bitcoin Cash. Like the worst thing you can say about Reddit is that people downvote, and sometimes, downvoting isn't the most effective. I don't know. You're supposed to downvote if it's not contributing to the conversation, not necessarily that you disagree with it. But we all know how Reddit downvotes work, at least within crypto communities.
Yeah, and not to mention you can gamify it and like pay a service to downvote canon and things.
Yeah, I mean every medium to discuss cryptocurrency can be gamed in some way. So I at least prefer the Bitcoin Cash method of just laying it all out there and letting people decide what to comment on, what to like, rather than the R Bitcoin. I don't even go to R Bitcoin anymore. I haven't done that in years. I don't know about you guys.
Are you banned from there?
No, I'm not. I haven't. No, I'm trying to find like the really killer post to get banned for. Wear like a badge of honor.
I mean, if you ask a question,
I'm pretty sure
how do Bitcoin fees work, you'll be banned.
Right, and I think, of course, and that's just a terrible way to get banned when you could do like so much better.
Right.
If your post can get seen by like 7 people, but it's just amazing. Like if you just had a picture of Thamos naked or something, that would be a good reason to get banned.
Oh yeah, how about a famous reveal post?
Whatever. He's been doxxed. Everyone knows who he is, but people still call him Thamos. We should call him Michael Mark.
Yeah, we should call him Michael.
Yeah. Well, Michael claims that he sold the pseudonym to someone else. So.
Does he actually claim that? What's that source?
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I'd be interested in that. I didn't think he actually said that, because as far as I know from Mike, he went to UW-Madison, which is like 15 minutes from where I grew up, and then graduated and then disappeared.
Wait a minute. So you're saying you are? Have you ever been seen in the same place?
I don't know if he's actually claimed that himself. Then
is that how he affords his camera equipment?
Yeah, from the form money that I was gonna build.
I have got way too much camera equipment, and audio equipment apparently.
So wait, what brand is your DSLR, Kieran? Was it a Sony? Did you say?
Yeah, I've got a Sony A7 III, which I'm streaming on now.
Okay.
I've also got a 6400 in the bag back there. Got an A7S II, got the A7R2, the A7 II, the A7S. Actually, hang on.
Is this a Bitcoin Cash live stream or is this Amazon?
Yeah, just put your referral link in the bottom there.
Yeah, Colin, you got to get on this.
Although while you're here with all that pretty setup, can we get you to do like you're watching Coinspice?
Oh wow. This is Kieran Mosquita, and you are watching Coinspice.
Hey, I have bad news for you. Hey, tap your microphone, Kieran. Yep, it's not using it. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's painful.
No.
That's happened to me.
That is ouch. Yeah.
That's just
I was wondering.
An overlay of a microphone.
All right. All right. Let's try this.
Sounds different.
How about this?
Tap
Better.
Yeah, we're using my mic.
Yep, you're good.
There we go.
Yeah. No, it's because I unplugged my laptop and took it with me, so it reset all of the. Yeah. Rip.
Yeah, Mark Lamb is here.
Welcome, Mark.
Hello.
It's the nostril shot.
Time to clip those nose hairs.
Looking good, Mark.
He's like,
right.
Oh.
Yeah, Kieran, I have Canon. I don't know.
Yeah, I used to have the Canon
hey guys.
5D Mark III.
Yeah?
Hello? Yeah, I had the Canon 5D Mark III. The 5D Mark IV wasn't a compelling enough upgrade.
Yeah, I still got the Mark
and
II.
I upgrade my
to Mark Lamb. Sorry to interrupt.
Hello,
Mark.
Hello.
How's it going, guys?
Mark won't do
Great.
the introduction himself, so I'll explain a little bit about what he's up to. So he's a big Bitcoin Cash fan.
Oh yes.
And he also runs an exchange, and unfortunately, sometimes the exchange requires more of his attention than Bitcoin Cash than he can give to Bitcoin Cash. So, however, the exchange is CoinFlex. It's a very cool exchange. It has volume, and it runs on Flex token, which is an SLP token, and it is the highest market cap SLP token out there. So,
yes,
congratulations to the number one token by market cap on Bitcoin Cash SLP.
Nice.
Thanks a lot. We're also launching an options product soon that's going to be collateralized and funded with that SLP token. So you'll be able to do options trades where you fund them with BCH tokens. Well, that'll be fun too.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I've never asked you this, but what are people's reaction to when they go to withdraw their tokens from your exchange, and they give you an ERC?
People don't withdraw. People don't withdraw. I mean, they just leave it on the exchange. But actually, I found. I think in the US, the BCH BTC divide is super political. But a lot of people, the people that buy tokens in Asia are either there's a lot of people that buy tokens in Singapore, and then there's people in China. The people in China typically won't withdraw ever, and then the people in Singapore often withdraw, and they don't give a shit. They're very apolitical. They're like, oh, it's a BCH token. Oh, cool, nice. And then they're like, how do I custody that? And I'm like, well, this is how you do it. And they're like, okay, great.
What do you recommend for custody?
I usually recommend Electron Cash, SLP. The only thing that sucks about it is it's only a desktop client. So if you're used to mobile phones, it doesn't work for that. But if you're used to mobile phones,
for mobile people,
Badger Wallet. I think Bitcoin.com is getting set up for SLP tokens, but I don't know. I haven't actually used
Bitcoin.com. Bitcoin.com has SLP now.
Yeah. Okay. So I've never used SLP tokens on Bitcoin.com. I've used Badger Wallet and Electron Cash, and Electron Cash is amazing. SLP tokens in general are just awesome.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the Bitcoin people, even the Bitcoin maximalists, just aren't really aware of SLP and how easy it is.
What are some? Go ahead, Mark.
I think Bitcoin people don't care about tokens, right? I mean, do you think Bitcoin people own a lot of BNB? I don't think they're. Well, I guess they do. I don't know.
USDT is pretty popular, and there's Lightning. So, not Lightning, Liquid.
Liquid tokens.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
BTC
There's how much on?
are in a constant war with themselves. They're trying to deny the reality. So I'm sure they use tokens a lot. It's just they won't admit to it.
What are some of everyone else's other favorite SLP tokens?
Spice. And Honk, of course. Spice is definitely the most fun.
All right, let me open my wallet and show my tokens.
Yeah, I like this one. This
show
one,
us your
this one.
coins.
So this is mostly going to be tokens that random people have sent to me on memo.cash.
Oh god, some of the worst ones.
I have some I have some AUDC token.
Oh yeah, I got some.
AUDC coin. I got Badger token, BDGR. Oh yeah, this is the best one. I've got my Bitcoin Cash Perth meetup token. This is my personal favorite.
Nice.
I have some drop. I have some Eltron Mind Recorder token. I have some fake Toshi tokens.
Classic.
Some GTU, some global trade unit tokens. Got the good old gold coin. Obviously not real gold.
Backed by real gold.
I got the honk. Gotta have some honk.
This is useful. I've got the toilet paper emoji token.
Oh, that's a rare one. Rare token.
I have some. I'm gonna skip over this one because it's an expletive. I have some lead. I'm gonna skip over that one as well. I have some mint. So I've got 2 expletive tokens so far. Got some profit. I got some ST. Some spare. Some e-bike. And then some WACF, which is Wander Around Crypto Frio. So if you this Bitcoin Cast just released a interview with Naomi on the origin of this token, because it was given out to people that attended a crypto walk, and we went and spent crypto at merchants, and then airdropped a bunch of Bitcoin Cash to people that held the token. And finally, skip that one as well. So 3 expletives.
I've got a Safari token from financing the BCH Ghana house. And Christian gave me a Bitcoin Cast token.
Yeah, I got one of those too. It's a good one.
What's the market cap of Spice?
Probably like 800,000 right now.
What's all-time high?
What's the market cap of Flex? Mark's giggling.
Like $20 million.
Damn.
Nice.
Yeah, Spice all-time high is like 2 mil.
I think our all-time we got to close to 50 cents, which was like probably, I don't know, 40 million or something.
Yeah, but BTC's market cap is much bigger than BCH's.
We're all fucked.
I like drop token, just because I think crypto feels cool. So does Flex, does CoinFlex list any other SLPs?
No, we don't.
What's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, we would like. We're going to be doing a SLP tether, but which I'm very excited about. But we haven't been really actively focused on coins. We're very focused on derivatives. So we have a new form of derivative that's coming out that I'm chatting a lot to Como about. But ultimately, we're not focused on, we probably would want something at least to trade like $10 million a day or something like that. So, I mean, the only things we have listed are Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum. Gotcha. So we're doing EOS and Ripple next week, which is going to be awesome. But yeah, we don't list any like tokens really, other than Flex.
And the Bitcoin Cash volume on your exchange is like 0.
It sucks.
It's as close to 0 as you can get without being 0.
It's funny. I mean, we have Roger, we have Como, we have Jihan Wu, we have a bunch of like BCH people invested in the exchange, and then like there's no BCH volume. So I mean, I kind of know why that is, but I don't exactly know why that is. But we're
What do you think?
Do you promote
it? I think, I mean, it goes back to the kind of the product iterations we're making right now, but I think it's partially because all of our futures are quarterly futures, and so in order to make a bet on the future, you're betting on two things: one, the direction of the coin; two, the interest rates over the next quarter. And so I think aesthetically, retail traders and crypto traders in general want to price something that looks like spot. And so whenever there's like a 3-month thing, they're less interested. Outside of China, people in China or traders in China love trading the quarterly futures, hate the perpetuals. People outside of China, everywhere else in Asia, everywhere else in the West, love perps and hate quarterlies. So it's kind of I think that's kind of like a simple summary of why people don't trade the BCH futures, but then why are ETH futures sometimes super active? It's confusing. I think it's also that Deribit has Bitcoin and ETH, and Deribit doesn't have BCH. So if Deribit had BCH, we have some market makers that are very active on Deribit and some market makers that are active elsewhere. And if Deribit had BCH, we'd probably have really active BCH market as well.
Hey, Josh Ellithorpe.
Hello.
Speaking of
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
Oh, hey, Josh.
Hello.
How's it going? Good to finally.
That's going pretty well. How you guys doing?
Yeah,
lower that
great.
input a little bit. You're kind of clipping. Yo.
How about now?
Much better.
Much better.
Sweet. It like changes from app to app on my Linux box. It's like fucking guesswork on the input level that needs to happen.
Happy Halvening.
So are you at HQ?
I'm at my house.
Okay, I was gonna
So
say.
Coinbase actually was really awesome about this whole crisis. I've been working from home for like a month plus at least. So even before the city shut us down, they recommended people start working from home because a lot of us took the BART and other public transport, which was a huge vector to get infected. So I've been working from home for a while. They've been like super on point about covering the, stuff and protecting workers. People aren't even allowed in the office right now.
Wow. Mike, how's Miami in terms of the virus?
I've never seen more people on their boats. Like I moved here. The police on the police boats, they've had to like make people stop rafting, tying the boats one to another. So that's illegal now. But the bay is just full of boats.
In Hong Kong, you're not allowed to have a boat party right now. Peter Ng wanted to arrange one, and
that's.
It was like, wait, what? Okay.
I don't want to turn the topic into coronavirus and the response to it, but I think
God,
for Bitcoin Cash and crypto in general, at least price wise, this is a very good thing. The global response to this crisis is to just print more money, and that can only help people move towards something that doesn't inflate. So as sad as it is, both the virus and the response, this is good for crypto.
How's the Halvening going? Because I haven't been as tracking.
So the price hasn't moved during the Halvening yet at all.
Yeah.
So it looks
I've noticed
like,
that.
Yeah, there's just less coins being made now, which is kind of cool. My only fear is there's going to be a lot of additional hash rate that is changing profitability over the next couple months. I'm actually less concerned about this Halvening and a lot more concerned when BTC has its Halvening. Not for BTC, in fact. It's that if BTC has its Halvening and the price doesn't change, then there's going to be a lot of miners with mining hardware that's not profitable. And that opens up someone to actually rent that hash power for malicious purposes. So I actually am worried about chains like BCH when BTC halves, because there's a bunch of people with dead equipment and they want to recoup some money. and now they can become mercenaries.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, there's been there was like turbo blocks right after the happening happened, and now it's like 2 in the last 2 hours. So looks like
But I think it's going to be pretty much a non-event. Honestly, I was hoping that ABC was going to remove the IFP code before the Halvening. I thought that was the only exploit vector I was like actually worried about, because now it takes less than 1% of the global 256 SHA-256 hash rate to try to trigger the IFP, which I think is could actually cause a split or fork in the chain. Even so, I just thought that they would take care of that by now. That was honestly my only fear during this happening time.
Yeah, I think there's one more window left to vote. So we're in one right now. It's like halfway over, 1,000 more blocks, and then there's like another window of like 2,000, and then
right. Well, this window, it's impossible for it to activate because
Yeah,
there isn't enough blocks to actually have it turn on.
Right.
Wait,
What we would
there's
see
one more
is
window?
the attack start on the next window.
Yeah, there's one more window.
Exactly one more window? Like why would it stop?
Just because that.
Well, there's one more window before the the hard fork.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yep.
Will BCH continue to hard fork every 6 months?
That's,
I really hope not.
Yeah, that's what I think is gonna happen. Is we ain't gonna fork in May, but after that, it's who knows, because
I mean the required upgrade I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I would very much like that to stop.
Right, I think that's gonna be the disagreement in November. It's like, hey, well, we don't have to right now.
Yeah,
So-
I've wanted that to. I never wanted that, and the reasons they cited for why that got activated, I disagreed with. So I'm not sure exactly how we make that change. Basically, I thought that work should be completed for features, and we should be scoping features on a timeline. And then once feature complete and the community has backing for those features, then we come up with a release date for the upgrade after features are completed and tested, so that there's never a rush to put in an incomplete feature. And what I feared is exactly what happened, because that's why the DAA got rushed, and the additional research into the DAA didn't happen before the current one went in, which we're still suffering extended block times for. And it didn't really help the use case of, well, people need to know when the upgrades are coming. It's like, yeah, we can still let people know the upgrades are coming without a forced 6-month upgrade cycle. So I'm with you, Mike. I'd really like for that to change. I think that that's been a huge mistake and caused multiple bad incidents because of that decision.
Hey, so Josh, how do you? So, oh shit, I'm bouncing around. So I agree with your point on it's problematic to have all these 6 months adjustments, but I think the counterpoint is if you don't have anything set in stone, you end up with a core like situation where, hey, we'll wait till it's ready. Hey, we'll wait till it's ready. Hey, we'll wait till it's tested. 6 years later.
I agree with you. I agree with you. It's a double-edged sword.
I'm not saying I have a better solution. I'm just saying it's kind of
No, you're right.
It's a balance.
I'm not even going to disagree with you. You are correct. We have 2 choices. We have one where we're flexible and it's possible
They're
things
both
get
shitty.
longer than they should, or we have a forced one where stuff might go in early, and or lead to people being able to plan splits for months and issue massive attacks at upgrade time, and we've seen that happen. We've watched it. So the question is which of those evils do we prefer? And personally, I prefer delays and communication to upgrades that cause massive community split. So I don't know. It's a question as to what people's like tolerance is. Now I agree we need to upgrade. Now that's something I definitely agree. I think we need some upgrade cycle. We need to be able to get new features in. There has to be a way to upgrade the chain regularly, especially now when utilization is lower, where it's less problematic to do these upgrades. Agree with all of those things. But I've seen some pretty major harm from the 6-month upgrade cycle, especially the implosion of the node software itself, where the upgrade is required even if it's not wanted.
What do you think, George?
I think my favorite topic right now is the fundraiser. Everybody wanted Bitcoin ABC to do a fundraiser. Everybody wanted more transparency, more engagement. So that's what we're doing. And
I was really happy
these
to
are
see that, George.
cool. And so I think these are great questions you're raising, Josh. And I think they should definitely be addressed. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it's the most timely thing, because we're probably talking about November at the earliest. But I think for right now, my favorite topic is the fundraiser.
I'm happy that, honestly, my dream, a lot of people are taking sides on node software and teams and whatnot. I want multiple healthy full node teams for Bitcoin Cash that get along with each other. That's what I want.
You're kind of the example of that as a developer of nodes yourself, and not a partisan.
I mean, BCHD and ABC get along well. We communicate well. I talk to the Bitcoin Cash node folks. I actually do like a lot of those folks. I understand why they're upset. I'm not as upset, but I understand their reasoning. And I want multiple teams that have decent funding, that have quality developers working together on a multitude of nodes in Bitcoin Cash. Now, that's why I get disappointed when I see certain nodes get rejected from bitcoincash.org. I think that bitcoincash.org needs to...
Lost him. What do they need to do?
Oh, he got bogged. He got bogged.
Fucking cliffhanger, man! Bitcoincash.org needs to...
All right.
Shut it down.
All right, you're back. What does bitcoincash.org need to do?
Yo, Josh, that was
You froze up.
brutal, man. That was brutal. We can't take that again.
Shut it down.
Can you restart? Restart what you're saying from bitcoincash.org.
So bitcoincash.org has made political decisions as to why certain things can't be listed on that site. So there was a request, for instance, Flowy the Hub got removed as a full node. I know that there's politics with Xander, whatever, but the node works and is going to be ready for the upgrade. BCHD is not implementing the IFP and is going to have the exact same feature as Bitcoin Cash node come May. But Bitcoin Cash node was rejected and is not getting listed. That's politics. That's not a site to list resources. And to me, we need to stay away from the politics and really stick to whether or not things conform to the spec as to when upgrades are going to occur. And we need to get out of these little silos and be able to list things as being compatible when they are. And I think it sucks to play politics on a name brand site like bitcoincash.org. And that makes me sad. I used to actually help and list and maintain things on bitcoincash.org, and I was removed. So I tried to do that. I tried to be that facilitator, and I was removed from that. So that is frustrating for me as someone who personally tried to do that and maintained the site for a long period of time. So I look at it as, if we want a healthy multi-node development environment, we need to make sure that at bare minimum, compatible implementations are listed and have some form of footing, and especially on compatibility requirements. What's required for compatibility for...
Oh, man. So brutal.
What's required for compatibility?
That San Francisco internet.
Yeah.
That freaking San Francisco.
Probably pays $200 a month for it.
A homeless person did a number 2 on his cable, I guess.
You can't call them homeless. You can't call them homeless. That's,
what are they called?
I left the United States. I don't have to do that political correctness.
Patriots.
Josh, sorry to hear that about your experience, knowing you personally and somewhat professionally. That's a shame. But I do want to ask, is the requirement for being listed there just functionality? I mean, is you know what I mean? It's it's a slippery, or it's a fine line, right? Because potentially you could have hostile people with things that work, that they themselves have ulterior motives.
So I agree with that, but then we're assuming that some of the most
there's got to be.
Then we're assuming some of the most important devs in Bitcoin Cash are malicious, because I'm looking at the maintainer of Bitcoin.
I'm not making
Electron Cash. I'm looking at the guy that founded Bitcoin ABC with the rest of the team in free trade.
I'm not trying to talk about the current. I'm talking about a general rubric for exception. Do you think it can just be good works, or?
I agree with you. It should be that if it works,
any other
and it needs to have
considerations?
some track record. But I think we have to look at the people, and there's enough people like the people behind Fountainhead.cash and other developers where these are obviously not malicious situations. Same with like Bitcoin Verde, which still isn't listed. So I look at a lot of people banding together to try to produce, the best possible software. And you're right, there could be a malicious node that forks off and has, hidden features to steal key material or other things like that. So you do need to be wary about, adding things
if
the
your
first
whole
day.
Imagine a team that is like, anonymous or whatever, and they come out with some sick stuff, and they're like, look, it works, and people are like, but who are you? What are your motives? And they're like, doesn't matter. Like, we make good code. I just feel like this is, of course, a particular problem to Bitcoin and any sort of decentralized governance is that it's run by people. And so as much as we want to pretend that like we're like AI oracles all like interacting gracefully with each other, there's people involved. So how as far as, as me, someone who's interested in Bitcoin, not necessarily technically, because I don't understand things on that level, I'm more interested in it on a social and psychological level, because that's what I do understand well, is coming up with governance systems. So even, the protocol itself, the whole point of Bitcoin is how do you govern, but also like, how do you govern websites about Bitcoin? That's like another meta issue within the stack.
The way
hey, can I jump in real quick about, for example, Bitcoin Verde is, we ABC is undermanned. We just like when these guys are working on bugs and backports and things, like making sure the website is complete and making sure everybody is happy with it I'm fully behind those goals. But the thing is, it pales in importance compared to other things.
But BitcoinCash.org is not Bitcoin ABC. That's my point. Those two things should not.
I don't think anybody's saying that it is.
Right, but that's
nobody is saying that.
Nobody is the manpower for the website, and it is the same people. It is the same people. That's the problem, is that right now the people.
So is your problem with the people or with the policies behind the website?
I like a lot of the people. I'm not going to say it's just a people problem, but I think that there is no official policy as to who gets listed for full nodes and wallets. And right now it is a personal decision that makes that happen. And the only reason that certain node software is not there is not because it doesn't work.
So I want to interrupt. I really want to interrupt because
Sean was
I was
back.
involved in almost all of these decisions. Like,
hey,
for example, you
nice to
were quote unquote removed, but the thing was, like, you went to Mexico to see your girlfriend multiple times, and nobody else could deploy the website. Nobody else could work on it. So I moved it to infrastructure with a like actual build system where anyone that was working on it could click deploy, right? Like, and other people could start working on it again. Like, you were sitting on it.
That's not what I'm referring to, Shay. Moving the hosting is fine.
Sure. So
moving the hosting was fine. It was the issues.
Here's the thing with like the listing. I'm not privy of like other people's motives, because there's a lot of people interacting that like make decisions as a group. And they all have their own reasoning for what to support or not support. Personally, I don't think that a lot of stuff should be listed on BitcoinCash.org as far as the full nodes. There's a couple of reasons why I think that, and why I think those nodes shouldn't be listed. One of them is like, how many hobby projects are we going to list? Like, is this software that's actively being supported? Do these people have relationships with exchanges? Are they willing to are they willing to provide customer support? Like, people don't know how much work ABC does. Like, I was working literally from when I woke up to when I went to bed every day, either talking with people or writing code. I was up at like 3 a.m. to interact with people in Japan. Like, they deserve to get paid. They're like, Omri is like, he would be making 500+ K a year if he went to Facebook again. And he's effectively donating his time. And then during the developer meetings, people have ulterior motives, like Xander, like these, like Tom Harding. They are not interested in actually having technical debates and discussions about things. They come in and they're just aggressive. They have some motive. The truth of this is you have Andrew Stone, you have Tom Harding, you have Tom Xander. Like, you'll notice that Bitcoin Verde and BCHD have reasonable relationships with ABC. What do the other three people have in common? They all failed at actually hard forking. They are righteous jealousy of Omri. So, like, that is a big problem when you can't actually have a reasonable discussion with people. Like, you can't actually agree on any spec because they actually don't want a spec. Like Tom Harding, he pretended to interact with me on like trying to determine what the spec should be, and he actually refused to give feedback. And then when a spec was merged finally, then he complained. It's like, you could have hit reject, you could have hit request changes, but he refused to do that. And then he told me after the fact that, like, I just don't ever want another hard fork. Like, 2017 was sufficient for him. And so all of his motives in any conversation were always just to stymie any actual changes. And the technical details weren't relevant. As well as, like, Tom Xander, he just takes the opposite side of every argument. Like, he was wrong about CTOR, he was wrong about other stuff. A lot of people were wrong about Cash Adder. That wasn't even a consensus level change. The reason Free Trader left ABC and stopped working on it, Free Trader wanted to do a survey for whether we implemented Cash Adder. People were losing money. I lost money trying to send money to other people. When they sent me a legacy address, I asked for a Bitcoin Cash address. They sent me a legacy address for Bitcoin. I lost money on it. They lost money on it. They didn't want to take the time to recover the funds, or they didn't have the technical ability to recover the funds. Cash Adder has stopped that from happening. Like, people don't send funds to other states, and people were pissed. Like, there was so much uproar in the community over this, and every single change has been this way. Like, why are we adding the opcodes? Opcodes don't do anything. Like, I had that conversation with so many people for the May 2018 hard fork. That was almost a split back then. And, like, what has that given us? That has provided so much additional use for Bitcoin Cash. Like, you can do tons of things on Bitcoin Cash now. The same thing for OpDSV, like check data sig, whatever you want to call it. That almost caused a split. It actually did cause a split. It did cause a split, but that actually wasn't why. It was a political split. Like, people were making made up technical arguments. They weren't actually interested in the best interest of Bitcoin Cash. They were doing it for ego or profit motives. And, like, why would I list something on BitcoinCash.org? I don't have access to it, right? But I can give my opinion. Like, eventually somebody has to merge code and make changes. That person is ultimately the, like, final say on it. But why would I want them to list software? Like, BSV didn't support the spec. Like, they claimed to have been Bitcoin Cash at the time. Like, should I list their node? Like, there are other sides to all these stories. Like, people weren't involved in all the conversations I had with others.
Yeah.
Like,
and I don't disagree.
Like the
with a lot of
IFP
the
stuff. Like, how do you want to fund development? And now IBC has this funding thing, and, like, what was requested of them? You want to see the IFP go away? Make sure they have funds so that they can do stuff.
I agree, and I put forth proposals to multiple people on how they could do funding. I am really happy that they're doing the funding.
Proposal. We walked down Market Street in San Francisco, and you're like, you know what really needs to happen? Pool software needs to allow people to donate. We need a button in this when you rent hash.
You can just do conversations I had directly with Jahan, or the meetings I had with Bitcoin.com's.
Hey,
Shama, are you pro the IFP or?
I'm not pro the current form in the IFP, but I wrote a long article about what I think needs to happen with it. I don't think it should be a centralized whitelist. I think miners should be able to come up with a way to form consensus to donate to the node software they want. But I feel strongly that miners should be the one paying. And the thing that people always forget is that any miner can donate right now. It is very easy for them. They don't need additional stuff in the pool software. That's not that isn't going to fix the problem. The problem is that there's a negative incentive for any miner to donate. They lose money when they do that. When other miners essentially can buy more hardware, they make a larger profit margin. Like, why would I not let someone else fund the project if I can make more money myself? That's the incentive mode right there. In 2018, there was a large meeting where almost all the miners came together and like, yeah, if we can all do this together, then it makes sense because we're not losing money. The security's reduced a little bit, but that fund goes to somewhere else. And we're not like being outcompeted by another miner that isn't contributing. Like, everyone has to contribute then. And that's their incentive structure to actually form a cartel. That is Bitcoin. So like, saying uneducated things about how funding should be done is not helpful. You mislead everyone in the Bitcoin Cash community. Like, you're perceived as an authority. You're perceived as someone that knows what they're talking about, and then you don't do the research. Like, it is not true what you said. You wrote an article again about it. Like, that isn't who do you think pays for ABC right now? It is all the various large miners, right? Yes. And ABC rejected funding from tons of people that weren't miners because it came with strings attached, right? Where is ABC supposed to get funds where strings aren't attached? What businesses don't have some other incentive where they have to return money to their investors, right? Like, why did check data sig get added? That was Bitcoin.com that wanted that. We did that work for them. They didn't pay anything for it, as far as I know, right? And then Op Group, Andrew Stone gets paid by Bitcoin.com, or at least he did. And he implemented that for them because Emil and Roger wanted on-chain verified tokens. It was a shit spec. It made no sense. They came on multiple times, were super aggressive about trying to get it in. It would have really damaged the base level protocol, made it harder to extend. Like, why should I list, like, let's say they implement that. Why should I list that on bitcoincash.org? It's technically incorrect. The decisions that are being made are not political. They're based on what is in the best interest of this cryptocurrency. And the governance system is fork. You don't like what's going in? Produce your own fork, do the work. Like, users should vote with their feet. That is the libertarian way of doing things. There is, right now, a Schelling point around ABC. That's because anybody that runs something else risks forking. Like, that's the reality of it. I don't necessarily like it, but that's how the economics work. If I'm an exchange that runs BCH, like Bitcoin Cash node, and they have a bug, I could be split off the chain. I spent 3 days awake because Bitcoin.com was running BU in the May 2018 hard fork. There was a minor bug. If it had been used by anyone, it would have forked Bitcoin.com off the chain, their entire pool. They would have lost tons of money because they were incompatible with the actual implementation, which wasn't to spec in ABC. It was an accident, but we pushed out an emergency patch because we had that relationship with all the exchanges and the miners. We put in the work over 3 days. We like barely slept to communicate with everybody, to implement the code, to secretly roll it out so that it couldn't be exploited. Like, I was the one corresponding with the Bitcoin Core guy that reported it to us. And we weren't sure who he was. We weren't even sure if he's malicious. If he exploited it during the middle of a rollout, it would have actually caused more of a split. It would have been a bigger problem. So I don't know. I'm very frustrated. Like, my experience actually working on ABC and dealing with the other people that you're talking about, they may not quote unquote be malicious to Bitcoin Cash, but they're definitely self-interested. They're worried a lot of times more about their own ego than doing what's technically correct.
All right. Josh, you have a response to that? Anybody else? That was a lot. Okay.
I think Josh froze.
Yes, I think he did too. His internet's been in
Really?
and out.
I mean,
yeah, he did.
Shama, thanks for sharing. Like, stuff can get pretty heated, and you're right that regardless of your points, like people don't know a lot of these sort of behind the scenes things that happen. It's very easy to like judge people based on Reddit posts and whatnot, but I'm just glad for one that this conversation can happen.
The people that are pissed have unlimited amounts of time to post on Reddit. People that are doing work don't have time to respond. And then if they're perceived as authorities, like Tom Zander, oh, he's a Bitcoin Cash developer. He says nonsense all the time. Like he flat out lies constantly. And like, what is ABC supposed to do about that? They can't pay like a PR person.
Keep it focused to things that are like, I mean, Tom's not here, and like I'm not disagreeing with you or saying any other contradicting, but let's try to be productive insofar as we have voices here that represent us very different or very varied interests and silos. So let's just try to keep it there.
Sure,
I'm sorry, I got
disconnected. It's been 2 years. I've never had an opportunity to respond.
No, and I love the candor. I just don't want to sort of, I mean, there's no way to respond to that, and there's things that people here can respond to. So I think it is a lot more productive, and you'll catch a lot less flack if you keep it on this.
Sure, I'm not personally worried about flack. I would rather have the truth out there.
I totally agree with you. And again, you've aired certain grievances, and feel free to continue that without the ad hominem so much.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh, if you want to respond to that now that you're back.
Well, I mean, I dropped off my computer. Yeah. I didn't hear most of that rant. But like, I did work with the pool operators. I did have a plan on what I wanted. I know Shay disagreed with my plan, and that's fine. I don't think everybody needs to agree in this space. That's totally fine. It doesn't mean that I'm happy about some of the decisions that are made. And I still think ABC is a good organization that's trying to do well. But that doesn't mean that they don't make mistakes. And what I find is that anybody that just wants to carte blanche defend people because they think they're always working in the best interest, yeah, you got to be honest. There's times that people do make mistakes, and it leads to splits and personality conflicts that could have been avoided. So it is what it is. But I do need to drop off. I have other meetings, but I wanted to say goodbye to everybody, and thanks, Colin, for letting me on. And Mike, thanks for the pointer to let me into the conversation for a little bit. I might be able to join a little bit later if you guys are still going on, but I need to deal with my work stuff.
Sounds good.
Talk to you later, Josh.
All right,
good
later,
talking
guys.
with you.
Colin, what was the marathon session you had? What was the longest video you put together?
It might have been like 12 hours. I think it was last fork. It was a while though. It was on DLive. I don't remember. It wasn't like saved on YouTube or anything. So
Josh raised a point, kind of his initial dream, or goal about having multiple funded teams working on protocol development. I think it's an admirable goal. I just don't think that we're there yet. Also the issues about how to properly manage BitcoinCash.org. I mean, this revolves around, yeah, sure, there are personalities involved, but it also revolves around resources. Like if you can task a person to kind of manage that and develop policies and to ensure that everybody feels that they're treated with proper respect and everybody has equal access and whatnot, like that takes resources, and that's why ABC is looking to get funded, because at the end of the day, like everybody in ABC is working all the time just to stay in place, just to keep things going as they are. And if we want to do more, then we have to put some money on it, and that's what I'm working on. I feel very good about the fundraiser and the progress made, and I think there's going to be more very significant progress in the near future on that.
I think it's great to get funding for devs. I think it's good to ask for it. I think it's good when the community steps up and does it. I'm just wondering why ABC chose to do the tax first, and where the people dislike the tax, they asked for the fundraiser second. Like why?
All right, it's not a tax. It's not a tax by any reasonable definition.
Okay.
All right, just for the sake, I mean, we can go into that, the semantics. Can we just call it IFP to like get
Fine.
beyond that, and you can talk about.
That's fine. I don't care.
But people are forgetting why ABC implemented it. Where did it come from? It wasn't ABC. Like ABC could have implemented this years ago. Why did it? Like Mike, why did it get implemented? Why did they do that?
Oh, I'm just wondering why you didn't choose the fundraiser first, a public
It's not
fundraiser.
me. It's not me. I'm not part of ABC.
Lack
sorry.
of resources. Who was gonna run? Who in ABC now was gonna run that? Who was gonna put up the website? Who was gonna? Yeah, Amaury is gonna spend weeks drafting a 26-page document, setting up meetings, making a website, getting testimonials.
Look,
guys,
George, you forgot to mention that you came in after the fundraiser came in after, and at the time before the fundraiser was when the IFP was announced, George was not. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the team.
Correct. I joined 24th February, about 6 weeks ago.
Who's in charge of ABC?
Amaury.
Okay, so Amaury is in charge of having ABC funded. It's very simple. Anytime any CEO of any company, any head of any nonprofit, anyone who's in charge of any group of people in a company way, nonprofit way, whatever, the guy at the top is in charge of making sure people get paid, and including himself, if he's going to be drawing a salary. So if you're saying Amaury's in charge, which I agree with, he's definitely in charge. From everything I've seen, he's in charge of getting it paid. So now he can delegate that job, but he's the one who is saying we're going to do it this way. If you're saying I'm not saying what I'm trying to say by this is if he's in charge, he's the one who put in IFP. He's the one who chose to do it this way. If you want to have him focused entirely on coding, then he needs to pick someone to do the fundraising. If he doesn't want to do the fundraising and he wants to put in code that takes it out of BTC miners, then yeah, he needs to convince the community. He failed to do that. The community is not convinced, and he didn't get the funds.
I would put it another way. No one stepped up to help before me. Or if they did step up, they weren't able to take it as far as I've taken it. And there have been previous fundraiser and other private means tried. But this is no simple task. You know, if you look at other protocol or infrastructure free and open source software development projects, they have these problems in spades. This is no simple task. And you can't say, Amaury should have done X or Y.
Or they die.
Because why? No, but you're saying that he's not just the guy, in charge, the final decision maker. He's also the CTO, and he's also the guy out there solving all the problems and keeping on top of backports, managing the team, looking for new talent to bring on board. Like, yeah, there are a lot of shoulds here, but you know what? I mean, people have to step up. I stepped up. That's why we have a fundraiser now. At the end of the day, crypto remains a very small place. We need more people. And in order to do that, we need to grow. And to grow, we need money.
Look, there was an open source project. I'm going to say it was OpenSSL. I don't think it was actually OpenSSL, but there was an open source project that was used everywhere. Super fundamental to the infrastructure of the internet. And there was basically, it was
GPG.
OpenSSL. Yeah, it was OpenSSL. That's what I thought. You know what I'm talking about. This guy was on a shoestring budget, similar situation, horrible, lack of funding. But dude, if he'd said, hey, I've got a problem, no one's investing in this. I mean,
ABC has been saying that for years. And if you want to talk about the IFP, there's a news article from May 2018 on Bitcoin.com saying that was the plan. So this is nothing new.
But they've also had funding before, right?
Yes, but it only lasts so long.
So sure, but what I'm trying to say is, you had funding before, or ABC had funding before, not you. But ABC had funding before. You can go back to the same sources, or you can do something else. But there are other development teams getting funded, and there are other things in open source getting funded. Linux has like $50 million a year from Microsoft and all this other funds. And I'm not saying it's reasonable to expect BCH to get anywhere near as much funds as Linux. It's not as critical infrastructure to the internet yet. I hope one day that changes. Obviously, I'm trying to do what I can to make sure that changes. But it's not like it's anyone else's job other than the people involved in ABC to get it funded. It's their job to get it funded. And again, yeah, IFP is a valid way to do that, but you have to get people to agree to IFP, and that's what didn't happen.
Just like my question wasn't answered. Where did the IFP come from?
Great question. Thank you. Yeah.
It came from the people that were funding ABC.
Mm-hmm.
And so what?
You want to blame ABC for it? Why don't you blame the people that are paying for stuff?
But they were paying for something. They wanted that thing to still exist, and they tried to get the rest of the community to pay for it in the form of less network security, less money towards network security.
So what is the alternative to it?
So to summarize, some people wanted to pay for ABC. They don't want to pay for it anymore, and they want someone else to pay for it. Wow, that sounds great.
Correct. They want.
No, that's not accurate. They just want the cost to be shared among all the miners. They would continue paying.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. They want to have other people that are not them bear the cost, and it's not just the miners. It's me as well as a BCH holder. I get less network security. That's a trade-off I don't want to make in a scenario where BCH has 3% of the global hash rate of SHA-256. I'll take every ounce of network security I can get, please.
Okay. Well, how much hash rate will you be voting with?
I don't have any hash rate.
Okay.
I'm a holder.
Then we know that that your opinion is valued by us, but not by the software that runs the network. That's proof of work, man.
It is valued by the software that runs the network because the IFP didn't go ahead. But furthermore, my opinion is valid.
Vilifying ABC when it was actually miners that requested the functionality, and then miners that decided to step back from it. That's what's been happening. That's what's been happening.
I'm not vilifying ABC.
Okay, you're not doing it.
Shama, you are the guy vilifying everyone else. Stop with nonsense.
Okay. I saw your tweets.
I'm saying that whoever's in charge of any social organization is in charge of making sure people get paid.
I just don't find it like a really compelling observation.
Simple statement.
I just don't know how I can take that observation and do something more with it. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't see how that gets us anywhere.
It's kind of nuts that one guy who has been vilifying everyone else and one guy who has been vilifying his former employee, the DAO DAO, sits here saying that, wow, everyone else is vilifying us. That's nuts, man.
Vilifying us? I'm not part of anybody that's being vilified. I don't work on ABC. I'm barely involved in Bitcoin Cash until recently. I'm like trying to put a wallet out.
Hey, anyway, like I just want to say, like we can continue to argue about what has happened, but why don't we like figure out what we want to happen from here? Because we can't change the past. And I understand there are upset people, but like I think the best use of our time is to figure out where we go from here.
That would be great if you would stop that. And Shama. Thank you.
So where do we go from here?
I mean, I think they need to figure out. I think they're likely in the same situation. They need to figure out how to get people paid.
Okay, that's why we put out the fundraiser and the 26-page business plan, and the budget and the deliverables with the timeline.
Good job on that, by the way, George.
Thank you. So, I mean, we're actively working to solve that, to give the community what has been asked for, to be transparent, to engage. So what's next?
Well, we will see if you can convince people. That's what we've always been asking for. And there are competing proposals out, and that's great. So the job is to convince people to give you money voluntarily. You don't just put
Yeah,
something
I
out
mean,
and
I think it's a pretty awesome situation.
Well, we're about 44% of the way, so I think we're doing all right. But you know, I'm not talking about like what's next for the ABC fundraiser. I mean, like what's next for Bitcoin Cash. How are we gonna, you know, like there are some bad feelings on different sides and whatnot. So how do we get past that? How do we grow past that? And you know,
in case you haven't noticed, people are already doing things, and you know, to speed adoption, to create new applications on Bitcoin Cash. Things are happening, and I think aside from developing cool new things, the best job a protocol developers and node developers do.
You're breaking up.
Is to facilitate people doing the job that adds value and not get in their way once every 3 months, 6 months, and raise a ruckus and, you know, keep pressing the reset button. Don't do that.
Who's raising the ruckus? Every 6 months, every 3 months, there's a decision that has to be made. And any decision is going to have people that disagree with the decision. And the people that disagree are angry often.
Are you
and they have time. I'm just talking from like a logistical sense. Like this is what happens in the real world. Every time a decision is made, somebody's going to be unhappy with that decision. There's always some percentage. And those people are often outsized in their noisiness because the people that are happy with the decision have no reason to talk.
Shama, don't rewrite history.
I'm not rewriting history.
Who has been
and every one of these decisions, there have been people on both sides.
Who have been giving people who don't give them money bad names, calling them Blockstream, and
I don't get any money from this.
Look,
I'm not asking for any money from anyone. I work at another job now.
Look, you're advocating for some organization. It's fair to talk about that organization, okay?
Sure, but they're not the one vilifying anyone. I'm the one talking about people that have historically come down on the opposite side of every issue.
They have not
every technical issue. They come down on the other side, not for technical reasons, but because they don't like Omri.
Shama, you're lying.
Oh yeah? Tell me when Tom Xander has ever agreed with any of the specs.
They have not vilified anyone. That's bullshit.
Tell me where Tom Xander tried to say that my name was fake and that I was actually a guy named David.
Who gives a fuck?
And that I was like, doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Does he get any money?
No, he doesn't get any money from any of this stuff. But like, here's the thing: you're telling me that I'm the one doing it. I'm the one just pointing out that it's been being done for 3 years.
Okay, you have been doing it, and ABC specifically, Amory have been doing this. It's a fact.
Oh yeah.
People who have been
what? What has Omri done to vilify people?
Who was called Blockstream?
I don't know. Who was?
Roger. Roger was called freaking Blockstream.
I don't know that. Like, I haven't heard that. I don't know that that's true. It does not sound like something Omri would say. If you have evidence of that and like some context for it, sure. I don't know that that's vilifying him though.
Looks like we lost Mike and Mark.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for being on.
So I'm gonna break tension here, and we're gonna go into a mempool report. I guess I'll you guys can watch the YouTube because sorry I'm not sharing my screen. But as you can see here, we have the unconfirmed transaction count right here. In the last 24 hours, this happened about 2 hours ago. There's a little spike right here. Let me move my camera. So stupid. We had a little spike right here, and it looked like that was a sharp a sharp a burst of transactions, which clogged up the mempool for a while and made the minimum on BTC about 17 satoshis per byte for a while, for at least 2 hours. And so we're starting to recover right now. We had some turbo blocks in there, but we should be back on track within the next hour or so. So that was the mempool report for the day. Thank you, everybody. Let's get back to this place. Blackberry.
Oh, nice update.
I wish I had popcorn.
Dude, who's this man in a car? Hey, Anthony.
This is Anthony Banks,
Test,
I believe.
1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Any of you
Yep.
diseased right now?
Practice safe streaming.
Yeah, I'm very glad you would. Wait, no.
It's safe, yeah? How you doing, guys?
Good.
Doing great.
Welcome.
As soon as the fighting started, I thought, let's get in. Yeah.
Take off the jacket.
Yeah. So how you guys doing? Yeah, I'm in my car, just some peace and quiet.
I think some of these conversations needed to be had.
Well, yeah, there's shit's popping off.
Yeah, I was listening to the discussion about ABC and Omri just now.
Yeah.
You guys want to keep expanding on all of this, or?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe try to focus on the future.
Let's get back to the future there.
So I have an idea. I'm planning to maybe set up like a small bistro, which makes it BCH HQ in Amsterdam.
Nice.
Maybe like an open internet cafe. I just have to find like a revenue model to not drain on it every month too much.
Let me see. Cafe in Amsterdam. What could you say that is in high demand to everyone? You'll figure it out.
Well,
you should call it
products from the grass company.
Well, the most obvious way is that you should set it out as a regular business first, and get that viable, and then also accept Bitcoin Cash, right?
The thing is, though, it's not my personal dream to be a bar owner, but I was thinking of having some kind of small outlet, so it was more like a side thing.
I mentioned before when I was at Mycelium, we tried to do the whole shill businesses to accept Bitcoin stuff. Eventually, Alex.
In Mike froze. Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit, Mike.
And do it all that way. So you're not the first.
Mike, go back. Go back, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, you have to. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So from working in Mycelium and doing the shill Bitcoin to businesses, and realizing, like you said, that maybe we just have to open our own restaurant and start everything from the ground up that way. So you're not the first one to think.
My main idea would be to just start with basic infomercial type animation videos that we can put some money together, have them produced by some Indians on Fiverr, and just start spamming the internet with positive kind of Bitcoin cashy stuff. Also more memeing, because what you really want to do at the end, I heard them earlier on your chat here talking a lot about merchant adoption, etc., etc. But I think in a macro setting, at the end of the day, we're riding a big wave. The way I came into Bitcoin and everybody on the first or second generation, it's because you wanted to get in on the hype and you wanted to be part of what was going on. And the next wave is just the people are going to come in once they by themselves feel like they're missing out by not owning Bitcoins. And this is right now, I'm not even, when I'm in my surroundings, I'm not even so much putting attention on Bitcoin Cash, but just Bitcoin, just get people comfortable with the idea of getting into crypto. If they all buy Bitcoin and it death spirals and all the money goes to Bitcoin Cash, it's good for us anyway. But in the beginning, I'm not gonna push them on Bitcoin Cash or tell them Litecoin sucks immediately. So I think from people who are not in businesses or developing, we should much more try to come up with ludic actions to get people comfortable with crypto and using it and making it fun.
Yeah, so that brings up some things we were talking about earlier, namely compelling products and gamification and incentives. So I'd love to talk to Shama more about, if you're there, Shama, Mr. Chancellor.
Maybe you just stepped out. Yeah, but gamification, what you just said, that's an amazing field to work on.
So,
well, he's got this chat app.
So one thing that I have been talking to people about is that we on the SLP front, there are actually a couple very great ideas that are coming up but are stalled by the lack of wallet support. That is the NFT tokens. It's not just I've floated a few other related to financing ideas before, but that's a separate issue. But NFTs are very gameable, and it's easy to make games that also involve Bitcoin Cash and that involves NFTs. And it's kind of a shame that it's not getting all this funding things, whatever. I think not enough attention has been paid to the token front. Well, I mean, most things.
And how about like well, just my quick background, because I haven't spoken with many of you guys ever besides shit talking. I used to be a broker in an online casino that pretended to sell binary stock options, right? So I did like this. This used to be my job, a bit like Boiler Room, right? I like Wolf Wall Street, taking a lot of money for like.
That sounds interesting.
Thanks to
total scammy binary options. But the idea of binary options is awesome. It's basically a precursor to the prediction market. So what you say is like oil. Let's say oil is $10. You say in the next 60 minutes it goes up or down. You put $100 on it. If you're correct, you get a 160% payout. If you're not correct, you lose everything. Now, let's assume you're not manipulating the spreads. Let's be fair and honest for a second. But this type of games you can do with anything, but you use Bitcoin Cash as the underlying value. So people can pretend like they're playing games with the real stock market, but of course they send money to the website and you just convert it into Bitcoin Cash and you can run the entire gaming online casino thing, all the games on the platform on Bitcoin Cash. And I know how popular it used to be until the Interpol shut it down basically in many countries. But the idea,
Anthony?
You can do it. Yeah.
Sorry, I had to log off for a few minutes, and I might have to do so as well. But what you're doing sounds really, really cool. What's the name of it? I missed that.
Well, it's binary options. So if you Google it, you'll probably see that.
I'm very familiar. I'm very familiar with binary options. Awesome concept.
So this is what I'm thinking: is recreating the setting of binary options, but using Bitcoin Cash as the underlying execution of every transaction. Right, so people can play with dollars or euros, but they're actually mechanically, it's the Bitcoin Cash, it's the blockchain that processes the whole game, the whole platform. I think that then you don't have to convince people that they have to buy Bitcoins, but they can just wire, let's say, $1,000 to the website, and they can start trading. We on the backside, or whoever is going to create this, is just using Bitcoin Cash. And at the end of the day, if they want to withdraw their money, you can just convert it again and send them the fiat money back. Right. So, and the good thing also is because you do it on Bitcoin Cash, it's kind of like gray area in terms of regulations. So you don't have that much of AML, KYC, and this kind of stuff yet. So as long as you're like good-hearted and not scamming people intentionally and just let the odds play out. So people, they lose, let's say 6 out of 10 times they lose the bet anyway, because it's a coin flip, but they're always behind. Because if they win 160, but if they lose 100% of their bet. So even if you put the parameters like in a smart way, you can actually let the system run by itself. Some people win, some people lose, and eventually there's like a small commission portion that you take out of it for the people who create the platform. But this is a way of onboarding people without having to convince them to like, oh, it's all about Bitcoin Cash and people are just. I have a brother who's a dentist, and he's for me the benchmark. He's smart. He has a family. He's like a typical like intellectual guy. He is still not convinced on Bitcoins. If I cannot even convince my own brother, who is like mildly interested, that's just, it shows me that like people around me Anthony, in my social circle, they're cringe when I talk about Bitcoin.
One second, Anthony. What kind of car do you have? Are you in?
BMW.
Mercedes.
I knew it was one or the other.
Mercedes. I got you.
Does your brother gamble?
No. I'm the gambler in the
family. Okay. Hey, there's a crypto poker game tomorrow, by the way, if you're interested.
On blockchain poker, yeah, I might join.
Yeah, I showed a chart on here earlier. It's just been absolutely exploding in popularity because the quarantine, all the casinos are shutting down, and yeah, it's been crazy. They've had to like upgrade servers a couple times. Yeah, it's been awesome.
Because look at Bitcoin itself, right? What's the main use case? It's gambling, no? Like, what does it consist? 60% of all activity, maybe, and trading speculation next to it.
Something like that, I'm sure.
So,
that sounds like gaming, 2 sets of gambling.
Yeah, basically.
yeah. So almost everything is gambling at this point.
Yeah, we need to get away from that.
Yeah, but first you need to onboard people, you know.
Yeah.
And that's how they come.
Absolutely, yeah. Still.
But I'd be willing to work with people who is good at like writing some scripts. I'll go to Fiverr and make some animation videos. I know Vin Armani makes them once in a while, but he's kind of like a lonely like lone wolf. So if we like stick together with some other people, I think we can, you know, pump out content. Just create content, spam the internet, and it will start living. It will start living on social media.
There's been a lot of memes put out in the past. It's unfortunate though that it's been focused on like being negative about other coins. It's like, oh, Bitcoin Core is like evil garbage, whatever, and like Bitcoin Cash is the good guy instead of like just shilling Bitcoin Cash.
Does anybody know Egon 1 or
Yeah.
Egon, right? This is like, I don't know him, but like he had a period in the first 6 months into 2017 where he made the most amazing memes. You know, they were funny, they were like catchy. Like if we can pick that up again, I think it has nothing to do with like the real development and infrastructure, etc. But it makes people a bit thirsty around us, you know. So you'll reach more people, and eventually they will start trickling in. And
memes are liked because they reveal truth. That's what memes are. So they're just condensed truth bombs. The good ones, I mean, the ones that we share. You don't share a meme you disagree with, right? Unless you're making fun of it for being a bad meme, which is a meta thing, but
Core can't meme.
Wasn't there an FAQ by Egon
Core can't meme
at some point? I thought that was kind of interesting.
A fact by Egon? I don't remember.
I've tried to invite Egon to like to Telegram and all the communities and stuff. He's
Thank you, whoever's throwing me BCH. Appreciate it. It's Frozen. I'll give you a high five while you're frozen.
Whatever. Which is his prerogative. Good for him.
Anyway, guys, I just opened a trade. I think we're going like really up, man. The bull run started.
Just open a trade.
Coinspice does not give financial advice.
Yeah, that's just
Thank
Anthony. What software is good?
Disclaimer. Just disclaimer there.
What software is good for making memes? Learn Photoshop. Photoshop is the jack of all trades for.
Oh, Shay, someone was asking. Bitcoin Cast was asking where they can play with Stamp. Is there a demo? Is it open? Is it open to public?
Yeah, it's not like a public
Chill.
thing right now because we're like busy breaking stuff constantly. But I have something stable right now. We'll probably do a release this weekend. But like I can demo it right now.
Sure.
I can actually manage to share my screen. I don't know if that'll work. There we go.
Hey, but Colin, you just said, you know, Photoshop is the play. But for instance, I'm shit with Photoshop, and you know, by the time I learn it, there's people who are like wizards, right? So I guess what we should try to do is more like, you know, we'll put some money together. We give somebody, let's say, I don't know, a couple $100 for an X amount of memes, and somebody just starts pumping it out, and we start spreading it, like kind of weaponize it a bit.
I got 5 on it.
Yeah, I mean, like. Sorry, I kind of missed. So you're just basically saying pay somebody to make memes? I mean.
Yeah, of course, somebody who's good at it. Just dump him a whole fucking database of Shutterstock photos and let him, like, you know, like sell the algorithm. You know, he makes funny memes all day long.
Yeah, I mean, the hard part about memes is just the concept. The execution is pretty easy.
Concept is Bitcoin Cash is cool, right? That's the whole. Bitcoin Cash is the shit. As long as you can like channel that message.
All right, let me
Don't you think?
Frame this. Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, I agree.
Concept but in is a different way than we use.
Yeah, a little more specific.
Yeah.
Well, in a different way than we used to do, because the memes used to be like you saw like some Mexican guy picking tomatoes, and it was like I used to use Bitcoin, but now I can't because I make $2 a day. Like that's shit, right? We have to look at like the people who are not involved in crypto, and just kind of like make them attracted to the idea.
All right, Shay, go for it.
So I have. This is weird. I don't know. I found a bug already. You always find bugs in demos. I'm gonna share a different screen.
Okay.
I have two chat clients open at this time. Let me figure out how to unshare
Get a meme competition.
Share the other. So
I'll put $100
basically,
in the meme competition.
So basically, this is somewhat like a Telegram clone, but your identity is actually your Bitcoin Cash address. So like this, you just add somebody based on whatever that is, and then it goes up to basically a key server like GPG, grabs like a signed message, so you can prove that it's whoever owned that address, and then that message tells the client where you receive essentially messages at. So you have an inbox somewhere that's all off chain, and then each message comes with a cryptographically verifiable amount of money. So you can see Harold here sent me 50 micro BCH, and he sent me one message. And so this list here, there's a lot of different ways this could be sorted eventually, is like how much money he sent me rather than like how much noise he's made. So I can actually prioritize who I'm paying attention to based on how much they send me. And this was how Finney's kind of original idea around like reusable proof of work. So it doesn't cost Harold anything if I continue to talk to him. Yeah. He sent me, 10,000 sats here on testnet, and I sent him 5,000 back. As we're talking, you're basically exchanging value. And by having these off-chain, like all of these transactions, the metadata is sent off-chain. So I can send him, this is actually a stealth transaction. I'm gonna send him 5,000.
So is each message actually a transaction?
Each message, is just a standard transaction. And then the way the private key is derived is proves that the message is associated with that transaction. So you can't like send different people the same transaction. You can prove that transaction belongs to this message. And then inside of those messages, like this stealth transaction, actually, so the relays can verify the stamps, but the payloads are all encrypted with your with AES, and they use your Bitcoin hub key to generate the shared secret for that. And then inside that payload, you can wrap another set of transactions. So like this, it's 5,000. It should have been 50,000, but you can send multiple transactions together to like very unique addresses, and it doesn't like this address for Harold is never reused for anything. So everything is these stealth reusable addresses, and then on top of it, it's somewhat confidential because the amounts can be sent in different transactions, so you can't actually know what the total amount sent was. You can possibly, depending upon how the wallet splits things up and whatnot, there's depending upon how privacy aware the wallet developers are, you could probably derive some information from it. But it has the opportunity to provide all these extra privacy features because of the off-chain messaging. And there's a ton of other stuff that I hope to do is multi-sig is not very good right now because you build your multi-sig transaction in Electron Cash, and then you serialize it to base64 and then send it to somebody. They have to sign it and then send it back and then broadcast it. Having these off-chain messaging systems with this cryptographically verified identity allows the clients just talk to each other directly. You can send hey, I want to spend money out of this other multi-sig wallet, and they can just click OK, and then the wallet will sign it for them. So there's a lot of these great use cases that you can start using when you have a wallet like this. The chat aspect here is just that's just one thing it could do. That's one application of a way to use Bitcoin Cash to sort of limit spam and provide an idea of how much how valuable the messages are. How much does somebody value your time in reading them?
Yeah, so one thing you can do, right, is the stamp price, so you can set a minimum for somebody to message you, right?
We originally were thinking about that. I'm probably going to remove that because once you build the stamp transaction and you broadcast it, if the other person were to filter out the message, the coins would effectively be burned. So on the actual client side, they would still get the coins, but maybe they just want to pay attention to your message, which is how it works. right now. So the fee basically is the mining fee. So like miners should be very excited about this because it doesn't take a lot of users to hit the 200 transaction limit right now. It's like a really good motivator for increasing the block size and getting the miners additional fees.
How would you handle the, I mean, sorry to ask this dumb question, but what about groups?
So the way this works is sort of more like email. So you would like SMS, you're actually sending the same text message to multiple people. What I plan to do is implement essentially what would be listservs. So you would message a listserv and it would forward it to all the subscribers. And then you can just run this listserv daemon and it would have an address on here, if that makes sense. It's not the greatest solution, but encrypted group chat is really not a good, not a very well solved problem.
Absolutely not. It's like, yeah.
So everything, like Telegram is not encrypting anything unless you do a secret chat, whereas everything 100% encrypted between two parties. You can run your own relay server if you want. Like if you don't want to run on the stamped default relay server, you can start your own and have your inbox there, and you can still message people on the default relay server. So it's designed to be open and allow other developers to extend it. The protocol, I've talked to a number of other wallet developers that are excited to implement it because they can do these multi-sig negotiations online, a lot of other stuff. I think my hope is that there won't just be one client. There'll be a lot of clients, and that'll drive adoption of it. A lot of the different messaging systems, they're not compatible. There's not multiple people sort of interacting in the space because there's only one group of people that run the servers. So they have an uphill battle launching a new one has a big uphill battle competing with the existing players. And it's less of a battle when you have a lot of people forming a coalition to compete with Facebook Messenger or Telegram or WhatsApp. The money aspect does make it a little bit confusing for lay people, but I'm hoping that sort of an intolerant minority of people that really care about privacy will migrate to this and sort of give their friends some Bitcoin Cash so they can talk back and forth and onboard people that way so that they actually have pseudonymous communication if they care about that. Any other questions? Nope.
I think that's pretty cool. Basically, also every interaction has a cost, right? A fee cost.
Yeah, this is like a 0.1 cent right here, and I mean it's testnet coins. So, although I do think testnet coins have some value because I have to go and find them from other people when I run out of them. So I have to do some effort to get them. I don't know what the price of a testnet coin is right now, but it has some value.
Also, any plans to integrate Simple Ledger protocol?
It definitely can be done. I don't have any plans to do it right now. I'm hoping that to just get a base client that works off the ground, and then it's open source. People can add whatever they want to it.
Yeah, that's a better question. Pretty compatible with that, then, of course.
Yeah, if anybody wants to do it, I wouldn't use it for the individual stamps. I think implementing that would be obnoxious, but having all these payloads are per. They're all sort of individual structured messages, and so you could implement an SLP transfer, and then you could implement in the wallets the ability to understand that, and they could handle it that way if they want to implement a separate SLP functionality. So you could send Spice tokens across this, or send people whatever. But it wouldn't be too hard to implement.
Cool.
This is your Telegram killer, huh?
I don't know if it'll be a Telegram killer, but I think it's an interesting experiment. It might go somewhere.
Just a public service announcement. I have a lot of testnet coins, just including Shama. I have thousands and thousands. If you want any, just ask me. I can give you.
You're gonna ruin the market for testnet coins.
He's gonna crash it.
It has never been up. How could it go down?
It's sort of interesting too, because once you have the client, you have to find somebody who has a token to allow you to use it. So it's sort of this weird exclusivity thing right now. Just getting it isn't sufficient to actually talk to anyone. It's sort of like I don't know. I think it's an interesting incentive structure. But yeah, there's not much to it right now. It's just, yeah, pretty simple.
So where can interested people like download this?
So I don't have a release of this version up yet. I also haven't launched the website. I'm trying to get it in a state where it's like a smooth user experience and there's some way to discover other people. But if you message me on Telegram or Twitter, my handle's micropresident. I can invite you to the community group, and I'll notify you when the next release is out, and then you can sort of bootstrap your contacts off of that. The actual Telegram group is just Stamp Chat in this public group. You can join it if you're interested.
Sweet.
Cool.
Yeah, you might as well. Thanks. And it looks like Kieran is trying to dip out. It's late where he is.
Yeah, he's hung in there.
Yeah. So it's 2:45 a.m. and I have downed a considerable amount of red wine.
No. Earned it.
Well, I wanted to have some popcorn and pour some melted butter over it, but we're out of popcorn, so
You're blushing.
the red wine had to do.
It's 8 butter.
Yeah. So yeah, I drank the wine. Now I need to sleep.
Hey, imaginary Uname, are you there?
What's up?
Did you already talk about this AnyHedge thing you're doing?
I thought Emergent Reasons gave a full interview over it, but if you have questions, ask.
I believe that was just text.
I just glanced. Yeah, I
text
just
in
glanced over the white paper so far. I'll read it, but it's something you guys are already like focused on and getting up, yeah.
We've been working on it over the past year, so.
Okay, cool, interesting.
You're
gonna put.
Yeah.
You're gonna put it on Flipstarter to keep going.
Oh no! This is a for-profit company. We are not asking the community to fund this. We are
It's a business. Okay.
Yes, It's a business. We are asking investors who want profit to invest. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I might talk to you about that later. I'll go like read up and then ask you more questions.
Basically DeFi on BCH.
DeFi, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is really good.
And you can make a market for anything, as far as I understand it. Lâché.
Well, it's a volatility stabilizer, like DAO, basically, no?
It's not a DAO. It's not exactly MakerDAO. It doesn't actually produce a stable coin. You might actually be kind of familiar with this. Think about the traditional futures and options market.
Right.
We are basically doing that, except that instead of a central exchange controlling everything, we have oracles. We have oracles which can be blind, and the blockchain itself enforcing payouts. That's in a nutshell, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So a lot of traditional companies, like if using a very very far-fetched example as a general idea, say if you are a airline company And usually, if you are worried about oil price going a lot up or going a lot down, then what you do is that you buy futures contracts and then hedge on it, right?
Right.
So that no matter which way it goes, you limit your exposure, and then can be compensated accordingly. And then on your other side are some speculators that wants to bet the other way. And so you guys get together and you get what you want. They want risk, you want stability, and you both get out of it with what you're looking for. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I just realized it's just kind of tied into what I was just talking about with the binary option things, that you can basically start creating markets in anything and use Bitcoin Cash as the underlying asset.
Mechanistically, it's similar.
Yeah. That's a cool thing to keep an eye on, for sure.
So one thing I was wondering about is with general protocols. Just had a quick look over the website, and it talks about smart contracts on BCH. So can you let us know a little bit about what the plan is on implementing those?
Can I say that question again?
What's the plan surrounding general protocols? Are you implementing smart contracts?
Well, the plan is that we make this great products. One thing in common with all our contracts, and indeed all the UTXO contracts, as far as we can see, is that unlike account-based contracts, they still need an order book, and so we need partners, and we need partners, and the partners can make money from it. Exchanges, OTC desk, other people, maybe even whales who want to buy and sell among themselves in a private chat room. We provide services. We provide API when we provide other integration services, and this. Well, I mean, you're probably. I'm just a guy collaborating on the white paper, but this is probably better ask of the CEO. But we plan to provide services and make money out of it.
It's really cool, man. I wish you become a fucking millionaire on this shit. Good job.
Okay, I think that's it for me. I'm gonna head out. Bye.
I can have a good one. Thanks for coming on.
So any ideas about what's next? Like the whole thing went, everything's fine, nothing's changing.
What's next? In what respect? BCH?
Yeah, be like where are we going right now in the short term? Like not price wise, but like project wise, and like the whole crypto atmosphere right now. You guys are positive?
Yeah, I think there's not gonna be a fork in May, a split, I should say. After that, November will be interesting. More worried about.
In terms of the global market, it's even more interesting. Like where there's a lot of uncertainty right now because of the virus, and the obvious fact that everything fell a lot.
And what's so beautiful is Bitcoin already is higher than the initial drop. So where the stock markets are still in denial, in like now we're on the edge of, is this a suckers already, or are we going to start to recover? Bitcoin is already there, So it basically outpaced the market like by 3x, which is really a really bullish signal in my opinion.
You're right, and it's kind of a bitter, how should I say, probably bittersweet realization that people have always been saying that crypto is supposed to be this thing that gives you a way to escape the traditional finances and all the speculation and all the stuff, but in the end, we lead the market. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, marketing. Hey, We need marketing. Yeah, it's fund the protocol developers, but somebody's got to fund some marketing too. I know Bitmain is doing a good amount before the BSV split happened, with their specifically their dev. God, I can't freaking remember what it's called now. The
Like
competition.
a dev group?
No, their competition hackathons. With their hackathons,
Right,
and then yeah, just in general, there's been a couple. I mean, yeah, you don't just like see the small videos really anymore. So I don't know. Hayden probably does the most still, and it's even he doesn't even put out that much. So yeah, marketing would be great. Yeah, it's like again, it's like I mean, we always say this, but how do you get it to the normies? So.
Well, the fact that it's already outperforming the market is a good sign. You know, people. It's like you said, Im. I'll just call you Im, man. People, they're starting to discover it. I think, like much more than we anticipated before. Right now, everybody is looking like, what's the next thing? You know, and it's. I think the time to shine is actually coming this year. So we should step up with our memes.
The meme wars. Yeah, it's meme wars. The culture war. Culture war cultivated through memes. What's up, Heyman?
Culture's everything.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, Anthony, looking at the chart, when are we going to flip BTC?
Whew. That's not going to happen. Although I have to say, BTC dominance looking really bearish, really bad. So I think the alt market is going to overtake Bitcoin soon enough. It's just how it is.
Yeah. I mean, especially like when, I mean, BTC looks more correlated with the stock market like all the time, especially with the drop. And it's like, oh, it's supposed to not go with the stock market because it's a safe haven. You know, people are realizing it's not a safe haven. It's a speculative instrument. And so I think more people are kind of figuring that out.
But I mean,
so.
this is kind of organic, right? Like that's people, they're wishful dreaming when they think that. Of course, it's going to behave for now with the stock market. But in terms of like within crypto, it's obvious that the wider alt market is going to rise well above Bitcoin because it has already filled its promise, you know?
Yeah.
So we are Bitcoin Cash is part of the wider alt market. So
yeah.
So the future is bright in that regard.
Yes.
As long as we get our internal struggles in order.
Yes. Of course. Very important. Very important. Let's see.
How's the fundraiser? It's still on 43%, yeah? How do we know that's even real? Is there a wallet address?
That has been answered on the Reddit, I believe, by George, where he says that it's okay. I don't want to say this is his exact words. Don't hold me liable for this, but paraphrase. It's none of any of our business. So.
All right, fair enough. Well, at some point they're gonna say it's we're content and it's complete or not, so we will see.
Sorry, I had to take a break from eating my sandwich. It's not that it's none of your business. It's just that ABC offers to maintain confidentiality with people who donate. And,
that's fair enough.
if they're requesting confidentiality, then we have to respect that. And
But I think nobody
that's
asked for the names. No, I didn't ask for names. I just want, is there an address? So that's also not like public. That there is some fund sitting somewhere, like regardless who gave it.
The disposition of any funds is also a matter of privacy. I mean, that's why we have cash fusion and such, right? I mean, fungibility, pseudonymity, anonymity, these are things that we're trying to build too, right? So
that's not really what cash fusion does. It doesn't eliminate people's ability to prove that some fund sits on an address, but it's okay. It's okay.
I'm glad you approve.
Yeah, George. So I have a question. So the fundraiser started, and right when it started, it was already at 43% or something like that. Is that just from previous did that come previously? I guess I'm wondering why that was included to the 3.3 million goal and not just like made a 1.8 million dollar goal instead.
Well, to provide complete transparency.
Mm-hmm.
I was working on this behind the scenes for several weeks, and abracadabra, we have part of our funding in place. Not that all of it. I'm not saying I did it all, but just abracadabra, we have part of our funding in place, and in order to provide complete transparency, because if I say the budget is 3.3, and then we're only raising 2, and then people are going to be confused, right? So in order to have consistency among the numbers, that's why it was represented that way.
Gotcha.
So George, we already chatted about this on Telegram. What I would like to see personally is that we're gonna start put more spotlight on the roadmap. Just make it a bullet point project roadmap. This is the project right now, and you can also build an atmosphere around it, right? If there's a project with like 6 devs that is now #1 on the roadmap, we can actually do some stuff. We can interview them, put that content on YouTube, create get people more involved in what this ecosystem even represents, Because this was my big criticism when Bitcoin Cash started, is that it was all in the shadow. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew is this today, or nobody gave an update after the first week. There wasn't. Basically, of course, this is how Bitcoin Cash was supposed to be born, right? It's a anarcho-capitalist reaction. But still, if we want to do the brand thing, then I believe we should start to highlighting that roadmap and take that step by step.
I agree,
once
100%.
you get people convinced,
I just published an article on read.cash on the Bitcoin ABC account that lays out the projects on the roadmap for the next 2 years, I think, mainly for this year. I think there's another article that covers what we expect to do in the year after that, with quite a bit of precision. And yes, if we're funded to the extent that I'm able to continue with ABC, then that will be one of my key tasks, is to do exactly what you're saying. And we have a project, approved and under development to do that, to do precisely that, and not just for ABC, but for everybody. Yeah. But that it's just a question of time and resources. But I agree. I want to blow everything up with all kinds of positive publicity, press releases, video interviews, calm, objective content, show off all the products that are being built in Bitcoin Cash, and try to attract even more developers to build even more products, because I think that's we need to let 100,000 business plans bloom in the Bitcoin Cash space, because we're not going to do this in a top-down manner. It's going to be the way we're getting to 5 billion daily active users is via hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin Cash businesses and business models and stuff.
Yeah.
Agreed. Can someone explain how the BCH difficulty adjustment works? I don't really know technically. I just know it happens every block. And it's basically a rolling average of the last 100 some blocks. And yeah, that's about it. That's about all I currently know. We need more BCH focused podcasts. I'll watch Colin Like It Is every Tuesday, Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on Coinspice. As far as I know, I'm the only consistent one. I know Coinspice, Kelso does an actual podcast. Mine's more of a show with video. Kelso does a actual podcast. It's on iTunes and Spotify with some movers and shakers in Bitcoin Cash, and that's great. Eleanor is also doing some on Coinspice. She just started, and as far as other podcasts, Bitcoin.com had one for a while, but unfortunately Matt Aaron quit recently. But he has a bunch of older ones on there that are great, and that's kind of all I can. Oh, Bitcoin Cast, of course. Christian at Bitcoin Cast, CAST. He interviews a lot of people in the space as well. Another great.
He just released something with Naomi today.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, he's a great guy. So, so that's the ones I can think of.
It's growing, yeah.
So yeah, but more is always better for sure. Again, that's kind of all I really know about difficulty adjustment algorithm. I think it's the last 144 blocks. I could just be making it up. It's a rolling average, and so it's not ideal right now. And all of the developers are aware of this and are hopefully working on fixing this soon because of the turbo blocks that happen often, and then we get no blocks for a while. So hopefully that can be changed soon. It's a little tough to, as far as I understand and hear from people, to find a proper difficulty adjustment algorithm when your hash rate is so low in comparison to BTC, just because of the whole gaming thing. And so, like, one that's good at 2% of the hash rate might not be good at 5% of the hash rate. So, yeah, the Roger Ver show is still going on. Yeah. What is he specifically?
I know it's a sensitive thing to say, but we could learn a little bit from like BSV in terms of like they have their Jimmy Win and like their production value is quite nice. Let's be honest. CoinGeek has a great production value.
They have a lot of money going into marketing.
That's it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Well, I mean, Calvin spent, I don't know how many millions was that, just buying Bitcoin.cash to spite this. So, yeah.
I mean, he's a marketing. I mean, he's a baron. His whole thing was media, and that's how he made his name and money. But
let's be honest, that's their only key to success if they're gonna succeed, right? It's what he's doing right now. It's the big push. So we'll see.
Absolutely, that's why I've always would like to see some sort of acknowledgement that it's much more than just let's pay some developers. Even if we paid 300 or 3,000 developers, okay, now go push it on the market and the people, the consumers, which isn't funding devs, it's funding education, videos, what George was talking about. Got to have gamified apps, you got to have commercials, you got to have pretty girls, you got to have, I mean, these things have to happen. It's not, the merit of something doesn't necessarily sell itself. You have to sell it. You have to push it. And need dough. That's what I've been working on for a while as well. Got to have dough to push things out.
Yeah.
Although on the topic of BSV marketing, I'll say they're not, there's a little bit of hollowness there, I think. They did a conference in Bogota, I believe it was mid last year. And at the kind of near the end, I decided I wasn't going to participate. I was supposed to speak, but I decided not to. And I'm glad that I did, because basically nobody showed up. The only presenters they had were scams. And what's his name? CSW. He went to the Bogota City Council and got himself a document that certified him as Satoshi Nakamoto.
Oh yeah.
I was just so
but I mean, like,
glad.
this is my personal research, is that ultimately N-Chain is like a hedge fund, and it's a marketing group basically, right?
I was just so glad to be a million miles from that.
I mean, it's sort of a symptom of all the money printing, all the hot money that's flowing around, that a lot of the times you think that, okay, this is ridiculous. Nobody, consumers or developers or whoever is not going to be fooled by this. But in the end, they might just happen to not be marketing to these people. A lot of times they're marketing to their investors, and their investors might have some weird alignments, or, there are some people with a lot of money who are not really right in the head. People, and like we all say, oh, it's so obvious. It's so obvious, all the lying and all the fake evidence that CSW is not Satoshi. How could anyone fall for this? Well, guess what? There apparently are some very wealthy people who are falling for that. So they keep pushing this. They can extract more money out of those people's pockets. And you know, it's a lot of times the incentives are really screwed up, but that's where we are.
Yeah, sure, and it's a wild west scenario, so they can push it, right? Like from what I understand, basically, and what I see in crypto as well is that at the end of the day, it's really hard to have this utopia of the full decentralization, not too much powerful parties. BTC went Blockstream. Kelvin just took control of a network, and they're just pushing it as a corporate product. Basically, it's corporate Bitcoin, which in itself, as long as their thing keeps hushing it, it probably works. And even in Bitcoin Cash, eventually there is a gravity, and there is some party that is going to lean heavier than others, and we should try to at least make sure that that party also cannot control all aspects. So maybe, I don't know how ABC sees it, but eventually, if you want to do marketing and you have a budget, you want to keep that to others, right? Like outsource it and just have more people work along next to you, as opposed to you directing them as a client.
I think the way that we go, I don't know. I think we need to develop, more. We need to have a bigger space. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Mark. He talked about the Linux Foundation. I think it'd be really cool to have something like that in Bitcoin Cash. But the thing is, you need to have businesses, like he said, Microsoft gives them 50 million, okay, we don't necessarily need Microsoft right off the bat, but we need a bigger business ecosystem, in order to be able to have the base from which to raise funds, to do things like marketing, or maybe they'll just do marketing themselves, maybe
it's
that's just part of their business plan, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's like where the funds come from. I mean, it was tried with the Bitcoin Cash Fund / association, and then probably just some misinvestments, I suppose, and poor budgeting. But hey, I put out a good commercial.
So I can answer. Well, I mean, I'm not really involved in the budget, but I was there listening and going through all the fights, so I kind of know that. The main problem with Bitcoin Cash Fund and later Bitcoin Cash Association at that time was that they collected a lot of money on the way, all the way up to 1 BCH is 4K, and they budgeted for that. And they budgeted for that in what I would call sheer dumb naivety. And then we all know what happened. And then on the way, there are some plans. There were some plans about let's sell this so that let's sell it for fiat so that we can keep operating or whatever. But legal issues caught up, and there was attempts to open bank account and hire lawyers and whatnot that lasted from February all the way to November of 2018. If you think about that time frame and think about the price chart, you kind of get what happened.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the gym friend on the Halvening.
Sorry. Oh shit. Guys, I'm gonna head off. It's been a pleasure to talk to you all. I'm gonna eat. I'm starving. Cheers. Thank you, Colin.
Yep. See you,
Great
Mike.
talking to you.
See you guys
later.
Bye.
Halvening been priced in.
And then there were 4.
Okay, this is not a trick question, right? Has the what?
Yeah.
Sorry, give me that again, Colin.
Yeah, it's kind of a trick question. It's like one of those stupid debates you see when you're deep within crypto Twitter. It's called
Who asked that?
Mike in Space. Mike in
I
Space.
thought so. Okay. The answer is fuck off, Mike. In that case.
All right, that's Jim Friend's answer to is the Halvening priced in. He eats over his head. So that's it. The answer is fuck off, Mike. All right, down to 4. All right. Is there any sense you're going to use the term?
All right, Colin, I need to get back to work too.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think I'll sign off as well.
All right, sounds good. I'll wrap
It was
it
a
up.
lot of fun. Great work, man.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for joining.
Okay.
Wish you guys a great Halvening day.
Oh, you too.
Thank you.
You too.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So it's just me. It's just me.
All right, later, boy.
All right, see you, man.
All right, ciao.
Now it is just me in the chat, on the stream, and so I guess I'll wrap it up. I thought some other people were gonna join, but they didn't, so screw them. So yeah, thank you for joining the Halvening. Does anybody have any questions? So BCH uses a daily rolling average that retargets every block versus 2-week average in retarget. Yes, this is correct. Boom, 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 nailed it. Yeah, and so there's some crazy like math on how it all works, and apparently it's not ideal right now because it can be gamed and whatnot. So, but yes, that is true. So, but yeah, I think, sir, mi familia, yeah, I need to. What, you want something cool in the background? How about that? That's pretty neat. How about this one? I'm at a bar. Oh, I never put this one on. That's the best one. It's the best one. It's raining bitcoins. They should just be half bitcoins though. Should just be half bitcoins. So yeah, carry on, man. Carry on. All right, I can keep carrying on. I can wait for somebody else to join my stream. Is anybody in the chat want to join? You'll feel free to join. Feel free to join for sure. What's this one? What's this video? Somebody just posted a new video. Make Bitcoin gangsta again. Roger Ver and Cash Fusion. It's a long video, but I just want to see the preview of it. Okay, let me turn this on.
Today we have a very special guest, and it's Bitcoin Jesus himself.
Bitcoin Jesus himself. Crypto vigilante. Anyways, I guess you can check. My face is huge right now. It's about Cash Fusion. So Cash Fusion is dope. I don't know. I can pull that up actually. My computer's being silly. Hello, Eleanor. Welcome. I'm just streaming by myself now, but that's okay. I want to keep going for a little bit. I feel all right, you know. I feel good. Want to keep it going for the next 11 hours? Holy shit. 11 hours. All right, we're getting some other people in here. You know what? Before we do that, honk honk. This is what we do to transition around here. You can half us. Yeah, Kieran. Just put your phone next to the bed, and we'll just watch you sleep. We'll have 19 million. 11 hours. I've already gone for 5.5. I've already gone for 5.5 hours. That's a while. I hope you like that honk honk. Like the good old days. Oh, there we go. We got some people in here. What is up? I guess I'll unmute myself. All right. We have friends. I'm glad I didn't end it. So, while he figures it out, Derek McGill, everybody. So I like the sprinklers. Hey, Derek, how's it going?
Hey.
Welcome to hour 5.5 of the stream.
Yeah, I was trying to get on a little earlier, and then it wouldn't work.
Really?
Well, I think I needed to update Zoom because when I refreshed it, it went, but earlier it wouldn't turn on.
Gotcha.
Sorry about that. And then I saw you about to leave, and I was like, "Oh crap!" I was in the car, so I figured I'd just jump on.
Excellent. Yeah. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot because I've been kind of working on and off all day, so it's been on in the background.
Yeah, it got a little spicy earlier. I don't know if you were here when
Shama was talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sounded kind of pissed.
Yeah, it was definitely letting off steam at least. So
Yeah, well, he should wait until the other guys are there, then they can respond.
yeah, well, it was funny. Josh was there, and that's who he was responding to, but Josh's like stream like froze, and so like, and then he comes back and he's like, "Yeah, I didn't hear like any of that." He's like, "God damn it!" He's like, "I gotta go." I was like, "All right, see ya." Hey, Christian, how's it going?
Hey.
Welcome. Got some friends back. All right, good. All right, I was flailing for a little bit, watching videos. So, you're at the Raw Junkies. I'm guessing that's a place in LA that accepts Bitcoin Cash.
That's right.
Very nice. Very nice. How's the other show? How's the other stream? I didn't catch any of it because I was obviously doing this, but.
It's pretty cool. They were talking about, people all around the world were joining, and they were talking about merchant adoption and going forward.
Nice. Yeah. So how many merchants have you onboarded over there? I see how the Bitcoin ring.
A few.
A few. You find it getting easier, getting harder?
Well, it's a bit harder now because I've switched to online meetups.
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, it's a whole corn. Yeah, it's kind of hard to onboard merchants when the merchants are closed.
Yeah. Kind of more focused on the developer stuff right now.
Yeah, gotcha. Makes sense. Get Kieran back in here. Yeah, I mean, it's good to get. I mean, it's online money, right? So might as well onboard online merchants. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a little different when you talk to them face to face though in person, right? Kind of can state your case. So. So yeah. Welcome back, Kieran. Are you gonna set up your phone while you sleep? Live stream sleep.
When I have my laptop with me, so.
Gotcha. On the move. So Derek, how's it going? Okay. Got some questions. He's gone. All right, he's driving. We don't want to disturb him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can hear you now. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I was trying to talk.
You're
I'm
good.
going to be on the camera in just a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
But yes, no, I mean it's okay. Luckily, everything that I'm doing right now is classified as essential, so I'm busy.
Nice.
Unlike a lot of other people.
Yeah. As you can tell, I'm super busy. I can stream for 6 hours in a day, and go for 10 more. So.
Yeah, I was hoping the Halvening would be a bit more eventful, one way or the other. So far, nothing exciting has happened.
Yeah, I didn't really expect anything exciting. I mean, the only exciting thing that's happening is that like we got a bunch of turbo blocks, and now I think the only person mining is BTC.com. So the profitability probably just tanked. And
it did. CoinDance looked pretty horrific last time I checked.
Yeah, let me check it out right now.
I think it was like 80% or something like that on BTC.
Big yikes.
Yeah, it was 90% when I checked.
But other than that, it's I don't know. I guess I wasn't expecting much either, though. I was kind of hoping for some fireworks one way or the other, just so it was entertaining.
Yeah.
But I thought Josh had an interesting thing to say about being more worried about BTC having later and the potential for rented hash and other things. That was something I hadn't thought of.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting perspective because less miners are going to be mining, and then so they're going to want to sell their hash, and then so it'll be cheaper to buy hash to attack. Yeah, that's had not thought of that. Had not. Welcome, Jonald. Welcome,
Hey
Jonald.
now. How you doing, Colin?
Good. Happy Halvening.
Happy Halvening, indeed. Glad that we're still on track.
Still making blocks.
Absolutely. Cool. Yeah, I mean, in this kind of situation, no news is good news, as it always is.
Yes, exactly. I was trying to find where is the I'm on cash. I'm on CoinDance. Where do you find the profitability again? Why can't I find it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is 81% more profitable to mine on BTC right now. So, yeah.
So, like, when moon?
When moon? Let's see. What day is it? Tomorrow.
Okay.
Somebody in the chat says, "Are we in a bull or bear market? Who knows? It's going up right now, so I guess it's bull." Are you guys still
Have
up?
people talked about that much as far as, you know, the Halvening just cutting the new supply in half?
I mean, I guess not really. And we haven't really had much price talk because, I mean, don't really have many traders, I guess.
Yeah.
So, welcome, Chris. Welcome. There we go. Now we got a party back.
Hello.
Now we got a party. But yeah, it wasn't too much like price talk wise. I mean, we technically did pump from we were at 230 for a while, and we went down to 210, and then we shot up to 275. So, I guess you call that a Halvening pump.
Hey Chris, how's the marathon going?
The marathon ended. I think Colin's doing the marathon now.
Yeah, I'm almost marathon time. I'm on hour 5.5 right now. So, what was your marathon? How long were you on the other show?
Well, I did 6 hours on the other live stream,
Okay.
and then I went and got some oysters and took a shower, and now I'm here.
There you go. Nice. I guess you have more time than me then. There's Derek. What's up?
Is that McGill Farms?
McGill Farms. Oh yeah.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, you're good.
There you go.
Yeah, no, this is not the farm. I don't have service at the farm. This is another property that I own near it. So, yeah, that's where I am now.
Nice.
The farm is in development, though. It's our apocalypse haven when the government goes total shutdown. So,
Good, man. It's good to have that in the back pocket. I know everybody is like, Chris, why are you moving to a remote island and working so hard to, live close to the land? And this is why, baby. This is why right now.
Exactly.
This is my time.
No, we got a good deal on it too, because there were things that they didn't even know about it. It's a large property, and so like we just discovered a freshwater spring coming out of the mountainside, which is pretty awesome. So there's quite a bit of water, which is great. Like, you want your own water supply if you can have it. And the other day I was there, and there was like this 2,000-pound bull just roaming the property that we don't own. I don't know how it got there, and it scared the hell out of me. And shit all over the barn.
So it's true. The bulls are back.
Yeah.
The bulls are back. Yeah,
Bulls are
I know. This was a bull I did not want to touch or get anywhere near. It was horrifying. They give you like this look, like, just come and mess with me.
Yeah, if you mess with the bulls, you're gonna get squeezed. So be careful.
Yeah.
Here you go, Derek. Do you still maintain the Nakamoto Studies Institute website?
Yeah, I've been working on a new thing because that's WordPress and it's kind of slow. I mean, it still gets a surprising amount of traffic, but I have to make a lot of updates that are kind of slow in coming. But yeah. So soon I'm going to have a static HTML version of it up, which is much faster, and we'll have a lot more stuff. I found some new emails that aren't really public anywhere, which is nice. From they're a little bit public from one of the early devs, but they're not really available easily. So those will be up soon, which is kind of cool. Yeah, so lots of plans with that when I get a chance.
Nice. Cool. It is currently 540 times more expensive to transact on BTC.
Yeah, I need to check those stats myself. I haven't looked at them since the things changed. Yeah, man. But anyways, that other live stream we had was pretty good. But dude, I had to leave like as soon as like imaginary username got on, and I was just like, oh, like all the most opinionated people about the IFP are in one live cast. So I can't wait to watch the. Was it good?
Oh, it was.
I need to watch the.
It was spicy. Shama and Josh were kind of going at it, but Shay like had a long rant, and Josh's stream froze, so it was unfortunate. He couldn't really respond properly. But it was definitely spicy. It was definitely spicy.
Yeah, he wasn't very happy.
I find it really odd that we're having so many marathon live streams and it's not even a fork. Like the last time I saw this much like live stream energy going on was the BSV split.
Yeah, maybe just because it happens every 4 years only, the Halvening. So
this is a good point.
Yeah, the more the merrier. Mike said it good. When there's a news event, CBS doesn't let NBC only stream. Everybody streams or does a show. So the more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, for sure. I love. Well, that's the thing. That was like the deep irony during the BSV fork was that that like 13-hour marathon live stream that Coinspice put on was like one of the most like cathartic and inclusive and healing like things I'd ever experienced, like in general. It just went from like country to country. Like as people were going to bed, other people were waking up, and we just kept it going.
Yeah.
And there was like men and women and gay and straight and transgendered and like Chinese. People were talking Chinese for a little while, and people were talking Spanish for a little while. There's like mostly English, and it was just like whoa, like all right, like inclusive. If I could sum it up in one word, that'd be it. And it was it's cool. I love that our community can come together like this and just hash it out. Like it's great. It's people get all butthurt when you do flame wars on Twitter, but when you actually get them in front of a camera, it's not quite as good as getting them face to face in the same room. Maybe safer because they can't duke it out. But it's great to have moderators kind of be like, oh, what do you think, and what do you think, and let's hash it all out. That's such a great thing about our community.
Yeah. You would never see this in B2C.
I remember those live streams.
The Coinspice, the hash bar one?
Yeah, and I also was watching the BSV one too.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I was actually like, I had work that day, like unrelated to crypto, and I literally didn't watch any of it. I was like, at lunch, I was just like watching it for like a half hour straight, and then I had to go back to work. It was so annoying. So no, I wasn't there, but thanks. That's why I do this, to try and recreate it for myself.
You're not allowed to not work full time on crypto.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a shame.
Well, it's now official. I've been awake for 24 hours.
Jesus, everybody's marathoning.
I always find myself saying, "Go to bed, Kieran. Go to bed."
He's like, oh, it's 1 a.m. I might go to bed soon. 3 hours later, I've been up for 24 hours. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time writing code today.
Nice.
Good.
Yeah, being sleep deficient is not something I would recommend during a pandemic.
Yeah, good point.
But that's just me.
Yeah, I've been up since 3 a.m., but that's an exception rather than the rule. I'm normally very strict on my routine, so because you're right, Jonald, you gotta get lots of sleep, stay healthy, and productive. Works for both of them.
What project are you working on?
This is definitely the exception.
Yeah, right. It only happens every 4 years. Colin's right.
Oh wait, what project am I working on? So I got a dashboard that I'm working on for just some stats unrelated to BCH, and then decided to start playing around with some of the SLP wallet stuff. I'm trying to get a wallet application going for J2ME and KaiOS phones. So those are like really, really low power.
We actually wrote a
super cheap
J2ME
phones.
version of Electron Cash. It never really launched, but we got a bunch of code written.
I'd actually appreciate anything you could kick my way, because that'd be super.
Yeah, it was really interesting. We actually, because we were trying to do the same thing with trying to support like those older devices, and then it was we ran into issues with like the device needed like a security certificate. Like if you can get like an SSL certificate. So there's a similar thing. There's like a Java certificate, but there's different. It took us like a whole bunch of time to figure out that there's like a, I don't know, there's like a 128-bit version versus 256-bit, and there's like not all the certs work on all the devices. So it was a whole can of worms trying to figure that out.
So what I'm working on at the moment, I'm focusing on the KaiOS ones, because so KaiOS is based on Firefox OS. Carries over the whole boot to Gecko web runtime system, so it's just a lot easier to target.
But doesn't everyone pretty much have an Android now in the world?
Yeah. So there's like Android and iOS are the two most popular ones, and then KaiOS is in third place. But the thing is, like the reason that I'm targeting KaiOS is I know in India there's the GeoPhone, which you can actually get for around about $2 US. So that's pretty popular for obvious reasons.
Yeah, Kieran, they gave on the other live stream this morning, the Indian guys behind Zapit Wallet, they gave a demo, and boy, that really connected some dots for me. And I was just thinking the whole time, like, I wish Kieran was here so he could talk about this other cell phone device. And
yeah,
have you played with that at all, the Zapit?
Yeah, I've got the Zapit app. I played around a little bit with it. They're still rolling out features. I was in the YouTube chat while they were explaining while they were demoing their Zapit system.
Oh, cool! Perfect then. So, Christian, you'd asked about what Kieran was working on, and there's something I kind of wanted to bug Jonald about. So I just recently, I did a tweet. I don't know if you guys saw it. I've been building on top of the work by Jonathan Silverblood, who created a JavaScript library to talk to the Electrum X servers, the same system that Electron Cash uses. And then JT from Fountainhead created a REST API he calls Insomnia that taps into that, and so I think it's at insomnia.fountainhead.cache, and so I'm incorporating that into fullstack.cache, and so it's just a REST API that lets you basically talk to the Electrum X server network. And you know what I've never really gotten schooled on, Jonald, is like the history of Electron Cache. Like I know there's like Electrum and then Electrum X, and I don't know, like I'd like to know like the linear history of like what started and then morphed into what, and then how it Electron Cache like ended up coming.
Yeah, so I mean on the server side, I think the first server might have been created by Thomas V. And then at some point, Neil Booth made a better, like a faster implementation, which he called Electrum X. And this was all before the Bitcoin Cash fork.
So was there no Electrum before Electrum X? It was just Electrum X?
Wait, say it again.
Oh, well, so it's Electrum X. And
Well, there was the Electrum wallet on the client side, so that's where the first name.
That's where it came from.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Electrum X was a server.
Which was always kind of a weird name because they had like an icon that looked like an electron. But then I guess that was like a little.
I remember that.
Bit
It was
of
super
wordplay or
confusing.
something.
Because then because then there's like Electron, the framework for creating desktop apps in JavaScript.
Right, which has nothing to do.
Which has nothing to do with it. And then there was
No, I actually.
Yeah, and then there's Electrum Cash, yeah.
So I actually was gonna name the wallet like Electrum Cash. But Thomas like was threatening to sue me and stuff. He was like they were like some
happy about
BTC
that.
maxis and they didn't like it. So I was like, all right, whatever. I'll just call it Electron Cash, and that kind of like I think that's a cooler name anyway now because it kind of sounds like electronic cash.
Right.
But anyway, but then and then like so more recently, as far as server side, BU came out with something called Electors, and then Callan wrote something called Fulcrum, which I think is like supposedly the best performing server.
Yeah, so I just recently found out about Fulcrum, like literally in the last couple days. And one of the things that I have been doing for the last couple of years is really like digging into all the indexers. Because if you want to write like a wallet, which is like the most basic application, you need an indexer. And that's why like Jonathan Silverblood's library, like and then seeing how JT used it, like was a mind blow for me because like there was once upon a time there was Insight, which is dead now, and then there's been like a couple different attempts to replicate Insight, which all ended up being worse than Insight, and they were created to be better because Insight was so bad. And then there's Blockbook by Trezor, which up to this point has been my personal favorite because it has the smallest database. It's written in Go. It's really stable. There's Bitcore Node, which is an indexer, which is also like huge, massive resource consumption because it's written in Mongo, which is really easy to work with, but really like not the most efficient and fairly resource intensive. And all this is a long-winded way to say that Fulcrum server is like head and shoulders, like got the smallest footprint and the fastest sync time. Like it blows every other indexer out of the water. And so I don't know what dark magic voodoo that Kalen did, but he really did a number. It's pretty amazing work.
Yeah, well, he's a great coder. But yeah, like big shout out to all you guys, you and Silverblood and JT just for supporting the infrastructure, especially now that Bitcoin.com is kind of scaling back their infrastructure efforts. So really appreciate what you guys are doing.
Thanks, man. That means a lot. Yeah, I mean, and likewise. Yeah, it's time to step up right now and just keep the momentum going. We created a lot of good stuff, and I mean, it's halving day, right? Like I'm super bullish about the halving. The fact that like Bitcoin Cash's inflation rate just got cut in half, and right at the same time that there's all this massive money printing. I mean, we couldn't have planned this any better. It's just it's just like a tee up, man. All we got to do is just keep the ball rolling, which is it's Bitcoin, it's blockchain. These things are designed to survive, so it shouldn't be too hard. And I really think there's going to be some big cultural changes, and I think just like Bitcoin was created during 2008 crisis, Bitcoin Cash is here during this new financial crisis. So we can all just be like, oh yeah, you guys are having money problems? Let me pay my guy in Venezuela and I'll get right back to you. Okay, done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also bullish on the halving. Who knows what'll happen? I think we just need to keep working on education, adoption, onboarding, all that stuff. More users, right?
Yeah, Yeah, we talked a lot about that in the earlier live stream. This whole we just attacked it from a lot of different angles. It was a really good discussion. Christian, you were there. That you had some good input. Just kind of seeing it from this chicken and egg problem, merchant adoption. I've been focusing a lot on. Speaking of which, do you want to talk about any efforts you've done in Venezuela? Because that's one of the things that I brought up in the live stream was just how I've really been trying to reach out to the developer community in Venezuela, which is very small because most developers in Venezuela left Venezuela, and the only ones that are still there are the ones who just couldn't imagine leaving their families. So there's not very many talented developers down there, but they're growing because a lot of people are just retooling and reskilling. And so I've been working with Roberto to try and grow the Bitcoin Cash House down there as sort of a dev, like a co-working space where people could go and kind of get training. And I'm gonna donate some licenses for fullstack.cash to any. I'll just hand them out to Roberto, and he'll hand them out to whoever he thinks should get them. And to try and just encourage, try and build a kind of an organic relationship between the Bitcoin Cash House and local businesses, and maybe local apps and local that's kind of what I'm thinking of is there's got to be merchants in Caracas or something that need a web app and are interested in just doing that. Something where an off-the-shelf app like the cash register apps just not they need something just a little more customized than that. They might be able to go to Roberto, negotiate something, and I'll donate server resources at fullstack.cash to those people, and just try and help them bootstrap a microeconomy.
Yeah, so I've been trying to get this site going for a little bit now, VenezuelaWorkers.com, and it's just been a little bit slow coming, just because haven't really had superstar developers working on it. It's I've had just kind of hires by convenience, people that were kind of already working on other things, and begging them to kind of, hey, can you pitch in? So anyway, make a long story short, we're still kind of trying to push it over the finish line as far as the site works, but it's a little bit clunky, so it really needs a little bit better UX and stuff. That people in Venezuelan community have been reaching out and asked me to get it going. So so one person I've been working with is Oscar. He's been doing little education seminars. So I asked him hey, why don't we get some of those people signed up and everything. So we're A, trying to just finish the site, and B, just really trying to get some of the Venezuelans in there, and then hopefully at that point I can go advertise to Western countries and advertise for people that want to hire cost-effective labor and paying Bitcoin Cash. So it'll be kind of like a Elance or freelancers.com or upwork.com competitor, but kind of differentiating based on locale and also just paying in crypto.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a market for it. I mean, one of the great things about hiring people in Venezuela, other than the fact that it's cheap, is that they're basically on the East Coast time zone, and so that's a lot different than outsourcing work to other parts of the world, where they're usually the time zone difference is significant. Oh, looks like John took off. Christian, what are you working on these days?
For software, got a project called Spice Button. So I switched the back end to SLPDB from the REST, and I'm making some more optimizations. Next thing to tackle is allowing custom CSS for the button.
Nice, man. Did you end up setting up your own SLPDB, or are you using Fountainhead, or?
I'm using Fountainhead.
Nice to have that resource.
So,
but Chris, That'd be really neat if you had like a BitDB or an SLPDB that you could pay for the API key, just like with the fullstack.cache.
I could do that if there's enough interest. Yeah.
Well, I'm of the opinion that the BitDB is a lot faster than the rest.
It is. It is. The problem is that a BitDB and SLPDB can be like DOSed really easy. You can have it just run like a ridiculous query in the database that takes forever, and so that's why it's tough to offer that service to the general public. I have SLPDB behind fullstack.cache, but you can't talk to it directly. You can only call specific REST API endpoints that then query the database. So that's how I prevent, someone from just like taking it down or DOSing it and kind of ruining the resource for everybody else.
Wow, so you basically gutted Bitbox.
Yeah, I forked it. Yeah, and been adding my own stuff to it. And that's essentially what fullstack.cache is. It's just a fork of Bitbox and rest.bitcoin.com.
Nice.
I was just talking to somebody the other day who's going to refactor his app to work with fullstack.cache, and it's pretty easy because it's just a fork of the original, so the code hasn't changed a whole lot.
I like that gutted. Anytime someone forks something that you don't like, you just say they gutted it, right?
Yeah, that's a new term. That'll work.
So I just updated my Crescent Cache and I have a payment code, bit47. So
yeah.
So that means somebody else needs to do it, so I can send them money. It's a payment code to payment code because I don't know any other wallet right now that supports this, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think bit47 ever really took off. I'm not.
Yeah, it should though, especially with cash accounts.
But Colin, are you familiar with the pay code, the reusable pay codes? It's not bit47. It's like something imaginary username came up with.
It sounds familiar. I can't remember right now.
He has a specification on it.
It's cool because it's not. It doesn't. There's no like notification that you need. It's just all kind of on chain. It works by like. It's like a Diffie-Hellman key exchange that's embedded within the key that you're sending from and the address that you're sending to.
Oh, right.
So you scan based on like a prefix. It's really clever. So I think we're going to implement that at some point in Electron Cash.
Okay, so then the bit47 needs like a separate message to send or something.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't.
I remember
exactly all the things, but yeah, it's like something you either need to I think you need to send them an off-chain message to look for it or something.
Oh, so it's something about like getting notified when you receive a transaction?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it works.
Okay.
I just did a bunch of research into this. Actually, Andreas Antonopoulos has a really good YouTube video on bit47. So there's bit47, there's imaginary username's pay code specification, which is what John was talking about, and then there's stealth addresses that Chris Pacia kind of polished. In fact, I wonder if he replied to my message, so I was asking him where I could find more info on that. No, it really isn't anything written on it. Okay, so it's code only, and in Go, which doesn't help me. But there are three different protocols for sort of obfuscating people's addresses, and bit47's pretty neat because it does this on-the-fly encryption scheme using an op return, and I don't fully understand it, and so I'm really impressed with Pokest's work. Is it Pokest or Puxt? How do you guys pronounce it?
Poxt, I think. Yeah.
Poxt. Okay, Poxt. I was getting it totally wrong. Good to be corrected. But so I'm really impressed with his work. And then I'm still a little confused on the pay code specification too. And Gabriel Cardona, he took a crack at at Chris Pacey's stealth addresses, and I think he had a working prototype written in JavaScript. So I'm going to try and dig that up and play with that a little bit. But I definitely want to understand one of these protocols. I mean, anything that gets the job done is okay with me.
There is a CLI implementation of the pay codes that I did on a branch of Electron Cash.
Cool.
It's just
okay.
I think it's just a John O. Pay code is the branch name.
Look well, cool. I'll have to get that from you and play with it, because I think if I could see a working implementation, it would make a lot.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
I just pasted a link to usernames payment code specification.
Yeah, I was checking that out right now. Yeah, so BIP47, I tried BIP47 with God, which wallet was it? It was some super obscure wallet, and I tried a while ago and then burned some coins. But anyways, so it needs BIP47 needs a sender first publishes a notification that tells the recipient of the sender's public key, either through sending the public notification address or through off-chain channels. So, Pox, if you're listening, how did you solve this?
Well, that's the pay code spec, I think, that you're just quoting, and he did BIP47, which is different.
No, this is BIP47 payment codes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, here he has an article.
Yeah, I read that too. His read that cash article. I'm glad he documented what he did there.
Yeah. Hey, Dogger, how's it going? Dogger.
There we go. I'm updating my Crescent cache right now.
Oh, getting some payment codes on there.
But yeah, so from what my flawed understanding of BIP47, it's super cool. Where you can take like it's based. The reason why Pucks did it on BIP47 is because it's a play on the cache ID.
Right.
You can use your cache ID to establish this sort of encrypted communication channel using the op return, which sets up this sort of on-the-fly encrypted, payment communication, and it's a trip. What I'm really intrigued by it is the idea of using op returns and on-chain transactions as a sort of like communications protocol, like a sort of back and forth. And this was a very early implementation, and I think that's like a really unexplored. Because BTCs people were like don't spam the network with op return stuff, and that was considered like poor form, and so that's why I think BIP47 never really took off. Also, it's for payments, and BTC's not for that.
Right.
And that's why it's it's perfect for Bitcoin Cash, because those are two activities that are totally okay with Bitcoin Cash.
Transaction after the notification transaction. Test all. It's usually only sufficient. I'm trying to follow this this article.
What's that?
Pox article on implementing BIP47. He's about to message me too, but I just gave him the link. Like, dude, just come in here and explain it. Come on.
Yeah, I hope he joins.
Yeah,
he needs to do another article with how to use it in the app. I'm not seeing nothing.
So
out at me.
If you go to the receive tab, you should have the new format.
Okay.
And if you don't, you're probably not updated.
Well, I just updated. Let me see if I can.
It should be 1.13. Alright. He says, basically there's a local file for the wallet where the BIP47 payment channels are stored. If the local file has a notification transaction marked as sent, then it can generate addresses of the receiver using some complex cryptography to keep it short. If a notification is not sent, then it creates a notification transaction. When the receiver receives a notification transaction, it rolls back its local chain 2 blocks to scan for the generated address in case the payment transaction was in the same block. Hey, Chris, give me your QR code on the screen. On your camera.
I should be able to take a picture.
No, just hold it up to your camera.
Oh, just hold it up. Yeah, okay.
Sometimes it works through webcam. Sometimes it doesn't. That should work. All right, I got it. Sending you 50 cents. Insufficient balance. God damn it. Oh, I tried to send BCH. I tried to send BCH, so yeah, that makes sense.
For some reason, it's
all right,
got
I just
my
sent
local currency in Australian dollars.
Australian.
There we go.
All right. Did
Payment received.
So how do you find the UTXO? Find the UTXO. So apparently we just use payment codes, so that's pretty awesome.
Cool. Oh, it came through as like, oh, okay, there is a, oh, I see. So, okay, I see a dust transaction. That must be the op return. And then, yeah, 0.00187 BCH. This is cool. Oh, view transact. Cool. Oh, look at the transaction. And
oh, yeah, I got 2 as well.
So yeah, this is cool because this is part of the spec. Is like there's got to be a transaction that does the op return, and then so it's like these we exchange like some op return messages first, and then that creates the secret key, and then it generates another address.
Wait, does that mean with BIP47 you have to be online to receive the payments?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't think so, because it just sent like that.
No, yeah, that I don't know. That that's a really like, I would think that so. 2 transactions, like you generated 2 transactions. I don't know.
Right.
I don't think my wallet generated any transactions.
Right. I generated both.
So maybe that's what it is. See, this is the thing because I have a very flawed understanding of this protocol. So it must read the op return to get whatever it needs to decrypt. I'm guessing. Totally guessing.
Yeah, Epoch says you don't need to be online. So I guess
any sufficiently sophisticated technology is indecipherable from math.
Okay.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Dagger, how's it going? How do you say your name?
How to pronounce it?
Yes.
In Icelandic, I pronounce it Dagur.
Dagur?
But you can call me Dagger.
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 All right, sounds good. All right, Chris, let me send it to you one more time, and that just so we can see the UTXOs going to separate places.
Okay.
Because that's the important
I'm trying to send it back to you. Okay, let me see here.
1 second. Let me get up in there. Okay, got it. And then send you like 20 cents. So then theoretically I should only be sending you 1 transaction this time. Yeah, I only sent you 1.
See. Yeah. So somehow I know a little bit about, like, I know how the basic elliptic curve math that generates like an HD wallet, and you can generate. So somehow, basically, I think what that op return is doing is it's seeding a. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Okay, guys, I gotta hop off. I got an SLP meeting.
All right, sounds good. Here, before you go, let me just Pox is going to explain it. So since you just sent the notification transaction to Chris, it's now marked as sent. From that point forward, you won't need to send another. It will reuse the notification transaction. It uses Diffie-Hellman key exchange to be able to generate addresses based on a common secret on the respective public keys and private keys of either the sender or receiver. So there you go.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, man. Thanks for having the marathon live stream. I'll
Yeah,
check
of
you
course.
guys
Thanks
later.
for hopping in. All right, so that's cool. So I'm gonna look at these transactions because I've wanted payment codes for a long time. So this is the first one. Don't mind me as I copy a bunch of stuff over. But that's awesome. You got it working. And just, yeah, I remember just using this like such a shitty wallet before to try to do it. And I just like burned a couple dollars. All right, next one. Hey, 3 even. We're hanging out in YouTube chat, bro. Come on. Somebody in the YouTube chat before said, let's discuss 5G. Like, nah.
I didn't know anything about the 5G conspiracy until they started banning YouTube videos for talking about it. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I should look into this.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems so ridiculous because one of the theories is that coronavirus is dormant in all of us until we get hit with 5G or something, which is the biggest bullshit because I've had 5G around Atlanta for like 2 years now. But that's not real 5G, they say.
The first I heard of it was when they started burning down the towers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. People are crazy. But I feel like when they start deleting YouTube videos about it, that's just going to make people more conspiratorial.
Yeah, I know. Like, so stupid. Never, just let the, yeah. I don't get why banning videos, I don't know. I guess I get it, but it's so silly. So silly. It's just the whole Barbra Streisand effect.
I mean, I kind of understand the intent, assuming it's not malicious. It's like to stop people from burning 5G towers because they saw something. But the outcome might be that suddenly everybody's like, I had some people who I would have never expected to be interested in that kind of stuff ask me about it and ask if I knew anything about it. And I was like, are you kidding me? What happened? And the reason they asked was because that David Icke video that was getting shared around was deleted after it had like 10 million views.
Is that the one with the professor? Like at the board?
It was the London dude. It was London Real. David Icke and London Real. It just came out like a couple days ago. I haven't watched it, but YouTube censored it, and so suddenly now I have people who were never interested in 5G asking me about 5G, and I know nothing about it. It seems stupid to me. It seems very far fetched.
Yeah. Seems extremely far fetched. Yeah, I like one of my last episodes. I was just going for a while and I was just looking for shit to do, and some guy like sent me a 5G video, and then I was like playing it just to entertain the thing, but I actually had this on this fucking you probably can't see on my screen actually, but the like anime girl dancing in front of the money printer people, money printer Wojaks, turn off, and then but there's music, which was this music. Okay, and it was so loud, and I couldn't hear it, but my audience could, and it was it was just like that music over this guy trying to explain 5G causing coronavirus for like 10 minutes. It was so ridiculous. All right, why isn't this transaction showing up for me? 488. It's so weird. 488 transaction. So I'm checking out this payment code. Alright, finally fucking loaded. Alright, I will. So I guess I'll share my screen with you guys so you can check it out. So this is the like initial transaction, like the communication transaction, I suppose. And so there's dust, the miner, and then this is the op return, and there's some crazy op return in it, which is some hash to open up a payment channel essentially. And then so this is the first one I sent. It was to QRY address, and then my next one was sent to it was sent to QPW. So basically I sent money to the same address 2 times, and it sent to different addresses. I sent 2 different transactions, the same payment code, and they both went to different addresses. So very cool, very awesome. That seems like that should be a thing already, but it's not, and now it is. All right.
So do you know how it works?
Basically, you can kind of think of it as a master public key, but you don't know, you aren't able to attach the payment code is what it's called. You aren't able to attach the payment code. So basically, I mean, I know which 2 addresses it's sent to because I sent both, but if Christian sent money to the same payment code, I wouldn't know that he did that because the payment code isn't advertised on the transaction on the blockchain. The payment code just forwards it essentially to a different address, a regular Bitcoin Cash address. So like, for example, you would use this for if you want to keep one payment code on your website for donations, and nobody would be able to know how many or how much money you got, how many transactions or how much money you got. So, because they couldn't see it. So.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's huge actually. Like.
Yeah, that's awesome actually.
I've been looking for like I went deep dive onto this payment code stuff a while back, and I found a couple wallets that I thought could do it, but they couldn't. And this is literally the first one. And so I think the concern was always like the initial communication transaction. But I mean, like if I didn't look at my UTXOs, I would have no idea that was actually sent. So fucking awesome.
So Colin, I'm trying to understand how it works. Does it send Bitcoin Cash into a different private key and then encrypts that private key using the payment code in the op return output?
This is bit 47, and what he actually does is Crescent Cash. When you sign up, when you open a wallet, you create a cash account. And so what he actually did was take this cash account and create the payment code using this cash account, using hashes. I don't fucking know how you do that. Using some crypto magic. And then, so technically the payment code is derived from a private key. So, but you aren't able, obviously, to connect it one-way cryptography. Did that answer your question?
No.
Restate it.
I'm gonna have to look more into it.
So yeah, it's BIP 47. So it's been around for a while, and apparently ecosystem has just never really used it. So here we are, though. So I think the problem is if you like are receiving this, the sender has to recognize the payment code too, because they have to send a broadcast transaction, right? So like Electron Cash can't send a BIP 47 or anything like that. So only Crescent to Crescent right now. So it's just takes some adoption, I suppose. Man, excited about it.
I guess if you're the only one using BIP47, then it should be obvious whose address it belongs to.
Well, no, because like the blockchain doesn't show that you even used a payment code. It just says it's sent to a regular Bitcoin Cash address. So like you aren't able to get the Bitcoin Cash address that money sends to from the payment code. Does that make sense? It's one way. It's like for example, you can't a child public key. You can't figure out the parent just from looking at the child. But you know, if you see the parent and see the child, you know that it's the parent child. If I believe I'm explaining that correctly. So, I let me think. Yeah, I want to. Okay, now I have to see if you can look up a payment code on a blockchain. All right, let's see. I don't think you can.
I'm guessing not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big.
There's no way for the Block Explorer to tell if the payment code received a transaction.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, payment codes are huge. I mean, they're an address, so you essentially could just hide it behind a cash account. So, like, I actually registered some payment codes back when cash accounts first began. This is actually why I looked into it. When cash accounts first came around, I found an app with a payment code on it. I should look at that again. Maybe I can recover that. But yeah, it's like.
How'd you do that? Which app was it?
I can't remember. It'll come back to me someday. It was some app that definitely did not work. But when I look at the format of these payment codes, it was that format. But yeah, man, that's such a long time ago. Signal, I want to say it was called. Does that sound right? Signal Bitcoin wallet. Signal Bitcoin wallet. That ain't gonna work. Here, let me try. No, it wasn't Signal. I'd have to look at some of my chat logs, some friends or something to figure that out. Because that was a long, long time ago. But yeah, BIP47 is here. Fucking sweet. Everybody else implement it. And then John will come and say, well, actually, there's a better way. There's a way.
You can always count on multiple different implementations.
Yeah.
When it comes to Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah, exactly.
we can never agree on anything.
So true. It's that makes it more decentralized.
Oh, it does, but
I guess
it doesn't help with the networking effect.
Yeah, exactly. It does not help with it at all. And so, yeah, Uname came up with. Uname came up with a separate proposal, and he says he proposes a new alias system that would allow senders to generate a fresh address for any recipient with a handle. So you have to reusable address format. Yeah, it's been a long day. Bip stealth.
How long have you been streaming, Colin?
6.5 hours.
Wow.
So it has indeed been a while. Let's see. Anybody else got anything exciting they want to share? Bitcoin or not Bitcoin?
We just released a new Flipstarter plugin today.
You just released a new Flipstarter plugin?
Yeah, or updates.
I wanted to try.
Have you tried it?
I was gonna try it, but the Eat BCH campaign was already finished like instantly.
Well, we can try it on the test page if you want.
Yeah, let's do it. For some reason, I can't open my any app that I don't have already open on my computer right now, so I don't think it's gonna work. Because I don't know, it's super weird.
Well, do you have Electron Cache open?
No, that's the one thing I wanted to open. Yeah, like my alt tab's not even working and stuff, so I'm not sure. Here, let me try Control Delete.
Well, it's not a big update. It's mostly like small tweaks to make the experience a little better.
Yeah.
And there's like one feature though. You can now cancel your pledges.
Okay, nice.
So if the pledge hasn't if the proposal hasn't reached its goal, then you can cancel the pledge.
Nice. All right, here I'm trying to open up an app through my task manager. This is advanced stuff for me.
You can do
I'm gonna head out now.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for hanging out, Christian.
Bye.
See ya. All right, I'm going for it. Ugh. Searching. Downloads. Oh, I think I found it. Come on. Stand by for Electron Cache. Hey, I got it open. Awesome.
Great. And you can try like the demo on the first demo is live streaming. It's great.
Alright, let's do it. Send me that link.
So it's backend.flipstar.cache.
Sorry, cache. BCH versus XMR is getting better. What's the tip Bitcoin site? tipbitcoin.cache. It's in the description of the video. Yeah, this just goes to the re.cache page.
Yeah, you have to go to that subdomain backend.flipstar.cache.
Oh, backend.
So this is like a test.
Yeah.
Test funding. I guess you should go to. So how do you download the plugin? How to use Flipstarter. Probably that. Yeah. Can you share your screen so I can see?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's okay. I can see that's an old plugin version.
Yeah, it just yeah, okay. It was gonna open it automatically.
Okay, let me find the newer version. I'll paste in the chat.
Okay.
Can you see it in the chat?
Give me a second. I gotta stop my share, I think. No, I cannot. Alright, got it.
Oh,
you're breaking up really bad.
it's not me. It's some robot.
Yeah, that's Derek.
Without a plug in the future, or is that? I imagine maybe that's the only way. But
So I believe you asked, can we do this without a plugin in the future, right?
can you hear me now?
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why. It's a really simple protocol. So I guess you could, if you have like a wallet in your browser or a wallet on your phone, you could implement it there as well. We try to keep it as simple as possible. It's just a basic Bitcoin transaction.
All right, so I'm sharing my... Here, let me see if I can just share my whole freaking desktop with you. You can see how much shit I got going on. Okay. Alright, so I downloaded it and then installed plugins.
So which version did you download?
1.2.
Yeah, good.
Add plugin. .2. Accept. Uh-oh. Process of enabling and loading it. An error occurred. All right. Enable.
Just restart your wallet.
Yeah. I gotta go through my task manager again. Yeah, for some reason it's so strange. Alright.
Wait, so Electron Cash crashed?
No, I had to restart my wallet, and for some reason I have to... For some reason I can't like access my like Windows menu right now while I'm running the stream. I have not had that happen before, so I have to like go through the task manager to open programs right now. All right. Wait for the boot. 100% CPU. Alright, show me. Alright, it's enabled now. Okay. So, and then we go to Flip Starter. And so I'm going to go back to your back end. And so, pledge 5 cents. Click this.
I can't see your screen, but but it sounds like you're doing good.
Yeah. I hope this works. Alright, so then copy details. Prepare pledge. I'm already very prepared for this. Paste pledge details. Nice. You get the optional name and comment. This pledge appears to be for Flip Starter. Yes. Your pledge is prepared. Big ol' hash. Paste the pledge. Submit pledge. Checking pledge. Thank you for your contribution. Cool.
Nice. So it worked right away. First attempt.
It worked. It's amazing. And so,
so maybe it's ready for collecting millions.
So how would I to cancel see the fact? So how would I cancel this? So you can't see my screen right now?
No, I can't. But can you see like the small button? Like there's a tools on it. There's like one button on the plugin.
Oh yeah. cancel all pledges.
Yeah.
All right, canceling pledge. Cancel the pledge.
Congrats.
Hey, thank you, Shay. Wow, thank you. Appreciate that. No, the ranting is spicy. People needed to get it out for sure. So, no problem. But yeah, cool, man. That's awesome. That was really easy.
I'm glad you got it working.
Yeah. Well, now I know this site. I might throw a video together real quick. Shit, I could just edit it together from this.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, awesome, dude. Freaking.
So if you're the one that finishes the pledge or like the funding, you will get a small clap on the website as well.
Sorry, say that again.
Like if the funding completes.
Yep.
And you have the website open, you will get like a small clap and pop, like party pops.
So you're telling me I need to fund everything? You definitely need to give you 15 cents. Refresh. Alright, 5 cents. Is cloud mining BCH profitable post Halvening? Usually cloud mining is a scam, so that's all I really know about cloud mining. One time I went to my friend who was like, don't really know too much about Bitcoin, but he was like, hey, come to this event with me. And so I did, and it was God, what was the company? BitShares, I want to say was. It's like cloud mining, right? You like buy a miner and they host it in their warehouse. A bunch of bullshit. Anyways, sat through that for an hour and a half. And such a scam. Okay. Gabby. Based. Checking pledge. Woo! I did it. Campaign has been funded.
Awesome. Thank you.
We did it. My 5 cents. Did you?
And if you go and look in the transaction now, you can see like all the inputs from different people.
Okay.
So that's pretty cool. And you will see like it's just a regular Bitcoin transaction, just that everyone did only sign the output and not the input.
Cool.
It's basically the same thing that Mike Hearn made many years ago with his Lighthouse.
Yeah, Lighthouse, right. He didn't completely finish it though, right?
Well, it kind of did, but it was like a Java program that you had to install on a computer. And of course, no one wanted to do that. So
yeah, cool. That's great. Good stuff. Good stuff. You can cancel the pledge and yeah, amazing. Big casino. Speaking of scams, there you go. All right. Well, I'm going on hour 7. I think I'm gonna call it. I am exhausted. So, I'm glad we got Flip Starter in now.
Yeah, me too.
I've been waiting to put a pledge in for something, so and use it.
Well, so. I appreciate your 25-cent contribution.
Yeah, no problem. No problem anytime. Now that we funded Flip Starter, we can make Flip Starter happen. So I did it for Flip Starter. All right, I'm gonna end this marathon. I'm gonna end it. I need to go eat and stand up. So, anyway,
bye everyone.
Yeah.
Bye guys.
See you, Derek. Thank you, Derek and Dagger. Thank you very much. All right, boys. It's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure. An absolute pleasure. Happy Halvening. Happy Halvening. There we go. Happy Halvening. I'm gonna do a show tomorrow night at like 9 p.m. Eastern. So about what? I don't really know yet. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do a rant for a half hour. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out. I appreciate it, and thank you for the donos.